Remembers? So much time has already... Paimon just hopes this peace will last a long time. And then Nahida won't have it. Yeah, guess you're right, come to think of it. Maybe it's all because of you. Maybe you're just a magnet for trouble. Huh? Me? Before Paimon ran into you, Paimon... Anyway, for Nahida's sake, maybe we should think about...
Ah, look who it is. Running into you in a place like this? I can see you two still love wandering around.
Oh, it's Dia! But never mind that. What brings you here?
I just finished a commission in the desert for a usual client of mine. Nothing too interesting. Just escorting a shipment of goods. I'm on my way to report back. That's when I saw you two all the way over there. Huh? You serious? Can't say I saw that coming. But you are travelers after all. Bumping into you like this will be... Hey, how about I gather a few mercs to escort you two? What do you say?
Thanks, but no need. Oh, Paimon had no clue you'd miss us so much. But don't worry, we'll come back to see everyone when we...
Sounds good. All you need to do to get to Fontaine is cross this stretch of desert and navigate some waterways. Knowing you two, I'm sure... So, when are you leaving?
Oh, wait a sec. Paimon...
I see. Guess you won't be needing a going-away party or anything. It's sad enough to see you go like this. Though, now that I think about it, Sumeru wouldn't be what it is today without you. Seems true heroes always prefer leaving quietly.
By the way, should we go say bye to Nahida? Oh, good point. Then there's no need to bother her in the real world.
Then, I guess this is goodbye for now, Traveler in Paimon. Whether as a client or a friend, you're always welcome to come find me.
Goodbye, Dia. Bye-bye, Sumeru.
This world...
Skyward! Scatter!
After crossing all that sand and water, we finally made it! Oh, this must be Fontaine's port! Wow! Everything looks so advanced in Fontaine! Paimon's heard that just seeing the sights as a tourist is nice, but maybe it would be better if we found something to do! What do you think? idea! Nahida gave us loads of useful information. Seeking out the Seven is probably still our best source for information at this point. Yeah, the more... So, what do you think? To learn about a nation's god, start with the nation's people. There seems to be some locals talking over there. Let's go see if we can join the...
If you ask me, it's a...
Yeah, I didn't expect that kind of ending for him. I thought he would at least fight on a little longer for his family. I was expecting a sudden...
Excuse me. Can I help you two? I couldn't help but notice you standing here listening.
Hi. We're travelers new to Fontaine, and we had something we wanted to ask, but you seem to be really busy talking about some kind of play, so we didn't want to interrupt.
Play? Oh, no. We're talking about something that really happened. In fact, it's a case that was just heard a few days ago.
Really? Like, a real trial?
Well, good tales are often based... Whether something is true or not simply isn't that important. The main thing is whether the story be... Oh, but it looks like you're not from around here.
But,
No worries. Other visitors to Fontaine have wondered the same thing. You could say that we just don't want to waste the moving stories behind those cases. And as for your worries about whether the cases are treated with due reverence, we have the absolutely just and honorable Chief Justice Neuvillette, as well as the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinal, a machine created by the Archon. Between the machine and the Chief Justice, false...
Oratrice? Is it some kind of machine, too? Oh, Paimon's curious. We should check it out if we get the chance. Wait, Paimon almost forgot to...
Oh, that's it?
I think in that case, I'm afraid it's going to be...
Huh. Is...
No. Lady Farina seldom...
That's right.
Huh. First time... Wait! Paimon gets now! The Hydro Archon...
Yeah, I suppose...
Hang on. This is still Fontaine's Archon you're talking about. You should show some more respect.
Yes, you're right. I guess I should at least try to be a little more respectful in front of visitors. Otherwise, I might get arrested and find myself face to face with Monsieur Neuvillette.
Come on. Sure, there's a lot of laws here, but nobody's going to be arrested for saying something disrespectful about the Hydro Archon.
Alright, I think we get it. Thank you! At least we now know that we can find the Hydro Archon at that... But who knows how long making an appointment will... Hey! What are you looking over there for? Huh. Maybe something's the matter. She isn't going to jump into the water, is she? Maybe we better go check on her. Hello there.
Huh? I'm fine. Thanks.
Oh, okay then. We just noticed...
About many things, actually. I was just reminiscing about a place my brother and I...
You're pointing at...
No people call the wall, and no, I can still see that hill clearly. He would skip and jump. But now...
I don't believe we've had the pleasure of meeting. Are you Lynette's new friends?
Oh, and...
Thanks for looking after my sister. She often comes here to reminisce about our childhood, that's all. There's no need for any concern. Oh, allow me to introduce myself. I'm Linny, and this is my sister Lynette. If I had to guess, I'd say you must be travelers from a...
Nice to meet you. We were just talking with...
I see.
Oh, really? Then you two are just like us. Paimon's always the one talking for some reason. So that's how you think it is?
I also think my brother can be too talkative at times.
Seems you were right.
So, what?
Oh, that. Well, I suppose prophecy isn't exactly the right word, because where to begin? Let's put that question on hold for a moment. We still haven't...
Did all the introductions earlier not count?
Hello, traveler. And hello, Paimon.
Hey! Why didn't Paimon get a handshake? You're not poking fun at Paimon, are you?
Please, don't take offense. Just consider it a sort of etiquette.
Oh! By the way, we were just getting ready to...
So you're going to see Lady Farina? No problem at all. In fact, I was... Please, follow me. You said you were going to see Lady Farina? Well, it seems Lady Farina has come to see you.
So...
My dear people, rich and poor, those with cup in hand and those with nothing at all, raise your glasses in celebration. If you don't have one, then just raise your hand in lieu. As you can all see, two unfamiliar travelers have arrived in our nation. Come, let us make a toast in honor of this traveler and his companion who have journeyed here from distant lands.
Is she talking about us?
I've long heard of the turmoil and chaos you left in your wake as you visited other nations. But I welcome you nevertheless. No, fear is for insignificant cowards. I am a god, and I will never entertain the notion of such meaningless wariness. You can be rest assured, I see clearly your sincerity. Of course, seeking an audience with me is the most sensible thing to do. It will allow you to truly behold my power and witness my authority. Intelligent people always gather under the correct banner. I, Focalor, hereby welcome you to the nation of Hydro.
Yeah, Paimon still can't believe it, but the Hydro Archon... Miss Hydro Archon?
I see. As Outlanders, you inevitably lack even some of the most basic understanding. You had best stop and...
Whoa, talk about sounding high and mighty.
Oh? What's with these looks? Perhaps the welcoming ceremony still isn't enough? What else should I say then?
Wow, I didn't expect to see... Wait, does this mean they...
Hey, what's all the commotion? Oh, is that...
Of course! That's the blonde traveler. The one all those stories are about. Lady Farina came here to personally see him. Oh, I bet this is gonna be the duel of the century.
Ooh, I've got to see this. I knew Lady Farina would never disappoint.
Yes, but don't you may consider that...
Now she wants to fight? Aren't we getting a little ahead of ourselves?
Are you not...
What are you trying to do, Traveler? Provoking a god in front of her people?
Stand down, Clorend. I admire his bravery. Unfortunately, people...
Oh, yeah, she's right.
On Araneus, criminals are always requesting.
You see. Then, as...
Right, this is Fontaine.
Why do you care so much about the crowd's reactions? Besides, how exactly do you plan to have a duel in court? You mean you're going to put us on trial?
According to Fontaine law, no one is permitted to release any flying objects within Fontaine city limits during the first 3 days of each month. You are clear.
Oh, so that's what they've done wrong. That's...
You call that obvious? What kind of lies?
Precisely.
My apologies, Lady Farina. I don't mean to... I don't think that Paimon here meets the...
You tell her, Linny! Finally someone who's not
Great magician Linny, my beloved citizen.
So, with such an audience gathered here, allow me to perform a trick.
Ta-da!
What's that on Paimon's back? Hey, when did Linny do that?
There. As you can all clearly see, Paimon should be classified as, well, some...
Huh? You call that magic? You've got to be joking.
Huh.
Amusing. Very amusing, Linny.
Performance?
In which case, consider the matter of your trial resolved. But even the gods of other lands. I look forward to seeing your upcoming performance at the
And just like that, she's gone! Well, that's the most unpredictable Archon Paimon's ever seen. You never even had a chance to ask her anything. But that's a problem for future Paimon.
Don't mention it. I just happened to remember that there was... So,
She can be a bit confusing at times, but she is still amenable to reason.
Anyway,
it will actually be my first time performing on the most prestigious...
but isn't the Opera House where criminal trials are?
When there are no public trials being held, the Opera House hosts... And speaking of...
My brother's always excited.
Oh, sure. We don't really...
Splendid. In that case... Oh, you really mean... This is a magical item known as a magic puck.
Huh? What are they going to use it for?
About that, I'm not sure It says that every person in Fontaine is born with sin. No matter how the Nation of Justice holds trial after trial, this sin cannot be absolved. Until one day, the water levels in Fontaine will rise, and the sinful people will slowly be drowned. In the end, the people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only the Hydro Archon will remain, weeping on her throne. Only then will the sins of the...
That sounds pretty gloomy. Why are people...
There are lots of guesses. Some say that the ancestors of Fontaine. Others say that the people of Fontaine never heeded the first Hydro Archon's warnings and But here in Fontaine, evidence is what matters.
If even the people in Fontaine don't know what...
That's exactly what the people did at first. But in the last few years, many people carry on with their lives as before. We hope that at least the people who reside near the water as a magic...
Oh, Paimon gets it!
Perhaps only now, if you'd like to help.
Skyward! Scatter!
Huh? I don't want that thing. Life is all about...
You should still...
Oh, all right, fine. Thanks. It's just that...
Skyward! Scatter!
So you're the blonde traveler that everyone's been talking about. Oh, a magic pocket? Seems you really thought of everything. Thanks. Please, also thank the magician on my behalf when you get the chance.
What's this? So you also believe in the prophecy?
What? You mean...
No, I believe in the prophecy. But I also believe in another story. The story says that people once lived in the ocean. They were one with the ocean and couldn't live apart from it. But as time wore on, people desired to live on land and developed blood vessels, encapsulating the sea within their bodies. Thus could people set foot on land. So, if you ask me, when the water rises and takes us all, it'll be like we're going home.
Oh, we hadn't heard that one before. But people can't live underwater. They'll die.
All right, I'll take it.
Skyward! Scatter!
Oh? You already handed out all of the magic pockets? That was fast. So, what did people have to say? I bet you heard some, interesting opinions. Yes, but that will change once...
Is there anything else you need to do before we leave?
Yes, one last thing. I have the magic pockets made by a workshop in the court of Fontaine. Since we're out and about, I was thinking...
So, you want to collect materials? Just tell us what the materials look like.
Oh, that would be much appreciated. Well...
Scatter!
It seems we have to use Hydro to collect for maritime flowers.
You made quick work of that. I can tell you're an experienced. Maybe next time you'll feel like help.
No way.
Fine.
So, we're going to the Court of Fontaine before we head to the Opera House?
Wait, shh. Have you noticed that person over there? The young girl.
Huh?
Magicians and thieves practice similar methods. We divert attention and watch her movement.
Oh, he's right!
Shh, keep your voice down. We need to think of a way to catch her, but it seems she's very alert. Perhaps we should split up. You two can ride the lift over there and wait up top. All right, let's go.
This is the spot where Linny wanted us to wait. Oh, look! Isn't that her? Oh no! Did she notice us? What should we do? Should we chase her? You're right. She might also be trying to lure us away. Nothing's happened for a while now. Paimon wonders if Linny caught the thief. Yeah, let's go.
Are you sure that's all she took? You should check to make sure you're not...
No, that was all. Oh, I can't thank you enough. I didn't notice a thing earlier. Anyway, I should be going now. Thanks again.
Oh, were you returning what the thief had stolen?
That's right. Pity I wasn't able to catch her. She distracted me by dropping the thing she stole on the ground. By the time I looked back, she was already gone.
I saw the general direction she went, but Linny twisted his ankle, and I needed to make sure he was okay.
Oh, did you get hurt, Linny?
I'll be all right. It's just a twisted ankle, that's all. In fact, it's feeling better already.
If you want to play at being a hero, at least try not to get hurt doing it. Imagine what would happen if you managed to derail our performance as a result.
You're right, you're right. Sorry, Lynette. I have to admit that the thief was even more skilled than I had anticipated. But at least we were able to get the stolen items back, so it wasn't a complete failure.
What a slippery little thief. Guess things turned out all right in the end, though. Linny's initiative paid off.
All right, let's put this little detour behind us. We should go to the Court of Fontaine now.
This thing to go into the city? What an ingenious way to get around! People in Fontaine really know how to use water.
This is an aquabus. It allows people to travel between several key locations around Fontaine. It's pretty convenient, but the ride can become a little dull after a while. The scenery is always the same. That's why it's better to travel with friends.
So you mean it's still boring even when I'm riding with you?
No, that's not what I meant. It's just that, well, you don't really talk that much. Besides, it doesn't really feel like a real trip when it's just the two of us. It's the same as being at home.
Whatever.
Guess that's what it's like to be an older brother.
It's about time for us to leave. Let's get on board.
Oh, excuse me! Aren't you the great magician Linny? And his assistant Lynette?
Hello. I don't believe we've...
I'm Charlotte, a reporter for the Steambird.
Nice to meet you. From the Steambird, huh? We've often relied on your paper to promote our performances.
It's an honor to meet you.
Wait, could that be the legendary traveler who's been making headline after headline in their journey across Tibet?
Amazing! You recognized everybody almost immediately!
I wouldn't be much of a reporter if I didn't know who's who, would I? Wow, today must be my day! Who knew I would end up on the same boat as so many VIPs? Could my vision finally be showing me some favor?
So, Charlotte, what do you usually report on?
Well, when there isn't any breaking news, I mainly cover the trials at the Opera House. You can still manage to keep readers' attention as long as you tell things from a clever enough angle, even if it's the same old topics. For example, reporting on how a scammer once deceived vulnerable girls into relationships, or how a financial criminal was once so poor that they ate a single piece of bread for 5 days. That's fine and all, but what I'm really after is exclusive sensation. Oh, I just remembered. I've been following a case lately. Well, a series of cases, actually.
You mean the serial disappearances of young women case?
That's right. These stories are the talk of the town right now, and it's probably the most mysterious case we've ever seen. If I'm the first with a draft ready to publish when the case is finally cracked, and it's the headline story in the Steambird, oh, when that happens, I bet all the other reporters will shed tears of envy. I've already gathered all kinds of materials. I just can't wait for the truth to be revealed.
So, what is the serial disappearances of young women case? You mean the culprit hasn't been found?
That's right. And ever since, after a period of time, another girl disappears. What the cases have in common is that the girls are all of a similar age, and that they've all vanished without a trace. But the scariest part is that to this day, none of the girls have ever been found. Many suspects have been arrested over the years in connection with this case, but shortly after each arrest, another disappearance would always happen. Yes, it's possible. But either way, I believe that every case has some precise truth behind it, waiting to be exposed.
Yes, I agree. And at the very least, the family of those missing girls deserves some sort of explanation. I just imagined for a second what I would do if Lynette were to suddenly disappear. I'd pay any price to get her back, and then find a way to track down the culprit.
Please don't imagine that, Linny.
Hey, we're almost there! Look!
Well, I really enjoyed chatting with you. Life should be full of pleasant little surprises like this.
Yeah, us as well. The ride went by too quickly.
I have an interview to get to. I should get going before I'm late.
Okay, Paimon hopes we can chat again soon, Charlotte.
Bye now. Oh,
What a tough job. Always running around and...
If you don't mind, how about we stop by my home first? Besides, I still have all the materials we...
Sure, we would...
Yeah! Scatter! Yeah! Skyward! Take scatter!
This is our current abode. Ah, Fremine, you're home. Where did everyone else go? I have some new friends that I would like to introduce.
Oh, they all just went out a moment ago.
I see. Allow me to introduce you to my little brother, Fremine. He is a
Hello.
Nice to meet you. Paimon is Paimon, and...
Linny, could you come here for a moment?
What is it, Fremine? Do you have something to tell me? Okay, I see.
Is everything all right?
Oh, it's nothing. We were just discussing a little housework. Sorry for the interruption. Oh, before I forget, the Traveler and I collected more materials to make magic pockets. Were you able to get any, Fremine?
Yes, I went diving and gathered lots of material.
That's our Fremine.
Looks like rain.
Oh, you're right. But was it?
I'm afraid that's just how it is here.
What's wrong, Fremine?
There's a legend about the rain. It said that a dragon, when I was a child, my mother told me that if I... Hydro Dragon!
If it's an elemental... Let Paimon try something. Hydro Dragon, don't cry!
Doesn't seem to be of any use. It is just a legend after all.
You know, you might be a more popular magician if you understand.
Sorry. It might be because we... It rained for longer than I suspected. Oh, it's already getting late.
Was there something you needed to do?
Yeah, some preparations for the show at the Opera House. On the day of the performance, just ride the aquabus to the island of Araneus.
Oh, are you leaving now?
What is it, Fremine? I'm in a hurry. Oh, I get it. Perhaps we could I'm afraid that Fremine...
No trouble at all!
Sorry for the inconvenience.
Oh, no need!
Yeah!
there? New customers? Looking to buy, or do you need something made? Or...
Oh no, we're just here to...
these must be for Magic Pocket. No need. But they
Whoa.
I can't...
Hey! Is this...
Why use your hands when a machine can do the work? It would be a waste not...
But where does a big machine...
well, but basically...
Huh? How can trials produce energy?
Well, I'm not... When a trial is...
So that's what... Paimon still doesn't get it. How could something unreliable like people's beliefs be turned into a... Oh, yeah! So that means...
Even though I've never heard anyone really put it that way before, besides indemnitium, we have another type of energy called mumusia. It isn't produced by the power of the Archon, but it is unstable by nature. Even now...
I thought I'd find you hard at work, but here you are chatting the day away.
You again?
Yeah, but how do we...
Huh?
Seems business isn't so great for the workshop. We've already finished our job and delivered the material.
Hey, hold on. Before you go around trying to collect payments, why don't you... If Confrere of Cabriere wants to poach clients from Northland Bank, that's fine. But I'm afraid you still owe the bank a hefty sum of mora.
You're from Northland...
Traveler, Paimon! I didn't think I'd run into you here in Fontaine. What are the chances?
We're surprised to see you too! What are you doing here in Fontaine? You didn't want to stay in Snezhnaya?
But it seems that, either way you look at it, it seems things are going to get a lot more interesting now.
Pretty sure we'd want to avoid anything that...
Hey, you! Northland...
Don't interrupt. It's not often I run into the Traveler like...
You kidding? Listen to me, boy. If you want your mora...
Hey, I just said not to interrupt. Oh, but...
Hey! That's way over the line! All right, boys! Let's see who has to pay up now!
Can you at least let me finish one sentence? Fine. Though the bank told me not to get... You're the ones who started it. This is an act of self-defense. You two will have to be my witnesses, okay?
I'm sure this won't take long.
Brace yourself! This is gonna hurt!
What's your deal, Brad? How are you so strong if you're just a staffer from Snezhnaya's Northland Bank? Wait, don't tell me you're...
Oh, now you notice. It's a little late, don't you think? Just make sure you understand that you... Huh?
Now's my chance!
Huh. That was weird. I'm not sure. It's as if I suddenly lost...
Strange.
Never mind. It doesn't matter.
So what are you doing in Fontaine?
Well...
Huh?
I don't... But recently...
Maybe you losing...
That is I can't remember if I ever met... It was during that time. She was always quiet and very mysterious. Nobody knew where she came from. One time, because I had awakened it, and traces of it remained on me, she said that all my combat training would be useful in the future.
But what is it?
She never explained that. But my guess is that in my dream, I was in the deepest depths of the sea, and the boundless seabed was all around me. But in front of me appeared a whale that was so massive, I felt like I couldn't breathe.
A whale? Oh, that sounds familiar! When we...
That's just an... It takes that shape because the scene I dreamt of...
So you used the whale as inspiration for one of your... So why don't you just go...
You make it sound so easy. But it's been years now.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm out of leads at this point, but there's nothing more I can do. Oh, seems the time really flies when I'm—
What? More work for the Northland Bank?
No, it's more—
Official champ—
Yep. In Fontaine, before a criminal goes to court, they're given one chance to defend their honor by requesting a duel with an official champion duelist. The champion duelists are all-powerful fighters selected from among the nation's best. And the duel itself is a no-holds-barred fight with no specified stopping point. So engaging in such a duel is regarded as a symbol of defending your honor. If a criminal manages to win the duel, they'll be acquitted. But if they lose, and the worst case, though it's rumored that Fontaine has a death penalty, so really—
So, do many people
Apparently it's exceedingly rare for anyone to actually win. Fontaine probably enacted this system as a way to show that the nation respects the honor of its citizens. Besides, none of the champion duelists are to be trifled with, which is exactly why I was itching to face them as soon as I got to Fontaine. Apparently the one I'm meeting today, Clorend, is the strongest of the champion duelists.
Well, that's child for ya. Paimon feels like we heard that name somewhere before. Clorand. Huh.
Oh, before I forget, I want you to have this.
Huh? Your vision? You're seriously just giving it away?
I'm just worried that it could become uncontrollable again. I'd be pretty upset if it got in the way of my duel, so I think I'll be better off without it for now. Besides, I just need you to hold on to it for a short while. I'll come retrieve it when I have some time later.
Paimon knows what you're up to. You just want an excuse to come talk to us again, don't you?
Whatever gave you that idea? I'll be in touch later.
That sneaky guy. He said he's been feeling down lately, but he seemed the same as ever to Paimon. Well, seems we don't have much to do for now. We might as well walk around and see the city before Lenny's performance. Wow! Who could have seen that coming? The reporter who was barely around for most of the story was the murderer all along! Sorry. Paimon was just surprised, that's all. Whew. The whodunit's here. It's so exciting to reach the moment when the mystery is uncovered, especially in the one Paimon was just reading. You should buy a copy and read it too. Oh, sorry, Lenny said that the Opera House is on Aranias, so let's go ride the Aquabus!
Yeah! Skyward! Scatter! Yeah! Scatter! Yeah! Skyward! Scatter! Yeah! Skyward!
Whoa! Now this is fancy! The Opera Epiclese. What a place to hold a performance! No wonder Lenny and Lynette were looking forward to it. Huh. Looks like there's a lot of people standing around the fountain up ahead.
Oh, Archon, please bless us with a bright and healthy child. We pray.
I don't know why you always feel the need to ask so much. I'll be happy as long as our child is healthy and lives a peaceful life.
I guess if they're our kid, then there's no doubt they'll turn out smart.
Maybe this is one of the customs in Fontaine. There sure are a lot of couples here.
Vache.
What's wrong?
Vache. Vache.
No, Paimon didn't say anything.
Welcome to the Fountain of Lucine. All... Lenny asked me to wait here for you, remember?
Right.
What do you mean? There are...
Hey,
I see. I might be able to tell you something that could help explain the voice you heard. In fact, you might not be imagining things at all.
It's because of his sensitivity to the hydro element? But what would hearing...
When do you cry, Paimon?
Wait, what? What does that have to do with anything?
Just answer me. When do you cry?
When Paimon's really sad? Oh, and when Paimon's super happy. Oh, and also when Paimon's really, really scared.
Then you should understand that tears contain your most intense... Like I just mentioned, the Fountain of Lucine is... So maybe what you heard was the intent...
So, what did the voice say?
Rather than worrying about... Don't let that calm look...
Oh, right. That makes sense. Let's go in and see Linny. I wonder where humans come from.
Skyward! Scatter!
Traveler and Paimon, good to see you. I knew you two would come.
Are you kidding? We wouldn't miss it for the world. We've been looking forward to it.
I can tell, judging by how early you've arrived. But you're actually right on time. The audience... The Opera House has assigned seating, so you always have to make reservations.
Ooh,
Don't mention it. There's no need to keep thanking me.
Hey, Lenny! Could you come over here and take a look?
Oh, I'll be right there. Seems there's an issue with the stage props over there. That's Cal, my assistant, calling me.
Yeah, we'll just go to our seats. You go ahead, Lenny.
Yeah! Skyward! Scatter!
Oh, these should be our seats. Come on, let's sit down. Uh... Hey, Traveler. Maybe we should strike up a conversation with the person next to us. Since we're sitting together and... Oh, you little... Of course you put this on Paimon.
Excuse me, I did not realize you felt awkward. I am terribly sorry. I would be perfectly happy to chat with you if that is what you would like.
Oh, wait, that's not it. Paimon's... Sorry, oh, Paimon's got...
A friend, you say? Well, if Mr. Linney would like to be my friend, I would be more than happy.
Oh, so you're not friends with Linny, then. Nice to meet you. Paimon is Paimon, and this is the Traveler. We just arrived.
It is an honor to meet you, and as required by proper etiquette, I will also introduce myself. I am...
Oh, Monsieur Nervillet. What an honor it is to have you here to...
Ah, Mr. Linney. I should say it is in fact...
Wait.
Hmm? I saw you all chatting just now, but it seems you still don't know who Monsieur Nervillet is. Allow me to introduce you to Fontaine's Chief Justice. That seat is always reserved for him. It wouldn't be too much...
Whoa! Sorry for being so rude just now. Paimon had no idea you were such an important person.
No offense taken. Being Chief Justice is merely what I do for work. Nearly every person has their usual reserved seat, so I'm not so special, really. And by the way, I should probably let you know, even though I would prefer not to. There's someone sitting up there, and I believe she is trying to give you a most elegant and... So I think you should take notice of her sooner rather than later. Otherwise, she may become... flustered.
Huh? Oh, it's Farina, the Hydro Archon. Huh. She sure has a smug and satisfied look on her face. Guess she has no idea that you saw right through her act.
Very good. That is for the best. No need to pay her any more attention. We may now enjoy the show.
Huh? So is this what things are like between the Chief Justice and the Hydro Archon?
All right, please wait just a moment longer. I've pretty much finished my preparations, and the performance will start as soon as the audience has made their way to their seats.
Yay! The show's finally about to start! Paimon can hardly wait! Paimon's never seen a real live magic show before! Oh! They're dimming the lights! The show must be starting! Sorry. Paimon will try to stay quiet.
Welcome, one and all, to the Opera Epiclese. I am the star of today's show, Linny. And over here is my sister, Lynette, who will be working as my wonderful assistant. Please, let's give her a warm welcome.
Hello, everyone.
I know she may seem to be a little sleepy right now, but that's just a sign that she's nervous.
Whatever.
Now, some of you may be thinking, Two vision holders who can freely manipulate elemental powers performing magic is not true magic at all. So, I would like to take a moment to assure you that elemental powers will have nothing to do with what you will witness on the stage today. Both Lynette and myself have removed our visions for the show. That way, even the gods won't...
Oh, good point. That's what makes the show real magic.
Now, without further ado, let the show begin. Lynette will now exit the stage to make some... I know you might miss her, but don't worry. She'll be coming right back on stage momentarily. Perhaps in... Oh, and before I forget, you never know what can happen in the blink of an eye. A magician's greatest skill is making things disappear or appear. The possibilities are endless. Huh? But this isn't what you came for. These little tricks, you've seen them all before. So it's time for something truly extraordinary, don't you think? This one's a little tricky. Using this water tank, I shall make my sister vanish completely, right before your very eyes. It's actually quite simple. She'll just turn into air bubbles and float right out of the top. Oh no! I told them to check all the props carefully. With the lid on, even air can't escape. An amateur magician would be getting very nervous right around now. Luckily, it's me on stage, so let me show you what a true virtuoso can do. Lynette, are you still there? Don't go too far. We don't want to use up all our magic.
Hi, I'm back.
Uh-huh.
If we could see easily through his tricks, then that would mean that his skills are still... To appreciate magic, you should focus on the show happening on stage, rather than getting caught up in trying to see that which...
Guess you're right. Paimon couldn't believe her eyes when Lynette
Thank you everyone. But our magical journey has only... The magic of transformation and disappearance can go far beyond what you've just seen. I'm sure many of you are thinking that escaping the water tank was impressive enough, in which case, I have ample time. So, for my next trick, I will require the participation of one lucky audience. Please, if my assistant... There are 2 boxes, and only 2 boxes. One is here, and one is there in the aisle among the audience. I'm sure many of our clever audience members have already guessed our next magic trick. A swap! Our lucky audience member and I will each enter a magic box. After 1 minute, we will each emerge from the opposite box. Now please, everyone pay very close attention to the box you see here. Don't give me any chance to make a move.
Wow! How's he gonna do this? Hey, do you think this is all magic tricks, or does Lenny have actual superpowers?
The lucky audience member will be generated by this. It selects numbers entirely at random. Even I don't know. Now then, let's begin. Let me see. Oh, row 7, seat 3. Congratulations! You now have the chance to... Please, come forward. My assistant will take you beside the mat. I'm sorry, it might be a little cramped inside, but no need to feel nervous. We've carefully arranged everything for you to be as comfortable as... You don't need to do anything if the magic is interrupted.
Oh, okay.
All right. Before I... Like this. 60, 59, 58. Just keep counting down. You can go a little faster or slower if you like. I won't be able to see anything in the pitch black box, so I'll be relying on your voices to know when time... Oh, and no tricks now. If you quickly count from 60 in just 30 seconds, then I'll be in a tough spot.
Ooh! Paimon kinda wants to count faster after hearing him say that!
No, that won't do. I can see it in your eyes. You still can't be trusted. Come on, repeat after me. 60, 59.
60, 59, 58!
That's right, perfect. Keep it going.
54, 53, 52. Why aren't you counting them?
I am counting in my head. I think things are merely a consequence of my identity and personality. Do not worry about me. Just enjoy.
Oh, all right. You look so serious that Paimon thought you might be feeling uncomfortable or...
40, 39, 38! Mr. Lenny, are you all right in there?
Yes, I'm fine. I'm just double... It would be a disaster.
Even though he's saying that, Lenny doesn't seem nervous at all. What was that noise? Did you hear it too? Not sure. Anyway, it doesn't seem like any...
25! 24! 23! What's wrong, Mr. Lenny? I can still hear you move.
I seem to have accidentally knocked over a decoration.
Never mind the decorations. There's...
No, that's unacceptable. I want my show to be perfect. Don't worry, we still have 20 seconds.
19! 18! 17!
It seems things aren't quite go... It feels like you're all starting to count faster, but that's all right. I know it can be tiring to do such a long... 10 seconds and change is still plenty.
10!
Almost there now. Whew. Swapping two people is harder work than you might think. Even a master magician like me can't guarantee I'll get it right the first time. Hey, wait! Is this the back one? I can't tell. They both look the same inside. Huh? No, that's not it. I'll try again.
7!
Hey, slow down! Honestly!
5! 4! 3!
Whoops! That doesn't count!
0!
Ta-da!
magic to fix...
What happened?
Oh no. Maybe this isn't part of the show. The girl was...
This performance is over. Medical staff with me. Guards, secure the scene and detain all the performers. Seal the exits. No one is allowed in or out.
Yes, that's...
No need to be alarmed, you two. We'll get to the Unfortunately, the person who is in the magic box. Apparently, as of now, we are. And after an initial, it appears that this incident was not merely some and there are many indications.
That's the case that Charlotte mentioned before.
I know the truth. I can see through the whole thing. Really. I say that our powerful magician, Mr. Linney, is now the prime suspect for the serial disappearance.
Huh? Why me?
No. This all occurred during your magic show, now that I think about it. That whole speech about...
That can't be right! Huck, he was in the box on the stage the entire time! We can even hear his voice! Besides, before the show, he told us that he would like to catch the criminal behind the disappearance.
Save discussion for a later time, please. Lady Farina, may I assume that your comments just now constitute an accusation against Mr. Linney and his associates, and that you are pressing charges?
Huh? I just think that he... Well, I think it might be a little early to talk about formally pressing charges.
But what Lady Farina said just now makes perfect sense. Looks like she's gonna personally deliver justice.
A kidnapping and murder carried out under the cover of a magic show. Lady Farina said it all.
I mean, of course, my dear people. But what excites me even more than the obvious truth before our eyes is the... that's right. I mean you, Traveler. You support... Then there's no problem at all. You know, the Traveler and I already had a duel the first time we met. But with Linney's help, our little duel ended in a draw. But draws really are the most boring possible outcome. So, no more draws. Between the two of us, there must be a clear winner and loser. And what better place to hold such a riveting showdown and decide the true victor than here, on the grandest of stages, the Opera Epiclese!
Huh? It wasn't a draw. She obviously lost last time.
I understand. Charges have now been pressed. And, well, Traveler, seems Lady Farina has set you in her sights. But are you willing to act as Mr. Linney's attorney? Very well. The trial will be... Linney and his troop are all potential suspects, and the audience may begin to leave in an orderly fashion once they have been...
A day isn't that long. Let's see what kind of case this...
Linney!
Sorry about everything that happened just now. Were you frightened?
Of course! Who wouldn't be scared after...
Yeah, I'm a little shaken up myself. I know you already claimed that you would defend me, but now it's just us talking. Tell me, do you think I could possibly be the murderer? Good to hear. I'm sure everyone sees... I don't know whether what happened there on the stage was purely an accident or not. As for how that... even a skilled and knowledgeable magician...
Which is precisely why we need to investigate! As this book says... the impossible could not have happened. Whatever happened must have been that which is possible. Paimon bought them when we were reading at the bookshop in the city earlier. Pretty cool, huh? Don't worry, Paimon used her own savings to buy them. It wasn't from our travel funds.
I think they look cute on you, Paimon.
You have good taste, Lynette!
That's the right attitude. Feeling depressed, but with the guards watching our every move, it's going to... Good thing you agreed to be our attorneys.
Yes, thank you so much.
Yeah, just leave it to us. Oh, since we're going to start investigating, Paimon has a question for...
Oh, well...
The secrets behind our magic are past saving, Linney.
I suppose you're right. 'Tis truly... But if revealing... We should go somewhere else if we're going to...
Alright, let's go have a look while the investigation teams are still here. Detective Paimon is on the case! Hello, officer. How's the investigation investigation going.
I see.
Huh?
Come with me and you'll see. The deceased is one of Linny's assistants, named Cal. Even though he hadn't joined the troupe, the assistants are usually in charge of setting up and inspecting the props, as well as assisting with the show and keeping the crowd engaged. As you probably saw when you were in the audience, the water tank suddenly fell and smashed the box with Cowl inside it. This is the real mystery. We've already searched the scene and were unable to find any traces of the girl. However, if you look carefully, the box was positioned directly under the water tank. The ropes holding the tank were then burned by the pyrotechnics on stage. All these factors lining up so perfectly makes, if anything, the more logical explanation is that the whole incident was intentionally planned, and Linny is—
But he doesn't have a motive!
Are you both good friends of his?
Well, you can't say we're good friends, but—
So in just a short time, he was not only able to win your trust, but even— I know there's no such thing as magic. I've seen a lot of cases. And I can tell you that people are the least reliable kind of evidence. Sorry, I tend to be pretty straightforward. Anyway, you may investigate the scene of the crime yourselves if you're curious.
So this is the rope that broke and cut— The rope looks pretty durable. How can it be burned through so quickly by fireworks? Why are you suddenly so serious, Traveler? Whoa. Look! This bit is made from different material! Most of it was burned away, but there's still a little bit of it left. Huh. So if a rope meant to hold something was made with that— Wait! By my— Hello there! What are you—
Oh, this location has also been cordoned off because the Magic Troupe members are currently considered prime suspects. The investigation team is still collecting evidence. The seats were all booked in advance. Sure, it's not like this. Her name is Halsey. Apparently, she wasn't a regular at the Opera House, but she'd been feeling the Magic Troupe members. Simply put, she wasn't related to the Magic Troupe at all. That's how it seems to us, in any case.
Okay then.
No need to be so formal. If you do happen to see the missing girl, please be sure to contact us. It is of utmost importance that we get to the bottom of these disappearances.
The investigation team has some new findings.
See?
Sorry to interrupt, but we're helping Linny and Lynette with their side of the investigation.
You're trying to help them?
Linny used the machine to pick a random member of the audience during his performance. Well, we thought there might be a serious problem with the machine.
It turns out that the seat number it picked wasn't random at all. The machine picks that same number. I'm sure you already know that you have to make a reservation in advance to get a seat, regardless of— In other words, Linny knew who would be—
That much checks out. Linny reserved ours—
Bet you see why I was saying it'd be tough to make a case for Linny.
I see that you're investigating the air. If you find any new...
We don't have too many thoughts yet.
Then why don't I tell you my hypothesis first? The way I see it. And I'll start it with that loud thud.
The thud? Oh, you mean the sound that happened during the countdown?
Yes, exactly. It wasn't terribly loud, but I suspect that most people heard it. It's just that everyone was awaiting the results of Linny's trick with bated breath, so no one paid it much mind. But now that the incident has happened, the thud has become an important clue.
That makes sense. So, what do you make of it?
I'm of the opinion that it may have been the sound of Linny's accomplice. Lynette, perhaps. Jumping atop the water tank, or something like that. And when the pyrotechnics went off, she cut the rope, sending the water tank crashing down.
But wasn't the noise we heard too loud for that?
Perhaps the balance wasn't right, leading to a particularly rough landing. Oh, that's true.
That does remind Paimon.
Lenny's still talking to the guards. It seems he'll have a lot of it. I think someone will be assigned to monitor us later, but...
Whoever the murderer was...
Hey, you! Yes, both of you! Over here! I've been keeping an eye on you for a while now.
Huh? You mean us?
That's right. If I'm not mistaken, you're also among those who wish to cut down the thorns and pursue the truth. No?
Well, you're right on the more about that one, but who are you?
Have you never heard of the Spina di Rosula? From mediating disputes and providing protection to solving conundrums, you name it, Spina di Rosula does it, and I, Navia, have the honor of being its renowned president. Though those who play by our rules call me boss.
I'm Silver, her attendant. Pleased to meet you.
And I'm Melus. Demoiselle's various daily needs and affairs are under my purview.
Huh? Boss? Demoiselle? What gives with the names?
Well, I am the second generation president. Melus and...
My apologies, Demoiselle. Should you prefer, boss, I will endeavor to use that instead.
No need. You don't have to call me boss. Just...
Okay, if you say so. Not that we're members of Spina di Rosula anyway.
All merely That's right. I've always kept an eye on this. Judging from the look of things, I find Linny an unlikely mastermind.
Really? We think so too! That's why we're looking for clues now. But how did...
Intuition, naturally. My unparalleled intuition. Farina sure was quick to point the finger at Linny without any decisive evidence whatsoever, wasn't she? But that's not uncommon for her. Anyway, a trial begins the moment someone levels charges. And, of course, there was no way Farina was going to back down in that situation.
Sounds more like you just don't trust the Hydro Archon.
Well, what's your opinion? I must admit that she can be interesting at times, but liking her doesn't mean that I'll blindly agree with her. All right, I've answered your question. Now, it's time you answer mine.
Wait a minute! Did that answer count?
Well, I say it does. But don't worry, you won't hear any pointless questions from me. In your opinion, do you think it's right to treat a trial like it's an opera?
Well?
And why would that be? See, Silver and...
Most astute of you, demoiselle. No matter how wonderful the script or how fervent the audience's expectations may be, the trials that go on stage here must be based in fact. And if that can be done, boss, then...
All right, that's quite enough, Maloose. Anyway, Now, I need to make some preparations, following which our joint investigation shall commence. You two shall be my assistants.
Wait! Since when did we become assistants?
Oh, well, I can be the assistant, sure. Or your companion, if you like. I'm really not that fussy.
That's more like it.
Far be it from me to brag, but I believe that Demoiselle's intuition will be instrumental in uncovering the truth. You wish to save a friend from false accusations.
You have a point. You're quite the talker, aren't you, mister? And what about you over there? What do you think? You seem like you've got something on your mind.
I have nothing to add.
Oh.
We'll be making some prep...
But no one can freely enter or exit the Opera House at the moment. If you wish to leave, you must register your identity with us first.
No, we're not leaving. We're representing Linny and Lynette as attorneys, so we're investigating the case. Were you always guarding this entrance?
Yes, after the Chief Justice gave the... So, the missing girl couldn't have left from here. I doubt there was much...
How can you be so sure,
Well, because I was in charge of security near the entrance at that time. I couldn't see Linny's performance from here, which was quite a shame. Just my luck. But still, I did not abandon my post, and I stayed put no matter how loud the applause was. If someone had so... We Melazines are good at that sort of thing, you know.
So, it's safe to say the girl couldn't have left through here. Alright, thank you for your help. This'll be useful info. We've checked everything of note here at the performance venue. Paimon wonders how Linny's discussion with the guards is going. Let's go see, shall we? Ooh, things are getting interesting, huh? We're about to see how magic is made.
Understood. Then I will be going with you. Just so you're aware, I will be monitoring your actions and making notes as necessary.
Very good. Thanks for being so agreeable. I'd pull a rose out of my hat as a gift for you if I could.
You may spare the pleasantries. I'm just doing my job.
You've arrived. Who's this?
Me? I'm Spina D. Sorry. And these are my companions. Would you mind if they...
Fine by me.
Oh, new helpers?
Well, let's just say we're tagging along. It's not every day you get to see the secrets behind magic performed on such a large scale.
I appreciate your kind interest. Come with me. We'll be heading below stage.
Huh? Below stage?
Yes, a world of secrets is hidden beneath this magic box, prepared specifically for this switcheroo trick. But before I reveal everything, you should have a look first. Notice anything strange here? I'm not trying to be dramatic. Remembering the details of a trick will help you understand the methods used to perform it more easily.
Huh.
Ah, good eye.
The back? You mean the inside of the door? What's different about it? Paimon
Very good indeed. The back of this door was patterned. Those patterns are now gone, replaced by a smooth wooden board. So, if you put 2 and 2 together, what do you get? Exactly.
Oh, so there was a passageway under the magic box!
I knew you'd figure out. The 2 magic boxes are positioned right above. See this? The box with the lucky audience member in it would be shuttled over to the other side using the trolley.
This trolley can raise and lower and even rotate, ensuring that the box will face in the right direction.
I see. So that's the purpose of the box inside another box.
Precisely. The inner box would descend after the audience member was put inside and be moved along the trolley, all while the outer box would remain on stage as if nothing had ever changed.
So that's how you did it!
Once the box was lowered, the audience member would only be able to feel some slight movements in the dark, and by the time she walked out, she would already be back on stage.
Right! You were talking that whole time, and you even came out for a moment near the end!
Ah, yes. A phonograph operated by Lynette was used to achieve that effect. My assistant and I had already scripted our conversation beforehand. When the countdown began, I had already gone to the opposite box via a tunnel using that ladder.
And what about Lynette? Where was she?
I was in the mezzanine space in the back of the box.
Oh!
That's how we were able to coordinate Linny's lines with the assistant. And, by the way, I was the one who walked out of the box at the end.
I mean, we are twins. All it takes is a change of clothes and no one can tell who's... And that's my...
So that's how it all worked!
Lynette would briefly walk out of the box, and then I walked... But as you saw, Cal was in the box, not our audience.
We really don't know how that happened.
If not for that and yet, to think that someone was able... Could we have a look around? I think we can come up with some more leads.
This is the scene of the crime. So Linny and Lynette are not permitted to stay here. I'll escort them back up.
Yes, of course. No need to be so strict now.
Thanks, everyone.
The floor is wet. Please be careful not to slip.
Speaking of which, why would there be water here?
Oh! Paimon knows! It's one of those tricks where you pour water and here's a broken...
What's this?
Looks like a hook tied to the end of a rope. Huh? There's all kinds of odd...
Perhaps it was a prop for a different trick. But
whatever it is, let's make a note of it first.
Oh, these are the clothes that the lady chosen from the audience was wearing, right? Her clothes are here.
Right. Ugh, this is so good.
It seems someone could fit through here.
Huh. Could this have been the suspect's escape route?
Alone, perhaps. But if they had to pull another person with them, the space would be too narrow.
But there are no other ways in or out of here. Oh, you're right! Let Paimon write that down. Seems we're just about done investigating down here.
Yes. Let's head back up. Well, we've ascertained the state of the crime scene. Let's find a place to sort out our findings once Malus returns. Seems to me that there are several things that don't add up here.
Apologies for the wait, demoiselle.
So, what did the guards say? Did the criminal escape through the vent?
They believe the odds of that are very low, since the vent leads to the Opera House's basement. The guards have checked the area carefully. No one left through the basement during the performance or after the
So the tunnels become like a...
No wonder Farina was so confident in her accusation. All the current evidence points toward Linny and Lynette.
In other words, the charges are very likely to be upheld unless we make some considerable progress.
Charges and then trial. So if...
That's right. This is how a trial goes in the Opera House. During the proceedings, the Chief Justice and the Oratrice will hear statements from both sides. That's right. This is the statements from both sides, the defenses from attorneys, witness testimonies, and even the audience's emotions will all be projected on the Oratrice. To put it simply, it's as if the Oratrice has its own will, and is a judge in its own right.
This also precludes any kind of favoritism on the part of the Chief Justice. And not that this has ever happened anyway.
Once both sides, then, finally, the Oratrice will be consulted by officials. The result it returns is the will of justice itself.
Huh? So that machine is the one that actually decides? Paimon thought Neverlet called the shots.
In practice, there is very little difference. Both have always come to the same judgment. Which is why people have great faith in the Chief Justice. Ah, yes, the guards also asked me to convey that none of us will be allowed to leave this place before the trial.
Huh? Why?
Because we've chosen to act as the twins' proxies. That makes us persons related to the case.
They're concerned that we might be colluding with outside parties, or that we might find outside help to disrupt the case. And even if that were not so, it could prove problematic if we happen to spread key information about the case ahead of time.
I'm ready to break out at any time.
Whoa! There's no need for that! Paimon thinks they have a...
Of course. I just hope...
In that case, let's just sort out our findings together here. Pity. I mean, what better way to
Huh. Breaking out suddenly doesn't seem like such a bad idea. Just kidding! Paimon will still do her best, even if there are no snacks.
What do you mean, no snacks? Of course we'll have some...
Huh?
Understood, demoiselle. Everyone, please come with me.
Wait, you're carrying a portable stove with you?
Yes, I must be prepared to meet the demoiselle's baking needs whenever the fancies strike.
I have eggs, sugar...
Good work, you two. Then I'll get to it. Please sit tight for a moment. You'll get to taste my awesome snacks soon enough.
These three are quite the interesting group. And Paimon thought it smelled good while it was still in the oven! Oh, it's even better now. Paimon can't stop drooling. From the way you had these two guys carrying all that stuff around, Paimon thought thought you'd have them do more during the baking process. But you ended up doing the entire thing by yourself! Beating the egg whites, grinding almonds, everything!
I was applauding.
And I was giving encouraging smiles.
Paimon was just thinking. Aren't you worried about getting your
Well, I don't think it's carved in stone anywhere, that fancy lady. Don't underestimate beating. Anyway, give these a try. Fresh out of the oven. There's 3 for each of us.
Only 3?
Well, eating too many.
Tea is ready to be served as well. No need for
All right then. Down to business. As Paimon mentioned previously, the tunnel seems to be something of a secret chamber. However, we can assume that Linny and Lynette were not alone within it. Some criminal also occupied its sealed confines. The magician twins could have committed the crimes, of course, but they lack any logical motive.
Exactly! Why would they do such a thing right when everyone was watching?
The flower vase and the thud we heard during the performance could indicate some altercation between Halsey and the criminal in the tunnel, resulting in the shattering of the vase, the discarding of her clothes, and her abduction. Perhaps the criminal thought that since she was—
Paimon thinks that makes sense.
True. But—
Could Halsey have seen—
That's right. And even if she had tampered with the set, nor does she have any—
From the sound of things, your macarons are amazing though, Navia. They smell great! They're nice and crisp and super sweet!
They are my specialty after all. And I see you've already had 5 of them.
What? 5? Oh, that can't be right. Paimon only counted 3, honest!
Please don't worry about it. At my age, a few less sweets might actually be a good thing.
No. Being greedy is one thing, but Paimon knows how to count. Besides, Paimon knows that if she ate too many, then others wouldn't have enough. Wait, even you don't believe Paimon? If Paimon ate those 2 extra macarons, then may they turn into stone in her stomach!
All right, we get. Malus, set up the stove again, if you would.
Huh?
Making sure everyone gets 3 macarons, of course.
Exactly. We don't want—
As you wish, demoiselle.
And I have the egg, sugar, and almonds.
Well, this really is your hobby.
Well, that's it for snack time. I'm going to have another look around the area. I don't know what we're looking for yet, but we've still got some time. As attorneys, I suggest the 2 of you think the case over again. It would be awkward if you got all tongue-tied on stage during the trial.
All right, thanks for your help, and for the snacks.
It was nothing. A small task for the Spina di Rosula. Silver, Malus, it's time to go. I'll be back if I find it.
All right, it's time to put our heads together. We've got to get our defense ready for the trial. Oh, it's probably gonna be a long and difficult case. There's no point in worrying about that now. We just need to prepare. Here.
Yeah! Scatter!
What do we do? The whole situation is so confusing. Good plan.
Just relax. Even if everyone else is besides, I doubt Farina understands any more about what happened than we do.
Thanks, Navia. Well, we'll be going then.
Best of luck to you.
Ah, finally, you're back. Well, how did your investigation go?
To be honest, you might be disappointed.
No. We're already very grateful that—
Well now, don't you all look disappointed? Don't tell me that that was to be expected, of course. But don't let that stop you. I shall be terribly—
Since both parties are present, I declare that the trial— Firstly, in order for the audience to understand the causes and results of the—
Yes, of course. I will
Thank you, Mr. Linney. In that case, I take your statement to be that you ran to and remained hidden within the magic box in the audience stands once the trick began, and thus could not have committed the crime. Is this correct?
Yes, that's correct, Your Honor.
In that case, I call upon the prosecution. Lady Farina, do you wish to refute his statement in any way?
Why, of course I do. Allow me to take the first shot and break this case wide open. Mr. Linney is clearly lying. There is no way you could have been in the box the whole time if you were to abduct Halsey and murder Cowell. In fact, I'd say you were hardly in that tunnel at all.
That is simply your hypothesis based on the presumption that I'm guilty.
Oh, is that so? And if I may ask, what did you hear while you were inside your box?
The roaring countdown of the crowd, of course. That's how I kept track of the time and built anticipation for the finale.
And you didn't hear anything else at all? Nothing that might leave an impression of any kind?
No, nothing.
I see. But when the count reached 30 seconds or so, there was a thud. One so loud that I believe practically everyone heard it.
Huh?
Hey, hang on. Something's not right here.
Yeah, I'm sure he could have heard a noise that loud.
I was right by the box, and I definitely heard the thud.
Look at those scales. Could those mean...
Well, of course, I have armed myself to do far more than smash your alibi. Confidence cannot go unfounded, and Tell me.
The House of the Hearth?
No wonder they did something like this.
So the serial disappearance...
I've got a feeling that what...
That's irrelevant. Our identities have nothing to do with what...
Indeed. Then perhaps you could tell us if your first priority is to prove yourself innocent after all. I'm sure there is little that needs to be kept secret now. Unless your script already has holes in it. The Outlander is speechless. My, oh my, don't they look flabbergasted? Now comes the infighting and discord, I suppose. Oh, good thing I made all those preparations. Seems the all-nighter I pulled last night is really paying off.
Hey, Linny, why didn't you tell...
Order! First, when are these claims true? Please answer my...
I'm sorry. Yes, there...
I knew it!
Well, that's it. We might as well move on to the center.
What should we do now?
Granted. In that case, what is your request?
Is that really necessary?
The defendant deceived their own attorneys.
Order! Order, Your request is reasonable.
So you would stick to Mr. Linney's defense even after knowing what you do now? You certainly have more in that case.
Well, this is awkward. I'm sorry, Traveler and Paimon.
Yeah, sorry.
Paimon does no. We based our entire reasoning on the assumption that you not to set the wrong tone or anything.
I'm very sorry. I know you've clashed with the Vatui several times before. I wouldn't be surprised if just hearing the word is enough to make. But our organization is very, very large, and the Harbingers have very different personalities and goals.
Right now, we want to save people. As many as we can.
That's right. I knew if it weren't for our respect. That's why I didn't wish to flat out lie to you, but chose to hide some The truth is very important, but being completely transparent about everything would see us spending more effort than we need to. Right. So, you be the judge. Heck, if I were you, I fear that I'd even struggle to trust me at this point. You met a Fatus who works as a magician, a trickster by trade. All by coincidence, too. But still, I'm asking you to trust me. I am no criminal. At least, not in this case.
Sorry. Please forgive us.
Well, you both say that, but... Right, let's hear your answer.
Of course. I'll answer it. We've been trying to find out how the Oratrice operates. We want to know why it has a consciousness. Why can it deliver sentences accurately? During our investigations, we learned that the machine's core is beneath it. From that moment on, Lynette and I have been designing this box swap trick, with the objective of getting close to the core.
Is that why you needed a whole minute?
That's right. In truth, the audience would take about 75 seconds to count down from 60, while I would only need 15 to get to the opposite box. So, after jumping into the tunnel, I accessed the Opera House basement via the vent, and went to investigate the room in which the core is stored.
That air vent was created during the
Well, what should have been that voice seemed to recognize on the way back. After that,
Well, that explains why you didn't hear the thud.
Because of that prophecy I told you about, of course.
That's the only way we can save everyone.
So, there you have it. The whole truth. It was never my... But, like I said...
Well, Traveler, you decide. Paimon will follow your lead however you choose.
Okay. Thank you.
Thanks for giving us a chance.
The current problem is that the scales are tipped pretty badly against you two. If we want to refute the Hydro Archon's accusation... Huh? Oh, Paimon thinks she gets what you mean.
Both parties have returned to their positions. Let us continue the trial. When last we left off, Mr. Linney acknowledged the new evidence presented by Lady Farina as fact. Therefore, Lady Farina may continue stating her
That took long at this stage. Let's revisit that scene from Linney's perspective. countdown began, he entered the tunnel. When the flatbed trolley passed, he opened the box and got into an altercation with Halsey, which caused the loud thud. He did not realize that the sound could be heard by everyone in the opera house, which is why he claimed earlier that he could not hear the sound. Finally, he used the vase to knock her out, before making her change clothes to prevent others from recognizing her. At this time, Cowell arrived in the tunnel, having heard that strange noise, and caught Linny red-handed. So Linny proceeded to knock him out too before stuffing him into that box. Afterward, Linny passed the unconscious Halsey to his accomplice through the magic box in the audience stand. And there you have it. That's the truth.
Does the defendant's side have any
The key to refuting Lady Farina is the order. Hmm. According to Linny, Linny went to the Linny did not take part in the underground altercation.
Attention! Ace Detective when the countdown started, but he immediately used a... Once he reached the crime scene! Finally, he reached... Paimon did it! Paimon actually managed to say all that! Oh, wasn't it awesome?
In other words, you believe that he knew nothing of the incident?
That's right!
My reasoning?
If that's the case, then if Cowell hadn't entered the tunnel, who was the entire setup meant to kill? Assuming that what you say is true, Linny only needed to kidnap the young girl to cause a new disappearance case. What would the point of killing someone on stage be?
Oh.
That's right, you tell him! And that's why the... Well, your denial is very... Of course I do. If he had been in the magic box the whole time, how could he have not heard that sound? Why do you ask? You're saying that he wasn't?
That's right! Linny wasn't in the box or in the tunnel. This means that when the crime happened, Linny, the same clue you used to disprove his alibi,
To think you'd use such logic. Well then, if it wasn't Linny who committed the crimes, then who was it?
The deceased's name is Cowell, Linny's assistant.
Huh? That can't be right. The killer was, in fact, Cowell, the deceased!
Oh, is that so?
What I must do next is recreate the truth. what Cowell did, and how he went from would-be perpetrator to victim. The sound we heard may have come from Halsey's clothing was in the tunnel, so there must have been... No one entered or left the It would have been tough for both people to fit into that. Halsey's clothing was in the tunnel. The deceased's name is... Halsey's clothing was in the tunnel, so there... No one entered or left the opera house. It would have been tough for both people to fit into that. The sound we heard may have come from a clash between the mist... No one entered or left the opera house through its entrances. So, the sound we heard may have come from a... Linny was not in the tunnel at that moment, which gave... No one entered or... No one entered or left the It would have been tough for both people to fit into that vent. Linny was not in the tunnel at that moment. Linny was not in the tunnel. It would have been tough for both people to...
What's wrong, Traveler? Are you still having trouble figuring things out?
I see how it is. So this was all just a bluff. And here I thought you had something to show for it. But it seems you're still far from the truth.
Look, since we're at a dead end, why not consider a different track? Just like the trick as it transpired, the end result must have been utterly different from the magician's and if only we...
Well, that would be nice, but the tunnel only has 3 exits. And it's not like this is a magic trick where you can just make a real life...
If the defense is unable to make further effective arguments, we will move on to the next stage of the trial.
Linny was not in the tunnel at that moment. The sound we heard may have come from... The deceased's name is Cowell. The vase was not broken by chance. It was used to cover important evidence. The water! It would have been tough for both... Halsey's clothing was in the tunnel. No one entered or left the opera house. The vase was not broken by...
Paimon gets it! Lynette escaped from the water. If there's a...
How could a person ever... Magic tricks...
Even so, the truth must be out there somewhere. Perhaps some new line of reasoning may open if we try to gather all the focal points that don't make sense. Since Cal was the deceased, we haven't placed much attention on him. But given that we aren't making much progress with the case, it wouldn't hurt to have a look at his belongings.
People really do come up with all sorts of harebrained schemes when at the end of the...
Nevertheless, I believe that this is a reasonable request on the part of an attorney. Since the trial does indeed appear to be... Guards, please...
We are still examining the items, but we have already made critical progress that we discovered several test tubes of fluid within Cowell's bag. The notebook in his backpack claims that these fluids are the primordials. The note's contents also indicate that Cowell belonged to an organization that sells illegal drugs and that he had the notebook has many. One of these tubes was labeled Opera Epiclese, along with yesterday's date. The notes also state that these dissolution properties work As such, we believe that—
You've got to be kidding! People dissolving—
Could something so ridiculous actually be true?
Wait a moment. This reminds me of a certain prophecy, but it's just a coincidence, isn't it?
Huh. If people can become water, does that mean that the water tank's real use was as a means to hide water stains? And if Cowell was targeting that girl— Wait just a minute. Could that mean— You two, with me, quick!
Demoiselle, wait! What about your partners?
Let's go. Just trust me.
Order! Still, guards, please continue examining the items along these lines. Mr. Linney, it appears your hypothesis is supported by the evidence, so please continue speaking.
Of course. Thank you, Your Honor. If we uphold this hypothesis—
Right! Like the metal hood! Let's think about this. Cowell's methods must have something to do with that water from the primordials.
The deceased's name is Cowell. Now it seems like the hook rope was not meant for another magic trick. The water from the primordial— The rope that held the water tank— I remember there was something else with— Lynette was in the magic box. I remember there was—
It's Ace Detective Paimon's time to shine again! In the original plan, Cowell would tamper with the water tank rope, and the number— When the magic box containing Halsey was lowered, the metal hook would retract gradually and pierce the balloon at the top of the box. When the balloon attached to the box popped, the water from the primordial seed inside it would pour down and dissolve Halsey. Afterward, Cowell would enter the tunnel and break the flower vase to conceal the water inside the tunnel, with the remaining evidence being covered up by the water tank on stage. But he encountered something unexpected in the tunnel, and wound up being fatally hit by the same water tank he meant to use to—
Huh. That actually links together a lot of the more confusing pieces of—
Oh dear, what do I do? Even I—
Now, it seems like his notes mentioned he—
On that note, the guards have just— I shall now invite him on—
Thank you, Your Honor. We were just in— And we found an identical sample of the water from the primordial sea among Linny's personal effects.
What?
That can't be.
Does this not clear, my dear citizens, my loyal— Linny did not need to take part in the having made modification, but upon his— Ultimately, he— Now, as much as I regret having come to— Am I right, Mr. Lin?
We've used up all the evidence we collect. Is this the end of—
Oh no!
I believe this is indeed the finale! Now then, my good, noble Chief Justice.
Excuse me, everyone, but
Miss, I must ask you not—
Oh, come on. Don't be hasty. I have a good reason for interrupting you. I'll show you an amazing trick. One that can bring a young woman who has disappeared back in the flesh, right before your very eyes. What in the world?
No offense, miss, but miracles like that are beyond my scope as a magician.
Come on now, don't be silly. But once everyone believes the illusion, can't magic reveal the truth to them once? And wouldn't such a trick be the most marvelous finale to today's performance? Come on, Lenny and Lynette, give it another go. Don't worry. Spina di Rasula has made the cut as the magic makers and stars of the show.
I understand.
And voila!
Sorry for the interruption.
Wait, isn't that Halsey?
To be clear, I was hiding outside. I was just feeling happy.
That'll teach you to underestimate us three.
Where should I begin? I'm sorry. I'm the one who killed Cowl. I admit it.
What? Why?
Firstly, my name isn't Halsey. It's Lillian, and I'm originally from Mondstadt. I heard that Linny's show was gonna be a real thriller, but I missed the chance to buy a ticket, so I stole one. That's how I make a living. I steal stuff here and there, and I'd never been caught before. But I was noticed at the harbor a few days ago, and I barely got away. Linny was the one who caught me in the act.
Hey, no wonder you look familiar. So you were the thief. Liddy even mentioned that you were pretty skilled.
Well, and I thought that would have been the end of it, but then the number selector chose me. He even mentioned the Fortress of Meripede. That's a prison, isn't it? So you can imagine how shocked I was. I thought he was onto me for sure. So I played along with the show while looking for an opening to flee, but then I got water poured on me for no reason, and then someone jumped into the tunnel to nab me. I wasn't going to take that lying down, so I knocked him out and stuffed him into the box. There was nowhere to run from there, though, so I had to change my clothes and hide in a box containing performance costumes. I slipped out after the first guard arrived at the scene and continued—
Can a person even hide in there?
But I swear I didn't know that the water tank would fall down. Really, I swear it. Had I known that, I wouldn't have put him in the magic box. I may be a thief, but I'm no killer.
Well, that makes everything pretty clear now, doesn't it?
This time, we need to tell the entire story. The strange sound wasn't from a fight. The flower vase. Lillian was afraid.
And it's Ace Detective Paimon time! Having been selected out of her panic-only intent, hearing the commotion, Cowl, he did not know that mistakenly believing that the water from the primordial sea needed time to take effect, he tried to force Lillian back into the box. The two broke the flower vase during the struggle, but Lillian came out on top, knocking Cowl out and putting him in the box. With no way of escaping, she changed her clothes and hid in the costume trunk until the performance ended. She knew that she would have to go through guard inspection if she tried to leave afterward. So, she has been trapped in the Opera House these last 2 days.
She had already become desperately hungry by the time we were chatting over macarons. So, she swiped 2 of them right under our noses. Talk about a sneaky thief.
At this point, all the events that happened in the tunnel have now come to light.
Ah, so that's the whole story.
Bravo!
Now then, Lady Farina, do you wish to speak against the defense's statements? Please answer the question, Lady Farina. Also, if I may add, the trial has not yet ended. As such...
What? Are you reading my mind now? No, I have no further argument.
Wow, look at that! She's like a deflated balloon now.
If there are no objections, then as the Chief Justice of Fontaine, I shall once again repeat the full sequence of events. The actual perpetrator of the serial disappearances, Cowell, with some modifications to to cover up any evidence while committing. He also tampered with the rope suspending the water tank, using the fireworks at the end of he poured the water. Finally, he passed the prepared hook on a rope through the gap in the magic box's door. When the magic trick officially began, the box containing the woman was lowered into the tunnel, tightening the hook rope and bursting the balloon containing the water. If all had gone to plan, the young woman would be dissolved at this time. However, Lillian was not from Fontaine, and thus fled the box with a loud noise. Realizing that there was trouble, Cowell entered the tunnel and met Lillian, thinking that the waters had not yet taken effect. However, his opponent was more capable than he thought, and he was overcome, knocked unconscious, and placed into the magic box. And Lillian, according to her own statement. As for Linny, he was in the underground structures within the Opera House, and was thus ignorant of these. From this reconstruction of... While there is much in Linny and Lillian's conduct that should still be investigated separately, this case, at least, can be handed over to the Oratrice to make the final decision. As such, Linny and Lynette are officially declared not guilty.
Victory for Ace Detective Paimon!
Great work, partners.
Thank you all. Thank you so much.
Next, I think we deserve... How did you find the water from the primordial sea?
Right! Your discovery caused me to make a serious mistake, you know. Or was that not a discovery, but false evidence that you dare to bring before this court?
I suspect that the accomplice mentioned in Cowell's notes was not Linny, but you, yes? I'm sure you know what you must do to lessen your sentence.
Speak quickly! Unless you want to earn yourself a one-way ticket to Coupon Town.
I was just following orders. We were supposed to place blame for the serial disappearances onto Linny, and thus cause suspicion to fall on the Fatui. The higher-ups said this was the best opportunity to do so.
And now that your plan has fallen through, and the secrets of the water have been revealed, you have become a liability to said higher-ups, yes? Therefore, you would be wise to tell everything you know, and seek the protection of the guards.
Yes, I'll tell you everything I know. Our boss discovered that the water can also be made into a potion, which when we've been in this...
What?
Now he can no longer talk.
Such ruthlessness. I shouldn't have expected any less of—
An outrage. All present, please submit to inspection immediately.
So, we're just going back now? That's true.
Traveler, Paimon, please wait.
Lenny.
I know you may not want to speak to me right now, but still, let me thank you again for defending me to the end, even after you learned that I'm a member of the Fatui. I guess I didn't approach you with any ulterior motives or ill intent. I've spoken to you as myself, just plain. As for why I'm a Fatus, it's because the goals of the House of the Hearth align with that was how Father, who you might know as the Knave—
The knave? The one who can—
That's right. And so back when our parents— to survive, I took to surreptitiously observing an older street performer who did magic. It took me several days to figure out how— I took my sister through several streets until we found a crowded corner. To my surprise, before long, an aristocrat—
So you went from orphans—
That was how we felt it, but he would constantly take me to all sorts of banquets to garner attention, which he would then use to expand his social circles.
That doesn't seem too bad either. Better than roaming the streets at any rate.
After one particular— I waited a long time after we returned home, but she did not come back. I went to that noble's bedroom and asked him about her whereabouts. The answer he gave me was, she caught the eye of the most eminent—
Oh no.
As far as outsiders are concerned, this is a relationship akin to adoption. I managed to fare— All I saw was—
So—
That's right. Father, I mean, the Knave, might have seen— The House of the Hearth welcomes you, for your interests align with ours. Here, none will ever betray— I was hesitant to trust her. I mean, but she was also quick to destroy the noble who had taken—
Oh, so that's—
She has gained permission from the Serene—
So,
That's right. The whole House of the Hearth is currently working to combat that crisis. Today's case has also proven that people from Fontaine can indeed dissolve into some sort of water. Thus, for everyone at Hotel Bouffe d'été, including the Knave, has their roots in Fontaine. To us orphans,
So, from smell—
it's all right. I understand. I just hope you can understand that if you should need anything at all in the future—
Bye, Lenny!
Yeah! Skyward!
Hey there. What was with the disappearing act you pulled right as the trial ended?
Were you looking for us?
Well, this whole thing isn't exactly over, is it? I do feel that we're getting closer to solving the serial disappearances case, though. Huh? What's wrong, my dear partner?
Besides! And given—
Ah, I see. Sorry.
Don't say that now.
Aw, and we were having so much fun investigating with you, too. It was like having new waters flowing into a sorry about that. Wait, shall we have—
Huh?
Well, anyway, it would just be a meal, so it shouldn't take up too much of your time.
You don't have to twist Paimon's arm, if possible.
Oh, wonderful.
All right, then.
Peace prevails throughout the land, and all things are made new, as buds in the spring. This is an auspicious era for humanity.
Yeah! Skyward! Scatter! Yeah! Skyward!
Ad Astra Abyssal.
Yeah! Skyward! Scatter!
I came here several times with my father when I was little, but stopped eating here as often after growing up. I hope the food here will—
Oh, don't worry!
In that case—
Ooh, everything looks so good!
Why, of course! Go ahead, try whatever you like. If the food—
And if it—
Well,
You, sure have your own way of doing things. Oh, we called this a farewell meal, but we could also treat it like a victory feast, right? We did—
Oh, true. Very true.
Huh? Paimon didn't mean that you had to order even more food. Speaking of cases, do you think that the mastermind behind this—
Well, we've certainly taken a big step forward, but—
If it hadn't happened right in front of us?
Right? Yet it was because— In such investigations, even the smallest step, to be honest, I don't have high hopes for any follow-up that the authorities might conduct. It's not that I don't have faith in their ability. It's just, it's easy to go, which is exactly why the Spina di those highfalutin folk are not all-knowing. That's why we exist. To seep into the cracks where filth falls through. It's all right. Let's talk about something else. Like,
That's true.
I see. I've heard that there's a long line—
Yeah.
Well,
Guess that's—
well, one way would be to infiltrate a performance troupe at the Opera House, only to abandon your act. I'm sure Lady Farina would— All right, I can personally testify that this one works. When—
That might work.
Ah, valid point. All right, no more joking around. Perhaps you could— Oh, I don't know. Cut the line when she's on a break. You did defeat her in court, clearing citizens of hers from false accusations. False accusations she had nearly upheld personally. I imagine that she feels quite ashamed about the whole thing.
You mean that if we catch her while she's on a break, she might be too embarrassed to refuse? Oh, that does make some sense. might give it a try up.
Huh?
Was...
No, it's...
Alright. Honestly...
Is that so? Huh. If we're all finished eating, then I'll...
Yeah, we're... Oh, so full. Paimon can barely float anymore. Can't you see Paimon's barely an inch off the ground?
Okay. As for expect...
Hey, Navia! What are you...
Oh, nothing. It was just a meal, you know? Nothing to Spina di Roast. So this is goodbye, huh? Well, if you do encounter any other trouble in Fontaine... in any case...
See ya! People around anymore. Looks like that boat we took to Araneas might have been the last one.
Vache.
Looks like we're back here again. Huh? Traveler? Are you hearing voices again? Ugh. That's kinda spooky. Are you sure we don't want to come back in the morning?
Vache?
Hey, why are you still walking towards it? There might be something nasty in the water! Huh? Hang on. Paimon can kinda hear a voice. It's calling for... Vache, right? Hey, Traveler? Stop walking! Come on, wake up!
Vache, are you... my dear Vache? No, wait. You seem to be someone else. Do you know Vache? Wait, my memories feel like they have been washed away like a flood. How much have I lost? How many things that I once held dear while on land have I... Yes, that is what I was. I do not know how I came to be. No matter where I... But now... No! The thought of me gives him no... If you meet Vache, perhaps that is so. As I was submerged in the waters, losing consciousness, I saw Vache above the surface. His eyes were filled with such sorrow, such longing. If only I could have comforted him. Told him that I did... Is that what you call it? Dissolving? If anything, I consider it a form of release. It was a state of neither fear nor... I could also liken it to being a thirsty person who drinks water for the first time. I think I hear your companion. It's time for you to go, I think. Farewell, then. I am glad that you were able to sense my presence. Remember, if you see Vache, tell him not to seek me out any longer.
Wake up! Come on, hurry! Navia's outnumbered!
Demoiselle, look out!
Dear God, it's a whole army of Gardamex. Chlorand?
chance! I should thank you for lending us your sword there, Clorand. But before I do so, could you explain how you managed to show up here?
I followed you. It seemed to me that danger has followed you more closely as of late.
I believe that following someone without their knowledge is actually called stalking, is it not?
Mr. Callus's last wish was for me to ensure your safety, and I will not betray his trust. He would do the same, were he alive today.
Do not speak of my father!
Sorry, demoiselle. I was not...
Thank you for your aid, Miss Clorand, but do keep an eye out for your manner of speech. I believe we all wish to avoid unnecessary emotional harm.
Sorry, I did not consider your feelings.
Whatever. What else do you know? How did you come to the conclusion that I'd be in grave danger?
I doubt I know much more than you, but I believe that the mastermind behind the serial disappearances is very powerful. Your performance tonight will almost certainly attract their...
And what about...
None of these mecha. I can only conclude that some powerful or wealthy party must have obtained them via illegal means, deploying them as a private force of sorts.
What? Your point being that they're out of Spina di Rosula's league, then?
Yes. Be careful, and do not act rashly.
I will continue investigating, no matter what. Regardless...
I do...
Right. I suppose that's the best news we've...
Demoiselle, I believe that Miss Clorand was being sincere with you.
I know, I just... She's...
Oh, thank goodness! Paimon thought we were done for! Those Gardamex came out of nowhere while you were unconscious. Oh, and there was that champion duelist named Clorand who came out to save us too! We got...
Oh, come now. Forget all that as such.
It will take 50...
If it were me, I would have joined the Spina di Rosula on account of her goodwill long ago.
All right, you...
Actually, Navia, how did you know that we were in danger?
Well, to be honest, you're the one who tipped us off, Paimon.
Huh? Really?
Yes. All thanks to you grabbing my drink. After we parted ways, I was on the way back to one of that the Fanta tasted kind of salty and icky. Fanta only comes in sweet flavors, so how could it have tasted salty? The color of the drink, if I recall, had also been a bit off.
So the Fanta had been spiked with water from the primordial sea?
Yes. So, if you hadn't drunk that cup for me...
Spina di Rosula is preparing the grandest of awards for...
Huh! Really?
I sent people to Hotel de Boer to investigate. That's when I figured out that you might be in danger.
What? Why would they go after...
Well, you did foil... Speaking of which...
Well, it can't be a coincidence. Oh, and this time Paimon heard it too! But does that mean...
That doesn't sound like too much of a bad...
New intel?
Well, let's hear... Oh. Vache. That name doesn't ring a bell. I suppose he hasn't stepped forward as a witness in court lately. Since he saw that young woman dissolve, he was at least... But he never gave testimony. Yes, thank you. Oh, you mean you'll...
Well, you did say that our farewell meal didn't really count. That means... And besides, we're in this now whether we like it or not. You're not gonna let those people who targeted us get off the hook, so...
Demoiselle, do try not to look quite so
You talk too much. Well, in that case, we also have some plans to go over.
Don't worry, you two. With us around, our
Yeah! Skyward!
Hit! It's right up ahead, but let's make sure we weren't followed first.
I've been keeping watch, Demoiselle. I haven't spotted anyone suspicious thus far.
Very good. But let's not let our guard down for now.
I shall find rooms for our respected guests.
Thank you, Malus. Now, let's continue, Traveler. Yeah.
Yeah! Skyward! Scatter! Skyward! Scatter! Yeah! Scatter!
So, this is your base? It's not quite what Paimon imagined.
Your accommodations have been arranged. Under the present circumstances, I can confidently say it's the best we have.
After all, we don't allow illegal or unethical profiteering. In fact, our funds often come from citizenry who support us.
Seems like it's tough times for everyone. But if you have the support of the people, that does sound like it's worth it.
To be honest, our financial situation was a lot better back when my father was in charge a few years ago. I'm afraid I'm not quite his equal.
Your father...
Demoiselle, if you'll allow me to explain.
No. I'll explain it myself. I suppose I couldn't run from this topic forever. And as partners, this is something I hope they can understand. My father's name is Callus. Yes, the same one they call Callus the Unfaithful in the streets. 3 years ago, he was accused of murdering his own friend. But he chose a duel to defend his honor instead of standing trial. He died in the duelist's ring.
Oh no.
But I do not believe my father was a murderer. I'm sure he was set up. At the time, I believed that if he only stood trial and was duly investigated, something amiss would crop up and prove his innocence. But strangely, he not only requested the duel himself, but rumor has it that even after being seriously injured, to the point where he could be deemed as having lost the duel, he refused to surrender, determined to die in the arena. 3 years later, I still don't understand why he did that. How could he protect his honor if he's dead? If anything, he gave up the closest piece of info I have, is that my father had been investigating the serial disappearance. That's right. I've also tried to, however, I believe I must know what really happened. If only he'd been more open with me when he was still alive. He even hid the fact that, and now, here I am investigating.
Demoiselle.
I also will never believe that Master Callus murdered anyone. Master Callus did so. Even our supporters decreased greatly due to that incident, hence our strained finances at present.
Wait, if Callus Callus was such a good man, wouldn't people at least be a little suspicious when he was accused?
No. Perhaps people just revel in that kind of drama. It's not something exclusive to people from Fontaine, really. Everyone's like that. People love watching the evil turn over a new leaf, but they also enjoy watching good people fall into an abyss from one slip-up just as much.
But how could... never mind. If Callus was really falsely accused, we have to find the truth. He didn't deserve to have that happen to him.
There is one other thing. Master Callus's opponent in the duel was Ms. Clorand.
Oh, her? Well, then, isn't... yeah, that's not the...
Ms. Clorand, she knew Master Callus beforehand, and great there was...
It's not that I don't understand her at all, but I just can't deal with this yet.
Don't worry, Navia. Paimon knows how you feel. You don't have...
Afterward, Ms. Clorand... Yes, that is our understanding.
All right. Anyway, that's the... thanks. You two should go and rest. This was quite a day after...
Yeah!
Please, relax and get some sleep. Whether it be responsibility, this won't do.
Paimon slept so well. This place feels almost too safe. Huh? Navia? Where did the other two go?
I sent them back to Poisson. It's Spina de Rosula's place of origin, and where we have our headquarters. There's not much for them to do here at the moment.
Paimon gets the feeling that you're just trying to get them off your back. But...
No, I just returned after going out for a while.
Wait!
How could I after having such critical new evidence appear?
Guess Paimon wasn't speaking for everyone just now, huh?
Unfortunately, this name seems to have... I suspect that those behind this have already taken steps to hinder an investigation from this angle. But that does prove that this Vacher person is a key witness in the incident.
Does that mean we're too late, though?
No. There is one ray of hope. One place in Fontaine that they would find almost impossible to threaten, no matter how much they wanted to. And that is the archives kept by Chief Justice Neuvillette. A place where detailed files on all the cases in recent years are kept. If the Oceanid you met is one of the young women who went missing recently, we should be able to find some related information there.
So Neuvillette maintains an archive of case files? Whew. Guess that's the hard-working Chief Justice for you. In that case, let's go talk to him, shall we?
No, it's... The Palais is right up ahead. Come on.
Please state your business here. The Chief Justice is presently occupied with official matters.
Huh. This place does look pretty heavily guarded. Guess that proves that...
Hey, don't you recognize us?
Huh? Who are you? Just to be clear, I don't care who you are or who you might be related to. Our rules make no exceptions.
See? They've got great discipline, too.
Yep. Paimon can tell.
If you're here just to crack jokes, I can point you towards the exit. Unlike some, we're busy, so...
No. What I meant to say is...
Oh, yes, I remember. I read it.
We're here today to report and archive some information.
Huh. Is that even a thing?
Of course. Don't worry. We're here on official business. You can trust us.
All right then, I'll let you through. The Chief
Thanks.
Please come in.
Sorry to barge in, Monsieur Nervalet. We only lied to get in because we didn't know any other way.
It's all right. Please let me know how I may be of assistance to you.
So you're not mad at us?
We're looking for a man called Vacher. He may—
Ah, I see.
Who knew that Nervalet would be so easy to talk to?
Unfortunately, I'm quite certain that no one by the name of Vacher has been involved in any case, criminal or civil, in the past several years. There are no records of him either in the files or in my memory.
Traveler, what—
Is that so? All right then.
Ahem. Miss Navia, I can understand how you feel. Your father, Callus, was a
And what? Are you trying to console me? Extend your sympathy? Or just express some tendril of regret? No. You are not trying to do any of that. I can hear it in your voice. There's no emotion behind your words. You only said those things because you felt like you— It's just like last time. You even told me then that you thought there was something fishy with the case, yet in your eyes, the value of a human— If you truly regret my father's death, then why didn't you give me the power to stop him? Everything was hate. There are still— If you really have no heart, then just look me in the eyes. I, Navia, will show you the true meaning of regret.
I'm sorry, Miss—
You and my father are truly alike. It's not so much that you— Oh well. My apologies for taking my emotions out on you, Monsieur Chief Justice. Let's go, Traveler and Paimon.
Navia—
I'm fine.
You're right. Wasn't it still sunny when—
Now that I think of it, on the day my father was convicted of murder, it was—
What is it? Did you think of something?
Yeah, he was outside. It was uncovered and the rain could fall there. Wow, that thought has occurred to us before. We've even expanded the search area to try to account for that, but didn't find anything of value. Oh? Wait.
So you're saying that the true murderer could have been turned into water and then got washed away with the rain? Yeah. And if that's what had happened, then no one would have believed your dad, even if he explained what he saw to the authorities.
I really think I found a true genius for a partner. You're completely right. How did I not connect the dots earlier? All right, let's go to Poisson. With this new lead in mind—
Yeah, we're gonna make progress for sure.
Do you want to go with me now? Or do you want to head over by— Great.
Yeah! Got him!
Whoa! What a huge ship!
There's no need to— My father was the one who asked. A gigantic and glamorous ship embodies discovery, opportunity, ambition, and conquest. It symbolizes Spina di Rosula's bright...
And Paimon thought you were bluffing when you... Paimon was confused why But now that Paimon has seen this ship for herself...
Well, Poisson is where Spina di Rosula began, after all. It's our main base, our home.
Yeah! Skyward! Scatter! Watch where you're going. You get hit by my rescue. It's your own dog.
Hit!
Skyward!
Maloose, we're back!
Apologies for the wait, demoiselle, and you said before that you still had some business at the court.
About that. You still remember, right, Maloose?
Yes, the case was quite similar to that of Mr. Linney's. Both were...
Could you tell us a bit more about what happened before?
Yeah, of course. Many years ago, something called synth began to gain popularity in Poisson. At a glance, it was a kind of drink that could excite your mood and produce many pleasant hallucinations.
Wait!
Yes, he did. Considering what we know now, it's almost certain that synth is created using water from the primordial sea. If you drink synth for an extended amount of time, you'll suffer many side effects, such as losing the ability to focus or control your emotions. And if you were to stop drinking it completely, you'll experience flashes of paranoia and anxiety while lacking energy to do anything. It's an extremely dangerous substance. As he oversaw Poisson, my father was compelled to put a stop to synth abuse and called for a complete ban of it.
Boss's uncompromising attitude incurred the synth vendor's wrath, but no matter how much they threatened or bribed him, he refused to yield. Not only that, Boss became determined to find the mastermind behind the synth operation and put an end to the problem once and for all.
Yes, but the enemy was very cunning. So he could never get anything out of the dealers, all of whom only sold the stuff and weren't privy to the rest of the operation. Recognizing that, my father decided to contact the dealers in secret and cultivate personal relationships with them. Finally, he was able to convince someone to become his informant. The man's name was Jacques. He felt greatly ashamed about his work after seeing many families destroyed by synth abuse. That night, my father hosted a banquet at his countryside estate. He planned to meet up and exchange information with Jacques over some food. But then, we heard 2 gunshots from the courtyard. We raced...
Huh? How did that happen? Aren't they on the same side?
Sounds just like Lenny's case. Looking back on it, though... Precisely. But, considering it now, you're right.
Jacques was an empathetic man who was... I think this... On that note, however... Even though this will not please you, demoiselle, as your and your father's butler, I must still offer a word of warning. Our opponent is insidious and cruel. They are extremely difficult to deal with, and Boss has already lost his life trying to bring them to justice. Even though Spina di Rosula has lost most of its former glory, Poisson has welcomed a new time of peace, and we have been allowed to live out our lives. There is no need to follow your father's path. It would be both wise and in line with Boss's wishes to step back and give up on the case.
If that's indeed what he wished for, then he should have told me that himself. Was I not the closest person to him? And yet, I was the one most kept in the dark. What was the point of him dying without sharing any of the secrets he knew? Did he manage to protect anything in the end? Synth is still here. Callous the Unfaithful is still his epithet. and Spina di Rosula is barely getting by. Nothing has changed. Did he think I've never accepted that. I want to find out.
Davia.
This is indeed the best
So you do know something else, Malus?
Yes, I do. But what drove...
What?
And the serial disappearance. 5 years was knowing all of this. But as long as you remain safe, if something were to happen to...
Right, so nobody would be...
As we've seen, Boss's tactic has worked.
No, I don't believe it. He never appeared to look sick to me.
No father wants their daughter to see them weak and haggard. Especially someone as proud as Boss. To him, dying in a duel and suffering lasting dishonor as the unfaithful was still far preferable than losing face in front of his daughter.
So he chose to die in silence, so that he could protect me.
I'm afraid you're not understanding this correctly, demoiselle. What Boss wanted to hand to you was not a parasol, but a sword. If Boss's spirit could hear you telling me that you want to find the answer for the sake of everyone involved, I'm sure he'd be extremely proud.
That fool. Couldn't he have just given it to me straight? No. He might have set up everything precisely because he never thought I'd be able to understand him. Is that the amount of confidence he had in me? And what if I was never able to make it to where I am now? Yeah. I suppose that's true, but thankfully, he rarely talked to me about complex matters, and thus understood little of me as a person. In this case, he really didn't need to give me an easy way out. Malus, what was the key evidence that he shared?
It's the When he was threatening the enemy, Boss didn't share the specifics of the incriminating evidence he found. But if you want to use it against...
Why? If we know where the...
You mustn't forget that we're fighting against... There's no telling what... But a single... The worst case would be...
Then, in that...
Well, you saw...
That's true. But things are different.
You sound like you've put a lot of thought into this.
I am the butler, after all. I've always been willing to take on any kind of...
Thank you for all of that, Malus.
Let me think. One conclusion I came to was that the enemy must be quite familiar with Spina di Rosula, or at least have an info. When I announced order, if the vendors did, after several rounds, the first...
Huh? Florent?
Yes, surprising, isn't it? He was one of the people Boss trusted the most, which also means that he was someone who understood Boss really well. Thanks to his position within Boss's innermost circle, he always knew there's someone else like him too. Marcel.
Uncle Marcel.
It's a guild in Poisson. Boss helped. In the beginning, they were only reselling some daily goods.
So, yes, it's a bit...
The final suspect is Thierry, the man responsible for coordinating information between Although the guard, since Thierry...
I see. To think that the...
If you want to invest...
Of course.
You're too kind. And before I forget, proving Boss's innocence would also mean clearing him of blame in Jacques' death. After that incident, Jacques' wife and daughter were taken into the Spina's care. They still live in Poisson today. If it might help, you could also pay them a visit. I can make the necessary arrangements.
Oh, thank you so much, Malus. You really are the best.
A new case awaits, my dear partner. I hope we can work together to uncover the truth and end this case once and for all.
If you are presently unoccupied, perhaps we could stop a while at one's abode for some repose and conversation.
Yeah! Skyward! Scatter!
It is settled, then. Please excuse me, and enjoy your conversation at your leisure.
Thank you for arranging everything for us, Malus.
Excuse me, miss. Do you need anything from us?
Hey, Navia's all quiet. This isn't like her at all.
I'm sorry.
If it...
But aren't all of those things nothing compared to the loss of Jacques?
You don't understand.
I didn't know how to face you. I know. Only...
I'm sorry. I appreciate the sentiment, but you don't have to carry all that guilt. On the matter regarding my husband, my daughter and I have more or less found our answer already.
Would you mind sharing it with me?
I always knew that my husband's money was earned through others' suffering. He told me he had many regrets, and felt that he took the idea of providing for his family too literally. So when Mr. Callis came to him, he tried to be as...
They found out
Papa didn't...
Before he left that day, he told me that he had no choice. I don't know that for sure. Which is why I'm the one who should feel guilty. Callis had always taken great even if he...
But Mama, Papa always...
Well, things aren't always as they seem.
Yeah. Papa was a really...
Then you should hold on to that. Regardless of whether he left you a parasol...
Oh.
Thank you. For everything you've told me. I will...
Thank you. I'm very grateful to hear this from you. Even though your personality is quite different from your father's, your determination when you speak is really similar.
You really think so? That's the first time anyone said that to me.
Are you okay, Navia?
I'm fine. Don't worry. Let's investigate the 3 suspects next. Laurent should be nearby, and we should be able to find Thierry and Uncle Marcel.
Greetings, boss. How may I be of assistance today?
I'm sure you've heard about what happened at the Opera House. Someone got turned into water right in front of us.
Yeah, I've heard. With something that dramatic?
It also reminded me, after my partner here, can you do me a favor and...
After that, my first reaction was, but when I got there, it was...
So you also remember 2 gunshots then?
Indeed. The guard said that the first reason being, Mr. Callis had left his gun on the table. I even made sure to confirm that before running to the scene. But according to the guards, that doesn't mean he couldn't have had about the clothes left at the scene that you mentioned. Do you think there would...
At least from our perspective, my father had no reason to kill. So he would also have the gun he was holding? Probably...
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. But hold on. If that's what he didn't even want to face the Oratrice, did he lose all faith in...
About that, Malust, I'll tell you everything, once the whole truth...
I understand. Then I'll leave Mr. Callus's honor in your hands, boss. And if I may just say, many people have but it was Mr. Callus, no matter what.
Don't worry. You and all... Hey, Thierry, it's me.
Oh.
Oh, so you...
Oh, okay.
Are you sure there isn't...
I mean, where I work is really up to me. Let's just say I enjoy the ambiance of Poisson. Callus did a fantastic job running the town. Building Spina di Ros, it would be next to impossible for me to find a similarly easy but high-paying job in the city. Anyway, enough chit-chat. Are these two friends of yours?
Ah, yes. What happened at the
Ah, I get it. If you want to go through the original...
That'd be much appreciated.
Of course. Why do you ask?
Well, you see, so... if you...
If I had to make an analogy, when you order a dish, the chef will make it for you. You can ask the chef to cook. If you try to make unreasonable demands, the chef would just think you're out of your mind and ignore you completely. Removing a cereal nut, so I can promise you, they're certainly not cheap. So, whoever their owner is must be super rich.
Oh, then you're officially in the clear, Thierry.
Oh, thank you for the vote of confidence, Navia. Jokes aside, I'd like to wish you all the best with your investigation. I'll be staying in the city for a little while, so just come find me if you need any support from the guards.
Yeah! Skyward! Scatter! Yeah! Skyward! Yeah! Skyward! Scatter! Skyward! Scatter! Yeah! Yeah! Scatter! Yeah! Skyward! Scatter! Yeah! Scatter!
Hello. How may I help you?
I'm here to see Marcel.
Sure. I will let it...
Navia, hello. Sorry to keep you waiting. I'm not as young as I used to be, so my legs are giving out a bit.
Oh, it's all right, Uncle Marcel. I just wanted to talk to you briefly about...
Yes,
Oh, you were at the Opera House.
that's right. I went there with Navia to see the magic show. I also witnessed your marvelous sleuthing work. To beat the Hydro Archon at her own game on her own turf. I can already imagine everyone in Fontaine discussing your...
Oh, Paimon doesn't want to become the talk of drunkards.
Apologies. It's just how Fontaine is.
Uncle Marcel, you've also...
Yes, I was reminded...
Exactly.
Oh, and...
We were attacked on Arrhenius by some unnumbered Gardamex. And there was also... If not for the vigilance of my partner...
Oh, you're giving us too much credit.
Alas, it seems things are heating... But rest assured, Navia. If anyone dares to...
Thank you, Uncle Marcel. Do you have any new thoughts on my father's case?
About that. Sorry, the Confrérie was responsible. Then I heard the sound of a gun...
Oh, it's okay.
Sounds good. Just let me know if you ever need Mora. All my wealth comes...
Yeah! Skyward! Scatter!
Hit!
Skyward! Scatter!
We've talked to all three...
None of them sounded particularly suspicious.
I suppose that's... Anyway...
But where should we start? Ah, you're right!
According to Jacques' family members... If I had to guess...
So, Jacques fired the first shot?
Oh? And why is that?
Ooh, that's a good point. Jacques probably already...
So, what would make more sense from his perspective? Makes sense. But without evidence, that's still just a theory. Besides Jacques, the attack, it's obvious that...
Do you think he knew?
Given everything that's happened, but who among the three suspects would have the ability to control privately owned Gardamex? Uncle Marcel? And with funds from the still really hard for me to... Also, wouldn't this mean he has been spending all... Thierry, you say? But... I didn't...
Yeah, if the mecha were taken from the guards, it should be pretty easy to find out.
Florent? It is true that he was close, but...
So you're saying he's too broke to...
Exactly. He can't. And... who could it be? You know, if you think everything through,
Could we be missing other suspects?
Malus has always been very reliable. The suspect is not... Even if I don't want to believe it, I'm starting to see how things could all tie back to Uncle Marcel.
Well, we still have another trump card on top of all the theorizing and speculating.
Yes. Malus did say that charging straight in there would be we need far more salt-
Navia, here you are. Oh, I've been looking for you.
Huh? Aren't you the guy from the guard?
Yeah.
Wasn't that place built specific?
I know. But they said the person they're putting on trial is a Fatui harbinger called Tartaglia.
What? Is that...
Yeah, we know him.
Well...
Wait, how?
That's what I thought would... If the charge again...
Right. Because they'll...
Yeah. And it'll be...
I understand. Huh? Split up? What do you mean? Just as expected of my partner. Since this is a trial about the serial disappearances case, the culprit's attention will be focused on Irenaeus, leaving his home base wide open. You're right. This is our best opportunity. All right then, let's do this. I'll stall them at the Opera House and charge Marcel as the true culprit. I won't have any chance of making that charge stick, though, unless we find more evidence. It'll be up to—
We'll help you!
Demoiselle, please allow us to accompany you.
I'm ready.
Ah, Malou, Silver, when did you two get here?
We heard that you'll be leaving Poisson and figured that you might require our assistance. It's our hope that your confidence will be bolstered with the two of us by your side.
Thank you so much. Then, let's make haste for Irenaeus. Paimon, Traveler, I'll see you at the Opera House.
See you then! Now that Navia has set out for Irenaeus, we should also get going. location has already been marked on the map, so let's head over. Huh. According to Malu's info, the synth production base is underwater. Let's go and try to find the entrance. Finally found it! Huh. So this is the entrance that leads to the synth production base. It sure doesn't seem out of the ordinary at all. Ah, you're right. And Navia's probably arguing up a storm right now to stall for us.
It would appear that I must repeat my question again, Mr. Tartaglia. Do you accept the charge that you are the true culprit behind the serial...
To be perfectly honest, I don't understand your country's complicated court system, or the reason why I'm being charged with something I've never even heard of. However, I did hear that people who have been charged can choose to participate in a duel to clear their name. Is that right? In which case, as long as I accept the charge, I can have an all-out fight with that champion duelist Clorend, right? I've got to admit, that's one of the most enticing offers I've ever received. When I privately sparred with her last time, she was obviously holding back.
Hey! Don't you understand? You're currently the prime suspect for a major case. This isn't the place for you to be looking for fights.
Oh? Sounds like the Hydro Archon wants to lecture me on the ways of the op. Then why don't you duel me too?
Alas, it would appear... In that case, let me...
That case had nothing to do with... Huh? What? Why is she inter...
I told you it couldn't...
Miss Navia, this is the second time, but that was an exception rather than standard court protocol.
Oh, please. We can put that discussion aside for now. I'm not... And if my charges prove true, then Tartaglia here will be proven innocent by default.
Oh, a young lady has charged in and offered to clear my name. How fascinating. Well, I'd gotten half bored to death. So, Your Honor, is there nothing else?
You may take a seat for now in the audience, but that doesn't mean the suspicions against you have been lifted. Now then, Miss Navia.
That person is... Marcel, the head of Confrérie of Cabrières. Huh? What Confrérie?
I've heard of them, but weren't they Spina di Rosula's sister organization?
Oh, is this going to be a friends to enemies type situation?
Please let me remind you, Miss Navia, that charging someone, and if the charge...
Yes.
In that case, I declare the charge to be members of the Guard. Mr. Marcel, you will not require an attorney. Is that correct?
Apologies. I think an attorney won't be necessary.
Very well.
I would like to take everyone back to 3 years ago, to the case of Callus the Unfit. Only through elucidating what really happened.
Navia, do you really think that I was the one who killed your... Come on. If that's enough to make me a suspect, wouldn't that make everyone at that banquet a suspect as well?
I think there's no point in getting into the specifics right now.
Exactly correct, Your Honor. I must refresh everyone's memory about that case before I can explain my charge and reasoning.
I see. In which case, I will recount the findings about that case as originally recorded by Maison Gardiennage. On the day of the murder, Spina di Rosula hosted a large banquet in a countryside estate owned by the Confrérie of Cabrières. During the banquet, all attending guests heard. When the guests arrived at the scene, the guard's investigation did not recover any. The suspect did not dispute this conclusion. Callus was defeated by champion duelist Clorend in the ensuing duel. These are the known facts about the case.
The one with the motive to kill. After that, Thank you for the summary, Your Honor. Of course, the guards conclude. However, we should. Something's not. The testimony of the. However, this assassin. Something's. A pile of clothing was found at the scene, but now it is clear since it was. Realizing this, the true culprit caused the hired assassin to dissolve into water, leading everyone to believe Callus was responsible for Jacques' murder.
So that's what happened. Wait, you're telling me something as dangerous as water from the primordial?
What a great theory. It also explains...
Mr. Marcel, you are the one being charged with the crime.
But I think...
Then, may I ask some questions? In my opinion, we primarily need to determine, one, do you...
I'm a I may not have the evidence with me, but I know where I could go. We should be able to find him, considering the serial that
makes sense to me.
Why do I feel like
Maybe she's scared of embarrassment.
Alternatively, she's become more diligent.
My second question has to do with the... Then why didn't Mr. Callus explain himself in court? If he had testified that a person had been
I've thought about this too. The dissolving... At that time, what was certain, however...
Boss once told me...
What? If the secret had gotten out, of course... Would that do? How can a hollow verdict had this opera house ever given my father? But by staying silent, we retained the ability I was able to become. And once I have figured out the truth and stepped up to the challenge, I will do what this.
So, you mean to say, your father intended to die in the duelist's ring?
That's right.
Do you have any proof?
Of course. All you need. I don't need your apology, your guilt, but since he entrusted his will to you...
So, during the...
Yes, as a champion duelist, I've fought many battles, and taken a countless number of dishonored in my line of work. Just one look and I can tell if a duelist is hoping to live, or if they're looking. I hereby swear on my name and honor as a champion duelist, that Mr. Callus...
Since that's your testimony,
I concur. However, Miss Navia, you still have not
Right? What she said was fascinating.
Wait, weren't they just talking about the series?
Of course, Your Honor. The two cases are connected. In my father's case, the culprit intended to... And, at the end of Linny's trial, the culprit also only dissolved the victim in front of everyone. The culprit could only time their actions so coincidentally...
So that's why you suspected me. I'm used to it, though. You've always been an impulsive and sentimental child, Navia.
No need to appeal.
I won't try to refute your... On top of that, does a person have to be physically present?
Don't know what she can say to that.
I know that even with that, alas, who won't feel at least a little hurt by... But if I were to dismiss this completely, do you know what the biggest flaw in...
I suppose you're gonna tell me...
It's timing. I'm a businessman by trade. In addition, I left my home, but the
I do apologize, Demus.
No. It's not...
Is there anything else you can also take a look at my border entry records. Or ask could those records and testimonies do something to appease...
Seems like she got the wrong guy. At this rate, Navia will be convicted for falsely accusing.
I think you've done a superb job of dissecting it, but aren't you going against all of his wish? He wished for you to become more once you've learned to be more considerate of others' feelings, and to stop rushing headlong in...
This isn't just about me. The biggest difference between me and the people whose families were destroyed by sin, many people's images, and whose image is it a man named Vache?
Huh.
Oh, so you do know that.
I'm merely surprised you...
I was waiting for you to...
Everyone hold hands. Let's dance.
Look alive! Touch! Riveting! Skyward! Scatter! Yeah! Skyward! Yeah! Ha! Ha! Cha! Ha! Yeah! Yeah!
The floor is going up! Is it because of this mechanism in the middle? That guy really prepared a lot of stuff for this place. Paimon thinks we need to go up, but Paimon doesn't see a way. Let's take a look around. Maybe we'll find a hidden mechanism that'll show us the way up.
Skyward! Scatter!
The water level is rising. Now we can swim to the top. But this is still a ways away from where we need to go.
Yeah! Scatter!
I see everything.
Skyward! Yeah! Skyward! Yeah! Let's get it on! Yeah! Skyward! Scatter!
Hey!
Yeah!
I see everything.
Skyward! Scatter! Yeah! Yeah!
Now the
Inconsequential. Scatter! Scatter! Seize the skies! Yeah! Skyward! Scatter!
After all, though, as expected, the mastermind isn't here. That's right. What's all this? Pink accessories, a hair tie, a necklace, even a makeup box. Oh, Paimon sees it too, but... What? Huh? You mean the girls from... And then... They opened all the boxes of things. These names... Whoa! There's so much synth here! And so many bottles of ingredients that probably just contain the... Mixing in progress... Whoa! There's even fruit-flavored synth? Yep, it's... What's this over here? Looks like some... Experiment number 16... The experiment was a failure. No individual managed to resurface from the water from the primordial sea. Sorry, Traveler. Paimon will try her best. How can someone write something that terrible in such a... You read the rest. Paimon's too scared to keep going. So that's what... Did he really think he'd be able to find a way just by dissolving people over and over? That's just insane! Huh? Isn't that the name you heard by the fountain? Paimon thought he was an eyewitness in the serial disappearances case. Ah, you mean Vache is the one who did all of these... experiments? So that's it? No, that's not it either. If that's the case, in any case... Oh, look! There's an important-looking basin over here, and it's full of water! That means this is where they make all the synth! If you dilute it with normal water, you'll get synth, but the pure stuff can dissolve a human! Paimon will take notes on this incriminating... Let's see what's written here. Callus. Navia's father. Oh, this seems to... This should prove the existence of the third person, right? We still have not determined the exact content. The old dog's a real... He can act when... I concur. Let's send some... Oh, seems like we've got a bunch of correspondence between the higher-ups. They're all just... We've looked at almost everything here, and it's... Yeah, we haven't found anything that... No wonder even Nervalette wasn't able to... That way, even if we bring all this back to the opera... Sure thing. Vaché's lovers. Then... Aw... It's just a normal... So many! The final name... Marcel. Wait, but... Marcel's pretty old. Has this case been going on for so...
And whose image? Is it a man named Vaché?
Huh.
Oh, so you...
I've merely...
I was waiting.
Navia! We're back!
As expected.
Just how often do you intend to flout the rule?
It's all right, Monsieur Neuvillette. Given their confidence...
But the truth of it, Marcel, is that you've always been Vaché.
Huh?
We've investigated your lair, and after your lover, Vignier, was dissolved, you kept abducting young women to experiment on... You even created Marcel as a new identity, and destroyed all records of your past as Vaché.
So that's it. And with that,
this information regarding... Well, Marcel... You fixated your gaze, so you never noticed...
You also never understood Boss's real expectation.
For our determination to see...
You're determined.
Mr. Marcel, please speak up now if you would like to defend yourself.
Do you think... Do you... Pay attention to you? What for? No one helped me. No one even believed me. All those decades ago, they said there's... Well, now you know, don't you? Ha! You only have yourselves to blame. Vignier is dead. We promised each other that we would always be together. Wherever she goes. But I'm not from this blasted place. So I...
Hey, is that water from the primordial sea that he's drinking?
I can't dissolve. Can't do you all see? I can't go. I can't follow. So if I can't go where she is, I did all of that. And in the end, that accursed Callus, I spent my entire life living on pins and...
The suspect is exhibiting signs of mental distress. Go...
Don't touch me! Vignier, please, Vignier.
At this point, the verdict...
Fine by me. I was in a bad mood, but after a show like that,
Traveler, please submit all the... The man now known as Marcel was originally named Vaché and worked as an adventurer with his partner and lover Vignier. During an underwater expedition, Vignier accidentally came into contact with water from the primordial sea and was dissolved in front of Vaché as a result. Vaché learned of the primordial water's existence through the work of others and began to kidnap young women for research, with the goal of discovering a method to restore Vignier back to life. To cover his tracks, he invented the new alias of Marcel and began to operate a business in Poisson. During the course of his research, Vaché discovered that a diluted concoction of water from the primordial sea can induce feelings of euphoria and began to manufacture and market synth. However, as he accumulated wealth to fund his... After exchanging... Although the assassination did not go as Vaché expected, and just recently. However, his attempt to frame Linny failed, and the power of water from the primordial... Thus concludes the enigmatic history. The Oratrice will now deliver the... According to the judgment of the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale, Mr. Vaché is guilty.
Guards! Take Vaché away.
Good. It's what he deserves.
With that, the series...
We really just witnessed history.
Yippee! We have no... He's hurt so many innocent... Huh? Are you okay?
Demoiselle, you were absolute...
A day hour late, boss.
Yeah. See, Papa?
Well now, hasn't this been a most delicious piece of drama? The villain has been caught, justice has been served, past wrongs have been righted, And it's a big ol' happy end. Since it's been such a great show, I'll just let the false accusations against me slide. Either way, I've still got some business to attend.
Please wait just one moment, Mr. Tartaglia.
What now? No.
According to court protocol, since
Oh, come on. Is this really—
Please respect the laws of Fontaine.
All right.
Through evidence presented in the public trial, the guilty party has been— We now turn to the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale to render the final verdict on the charges. According to the judgment of the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale, guilty.
What?
Hey! That's not funny! Didn't you just say I'm supposed to be innocent? What's with this verdict? Is your justice machine malfunctioning?
Huh? This has never happened before.
I mean, have you ever heard of an innocent Fatui Harbinger?
But weren't the charges about the serial disappearances case? No matter what else he's guilty.
The judgment of the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale is, by law, the final verdict of the court. Guards, please take...
So this is how justice is done in Fontaine. What a joke. You've got your rules. Well, I've got mine too!
I am sorry. If you have been wronged, we will find the truth. But the rules of the court must be upheld.
Hey, Monsieur Neuvillette, what's going on?
Apologies. This is also the first time I've encountered such a situation. All I do is follow court procedure. As for why the Oratrice arrived at the conclusion it did, you should probably ask someone more knowledgeable than me.
I don't know what happened.
What does Lady Farina mean by that?
She says she has no idea either?
Yeah, so are the verdicts reliable or not? Can result—
My dear, don't tell me.
But the way she looked just now, it was pretty—
However, given the state of and if you thought Child had nothing to do with the serial disappearances case, everything he's done, all shall— Now, having said that—
So she chose to make her escape.
So you're saying we shouldn't put much stock?
She probably... However, please...
All right. After all, he...
Yeah! Scatter! Yeah! Skyward! Scatter! Yeah! Skyward! Scatter!
Hey, what are you doing? Quick, stop him!
Traveler! Hey! Traveler!
Marcel! What are you doing?
Stop resisting!
No, wait! I just want to ask the Traveler something. I'm not looking to run away. Please, just let me ask this one small thing.
Go on.
Thank you. I was being led away when I finally realized something. Where did you first hear the name Vacher? I erased all records of that name.
Are you still trying to prove your innocence? Give it up. You've already been convicted.
Really? You did? You're sure? You met her? But how could that be? The Fountain of Lucine? Then, please give me a chance to—
What? Give an inch and you want to take a mile? Do you think serial killers get to make—
Paimon agreed!
This request, is it worth as much to you?
Of course! Wait, no, it's what—
Humans. Will they betray the instinct to live just— Very well.
Your Honor, I fear—
I will go with him. You do—
Thank you.
Skyward! Scatter!
Huh? Isn't that Charlotte? Who's her friend?
Please, with the I read that a gang of criminals tricked the Gardamex by disguising themselves as blubber beasts. It's true, isn't it? It has to be! I've invested all my savings into graph adversarial technology and even taken out a sizable bank loan. I'm begging you like the beggiest beggar in all of begdom.
I need you to calm down a little, Miss Lapine, Pauline. I admire your passion for your research, and I don't mean to dash your hopes for those, big ticket, but I'm afraid I'm not joking.
It sounds like they're just discussing a story, but why does this Miss Lapine Pauline seem so distressed?
Funnily enough, I actually remember being in a meeting where the editing team was debating the potential risk of misleading the public with this story. They even went to Maison Gardiennage for advice. But to our surprise, they fully supported us printing it. They figured that the false intel would be In truth, Gardamex are extremely sophisticated in their capabilities. They can identify criminals just as reliably as the best. Since we ran that story, the Maison Gardiennage has made a slew of arrests, including, so I knew this story.
Uh-oh. She really sounds like she's in pain. Hey, Charlotte!
Traveler, Paimon, it's you! I was in the area taking some photos for a story when I got to talking to Miss Lapine Pauline about her research. She read an article in the Steambird about a criminal who evaded Gardamex detection by disguising themselves as a blubber beast. Inspired by this, she was hoping I could, but unfortunately, it was just a fictional story.
This is a new situation for us, too. It's such a pity.
Wait, Miss Lapine Pauline? What are you doing?
I'm gonna pick a fight with a Gardamex, head to the op that way. I won't have to repay my debt.
Whoa, there's no need to go that far. I mean, come on, look at you. You wouldn't even dent the Gardamex. Actually, instead of going into
207.
Okay, well, escaping to the Fortress of Meripede over a sum like that seems like a last resort. Surely there must—
Not anymore. It's not just my savings that are gone. It's my whole— My life is over.
Don't despair, Miss Lapine Pauline. This prototype you've given me, the The camera lens for the rapid focal length adjustment is a very useful function in its own right. It's sure to make many journalists' jobs much easier. In fact, so your research... Absolutely. I've been working as a... So keep calm, take heart, and start thinking about mass production. In the meantime, I'll show your invention to all my colleagues to drum up interest in your product.
I can't believe it! If this is... Oh, maybe...
Come on! Stop it!
And I can probably speak to some people. There's no time to lose. I need to get to work. Early bird gets the worm.
Can you believe her? She just ran off! Paimon's pretty sure our advice went in one ear and out the other.
It's understandable. When inspiration and passion strike at the same time, it's all too easy to throw yourself headfirst into your work and forget about everyone around you. A lot of journalists are the same way when they're first starting out. But don't you worry. I'm gonna write an article on all this, and I'll be checking in. Her research has the potential to benefit the entire journalistic community. I'll give her plenty of input.
It's reassuring to know that you'll be looking out for her, Charlotte.
Actually, it takes the right
Thanks a lot, Charlotte. What a nice surprise. We were just curious about what...
You're welcome. I got something out of this, too. The beginnings of a very interesting news story. The boundaries between real news reports and news-like fiction must... Yes, that's how I'll...
Skyward! Scatter! Yeah! Skyward! Scatter!
Is this the place? You said she's here, but what do I need to do to see her?
Yeah, and even...
Vache!
Ah!
Yes, that's it! So...
Vignier, it's me!
Vache?
I'm here! I'm here! Where are you, Vignier? I'm coming for you.
Hey, wait! Be careful!
Vignier, is that you? It's me, Vache! Vignier!
Vache? You...
It's been all this time. I must be dreaming. Vignier, you are my everything. I really don't know how I could live.
But Vache, if not for you, if not for you, if not for you, it's all because of your selfishness. You're right. I am not Vignier. Every woman who died by your hand, as our bodies dissolved, our consciousnesses flowed back to the primordial sea. Our thoughts search. I'm Cressy, the only one I am not.
Why? But then, where is Vignier?
She doesn't want to see you anymore. This is what you get for your selfishness. But did you ever consider whether she'd want to see you do the things that you did? If she would despise you for what you became? You are a liar. A heartless... The only thing you are not is Vignier's beloved. From the moment your first victim died and her consciousness merged with Vignier's, she has had nothing but pure...
No!
You still don't But on top of that, she said that because she knew that if you did come here, we will show no mercy to you.
Vache.
Vache? Vache. 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 Drown.
finally we have some time to do shopping. Gosh, it's really been a long time.
Oh, well met, partner.
Even this weather.
It's a pleasure to see you both again.
Oh, hey!
Oh. It's just everyone from Spina di Rosula organized a memorial this time, though.
It's been the dearest...
Oh, by the way, I ran into Charlotte just after I left the memorial service. Well...
Huh? So you know Charlotte too? The Charlotte?
Yeah. Wait, I believe the story. To be fair, though, she was trying to lead...
Oh, yeah.
Anyway, I told her to make sure that when she writes about you...
Now that's another...
Oh, and...
Oh, are you two...
It was thanks to her that we were able...
Oh, that's great. Paimon also thought Clarend wasn't actually a bad person.
Anyway, now that the case is... Oh, actually, there's still one last thing I need to do.
What is it?
I should pay a visit to my father's grave and tell him the truth of what happened, as well as how it all ended. And on top of that, just how much people still look up to him, to this day. That includes me, too.
Miss Navia.
Indeed.
Sure thing.
And in that case...
Yeah, you're right. This is where my father's grave is. To be perfectly honest...
Huh? Isn't that Nervalette? Why would the Chief Justice be here? Huh? Navia?
My apologies. I should have asked before coming to pay.
Don't say...
Sorry about...
Oh, I wanted to show my father how much I've grown, but still...
In that case, I will...
You really could use some pointers on... In any case.
Well, there was once a time when I didn't want to believe that... Oh, rather than that, it's probably more truthful to say I didn't believe humans were capable of resisting the most big... Which is also why I didn't stop your father from beginning. I believed that a truly innocent man would never throw away his life like that. That there was nothing. But Mr. Callis proved, if not for his... Mr. Callis and in the end, a justice. So, you asked me why I came here. I just wanted to... This regretted. That high and mighty chair in the Opera Epiclese indeed insulates one from many important things. Spina di Rosula, thank you so much for your hard work.
So, you're
Sorry about that.
Didn't I...
Ah, so Navia and Nervalette seem to have... Let's not disturb them. Paimon's never paid respects at someone's grave before. Did Paimon do anything rude there? Huh? Oh no. Anyway, Nervalette is still standing around.
Oh, it's you two. Did Miss Navia invite you to come pay your respects to her father?
We ran into Navia on the streets today, so we just followed her here.
I see, I see. Then is there something that I can help you with?
Well,
Please feel free. Though outsiders, you helped us solve one of the greatest mysteries in Fontaine, and it would be my pleasure to...
So...
Truthfully, that there used to be a special seed most of Tevat's... But today, the primordial... What Vache discovered must have been some kind... Indeed. Why would the To be frank, is there anything... That the sea levels... Does that appropriately summarize...
That's right! It was Linny that told us...
Yes, up to the present. Rumors have it that
A prophecy?
2 parts of the Speaking of the prophecy, Farina, if the rumors were true...
But with Farina being the way she
Is there anything else? My apologies. However, I still believe the judgment of the Oratrice was not rendered For many years, I have been quite aware that the Oratrice does not simply mechanically repeat the verdict that as a divinely created, not only can it produce the incredible, which is all to say, I have been prepared for a situation like this. I was not aware such a... In any case, based on Farina's... While we do intend... If we did in...
If you ask Paimon...
Is there any... Your sibling? Another blonde-haired... If she ever stepped foot in Fontaine, is there anything... Very well. It will soon be time for me to leave this blissful tranquility.
You really are super busy.
Crime and villainy do not have the day off, and so...
All right, Top. Huh? Paimon just noticed that the rain has stopped. You know, we've been walking around for a while now. Why don't we go back to the Spina di Rosula base? Place ready for us there, didn't she? Come on, let's go! Yep, here's the room, and it's empty and waiting. Why don't we stay and rest up here for a while? Oh, come on! Remember that detective story Paimon read before? Well, the author is about to release a new book, so Paimon wanted to buy it as soon as it came out and have a quiet place to read it. Didn't expect that style at all. Even though it's a detective novel, it's also... no.
Excuse me, but do you know if the
Huh?
A blonde traveler...
Hey, what do you mean by...
It's an honor to meet you both.
Nicolette? She wants to see us again already?
I am not privy to the Now that I've
Thanks! We haven't left the room for a few...
Skyward! Scatter!
Did you want to see us about something?
Yes, I did send someone to fetch you. But as for...
Given that we've already made the...
I do indeed have something I'd like to ask you. The situation is... If I'm understanding you correctly, the Snezhnayan harbinger known as the Knave has essentially requested a diplomatic meeting with you, correct? I heard that she was originally from Fontaine, but for her to suddenly arrive here and abruptly request such a meeting like this, I sincerely advise you to refuse her invitation outright. I'm sure you're aware that her purpose is most likely related to... We convicted... I believe we should adopt an evasive stance until we can provide a proper explanation and have a preliminary...
No, we shouldn't. I think we should agree...
Oh?
Well, you see, we are the ones that owe an explanation. It's like a fight between two friends. If they don't agree to see each other and talk in person, isn't it possible that the friendship could end entirely?
Though diplomatic relations between Fontaine and Snezh...
It was just an analogy. And...
Moreover, even if we were to talk in person...
Besides, you'll be at the meeting. If any problems do pop up, you'll have no problem navigating them.
I must clarify that interacting and communicating with people outside of court is not my cup of tea. But more importantly, when did I agree to join the meeting with you?
You mean you won't come? No, that won't do. I can't go to the meeting alone. You have to accompany me. I must take you with me.
Lady Farina, could there be something else regarding this matter that is being kept from me?
No, not at all. Look, I am the Hydro Archon of Fontaine, Focalor, the god of justice who is loved and adored by many. So I only hope that justice will be served in this matter. Don't overthink.
Though it could officially be considered a diplomatic conference, I prefer to see our meeting today as an ordinary tea party. I assume you see it the same way, Miss Farina? Lady Farina?
Yes, that's right. Just like you said, a tea party. I should thank you for providing the pastries. They look delectable. To make this tea party even more lively, I've invited someone else to join us today.
It's a pleasure to meet you, Monsieur Neuvillette. I was born in Fontaine, so naturally, there's no need to introduce the nation's revered Eudex to me.
Hello. The pleasure is also mine.
First, I would like to thank the two of you. I'm often away on business outside of Fontaine, and I'm told that the children of the House of the Hearth have been well taken care of by you. Oh, I'm not referring to when my children, Linny and Lynette, were falsely accused by you. Please don't misunderstand. The children of the House of the Hearth are often misunderstood, perhaps due to the reputation of the Fatui. There's no getting around that. All I meant to say is that Fontaine has been stable in recent years. The people are well off and the children lead happy, fulfilled lives. That is something truly worth cherishing, and no one wishes to disrupt such peace.
Now then, you have come regarding the matter of child, correct?
Well, yes. It appears the ever-busy Eudex Neuvillette doesn't wish to waste time with diplomatic pleasantries, and hopes that we can get straight to the Yes, as you surmised, understanding child's situation is indeed one of the goals of this trip. As we are both diplomats from Snezhnaya, as well as Fatui harbingers, Child and I have always been colleagues. Were anything to happen in Fontaine, each of us would serve as the other's attorney to resolve the issue. So now, in my capacity as his attorney, I request that Child be turned over to Snezhnaya. We have a responsibility to cooperate with Fontaine and resolve what has happened to him together.
The rules governing attorneys only apply before a trial has concluded. Since a verdict has already been rendered, we see the case as settled. I apologize for being unable to grant your request.
An outright refusal. Very well. I respect all the rules of... Okay, you don't need to train... It's not like you couldn't even manage to fulfill a simple request like that. Right, Miss Farina?
About that.
The fortress of Meripede has always been completely autonomous. Even we have no authority to interfere there, and diplomatic issues do not suffice as an excuse. However, if you absolutely must confirm the situation of the Harbinger, I have a proposal.
The knave showed up already? Well, Linny did say that Father will be returning soon. We didn't even know that Linny was from the House of the Hearth at the time, so we kinda overlooked that information.
Yes, thank you for your kind advice. I'm well aware of the situation. I also noticed that Lady Farina acts a little odd and unnatural whenever I bring up matters related to the Knave.
Could the Knave be threatening Lady Farina or something?
If that were the case, then why wouldn't Lady Farina inform me? And what means could the Knave possibly have to twist the arm of an Archon?
So maybe that's not very likely. Even though Farina can act a little weird at times, she's still an Archon.
In reality, this problem is even more thorny than it appears. According to reports from the fortress of Meripede, Child recently disappeared under mysterious circumstances. The details are still unclear. We cannot rule out an escape, but there have also been no reports of him outside of the fortress of Meripede. Special guards oversee the fortress, and its internal systems are extensive. Combined with the special characteristics of the surrounding terrain, an escape should not— I was only willing to share—
So this is—
Yes. I would like you to go to the fortress of Meripede and investigate— This was my proposal, dear. The Knave did not see—
So that means we bought ourselves some time?
Firstly, and secondly—
Isn't it just fun?
I would not define it so early in Fontaine's history. The fortress of Meripede may seem like a prison. All we do is— Although I do have—
Oh! Paimon!
Correct. So, are you two willing to accept—
Yeah.
You two have my sense. We will rendezvous.
Prepared ourselves.
Perhaps you could enjoy a—
Oh, right! On second thought, is it too late to back out?
Please do not worry. Since you are sacrificing both, you will be compensated according—
Now that's more like—
Are you leaving now? In that case, please take—
Yeah! Scatter!
Paimon will have that, and that. Oh, and one of those too? No Fonta, thank you. That cake was pretty good. Now that Paimon thinks about it, we've always been super careful ever since we arrived in Fontaine. Just to avoid breaking any strange laws here. But here we are, about to willingly send ourselves off to the fortress of Meripede. Maybe this is what they call fate. Let's just try our best to investigate everything quickly once we get there. Paimon doesn't want to stay in prison too long.
Oh, what is that I hear? Is it the taste of a breaking story?
Hey! You can't—
Oh, don't remind me. I invited an eyewitness. Calm down, calm down. This is nothing new. As a journalist, you should be used to this by now. As long as you can...
You know we could...
Never mind. It's nothing.
No way! We would never! We're just going there to... Oh no, Paimon almost forgot that Neverlet told us to keep it a secret!
Huh?
You mean Paimon really did something? Sorry.
Well, in that case, it's nothing particularly newsworthy after all. Oh, how disappointing. Oh, right. There's still a chance. Since you're going to be at the Fortress of Meripede, would you be willing to help me gather some material for a story?
About that, Paimon doesn't think we'll have any
It's nothing difficult. All you have to do is think of a way to get some time face-to-face with the warden of the fortress. He was awarded the... On top of that, the fortress... Oh, if I could... You make it... Of course! I wouldn't ask you to do it for free. So this meal is on me.
All right, you got a deal. We'll do anything you want.
Then it's settled. The food should be here any second, right? Huh? Wait, just how much did you order?
Oh, Paimon's so full. Well, guess we have nothing to regret now, so let's get going. Wait. Paimon just said something really ominous, didn't she?
Yeah! Skyward! Scatter! Yeah! Skyward! Scatter!
All right, Neverlet, we're ready. Is this where the entrance is?
You have come, just as promised. Yes, this is the one and only entrance to the Fortress of Meripede from Araneus. Careful.
Ooh!
Utilizing both the barrier of the water as well as the fear humans have of the depths, the Fortress of Meripede is naturally the perfect place to confine and guard criminals. But do not worry, it is not nearly as frightening inside as you may think. Oh, and there's one more
Yeah, we heard about him too. He's that Duke, right?
Correct. He is the highest-ranking manager of the underwater prison. Even though you are going there to investigate at my behest, it would behoove you to avoid any confrontation with him or any of his subordinates. The Duke rarely ever leaves the Fortress of Meripede, but that does not mean he is not privy to all that is happening inside and outside the fortress. He is quiet, but not unaware, so please bear that in mind. All right.
Don't worry.
Good.
I'm here. Please follow me, you two.
Yeah! Skyward! Scatter!
Are we already underwater now? Huh. So this is what it feels like to be a criminal in Fontaine.
You two seem to be taking this pretty well. It's rare to see convicts in such a good mood.
Yeah! Skyward! Scatter!
Monsieur Nervalet personally request.
Well, now.
Well, have you?
Yeah, right. Even if I did smile at.
Oh, she's got.
Well, I've finished transferring you. You two will register here and.
Yeah. Okay, let me see.
That would be us!
Let me confirm your charges in eating a cake specially prepared for the Archon by a Snezhnayan envoy without the Archon's permission, thereby incapacitating the political center of Fontaine for a brief period. Sentence: 45 days?
Huh? Wait!
Just looking at the charges, it seems you... And considering how fond Lady Furina is of sweets, this crime is tantamount to trying to... Now I've seen everything. Anyway, we still need to finish processing you before you can enter the Fortress of Meripede. Please stand in front of the...
Oh, all right! But be sure to catch Paimon's good side.
And we're done. Thank you for your cooperation. Next, someone will be along to guide you inside the fortress. Please be sure to cherish this opportunity for...
Huh? Rebirth?
You two are the new inmates, right? Follow me.
Oh, okay! Paimon is Paimon, and this is the Traveler!
Save it. Not like...
So, are you one of the guards here? Is it?
Why should I tell you anything? This is exactly why I can't stand you fish. I wouldn't even be doing this if it weren't for the credit coupons.
Credit coupons?
Alright, seeing as you're not the annoying kind that's getting dragged in here crying and blubbering, Mora means nothing. Coupons can get you almost...
So, credit coupons?
It's not as simple as that. No matter how much money or everyone starts, I guess that's the real... And this is also exactly why so many criminals choose not to return to the outside world.
Oh!
It certainly ain't all sunshine and roses here, but it's also not the worst place to be. You'd better take a good look at the scenery now.
It'll be the last chance you get for a while. After being away from the... Oh, I'm actually an inmate like you two. Welcoming newcomers is a job...
Why aren't you in?
I've told you enough for free. Any more info is gonna cost you.
So all you can...
Almost there. It's down through here.
Yeah! Skyward! Scatter!
So, we're going even deeper now? Just how deep down are we?
It's like a metaphor for your previous life, isn't it?
Our lives weren't that bad.
Yeah! Skyward! Scatter!
So this is the actual entrance to the Fortress of Masquerade? Huh. It looks like there are other new arrivals, too. Oh, they sure don't look happy. Maybe we look too relaxed for fresh convicts. Oh, right. If we're discovered, even Neuvillette might not be able to rescue us. Hey! Don't scare Paimon!
Look, I don't really know you, and I have no idea what kind of crime you committed, but... You wouldn't have had... Now's not the time to worry about that. Anyway, it's over there, so... You just go on over there by yourself.
What was that all about? Wait a second. Are there usually so many garter mechs around here? They're already onto us?
Prisoners numbers 7459 and 7560. Welcome. Oh, no need to be anxious. These garter mechs aren't here to attack you. In fact, they're here as your honor guard. When I heard that you were friends of Monsieur Neuvillette...
Wait! You know about our connection with Neuvillette?
The seafloor isn't as cut off from the world. And as you can see, committing a crime means being sentenced here. Even if you're friends with the Chief Justice. Quite fair.
The Duke! Greetings, Your Grace!
Oh, greetings, my good fellow. Well, I'm willing to imagine that the weather is as good outside the sea as you say it is.
So this is...
The Traveler and Paimon, correct? Mr. Deacon here was responsible for your welcome. I trust you were satisfied with his guidance? Ah, I see. In that case, I regret to announce that
I had no idea you two...
Plenty of time ahead, Deacon. Well, I believe that concludes...
Yes, Your Grace. I'll take my...
Please, follow me. To make you feel more welcome, I'll show you around the various facilities of the Fortress of Meripede. I hope it'll help you adjust to life here.
He's going to personally give us a cure? Huh. Paimon can't figure out what this guy's thinking at all. No wonder Charlotte's so interested in him. He's one of those mysterious types. Alright, let's keep up with him.
There's no need to be so reserved. The label of criminal is nothing but... Well then, but... Before you... Now, we've arrived at a very important place.
Welfare mule?
That's right. Criminals are essential to Fortress operations, so we must guarantee that they at least have the basic means to survive.
But that's not how it was. Back in the day, it cost you credit coupons just to get a cup of water here. For fish like you who just arrived with nothing, you'd have to go to work hungry until you earned enough coupons to eat. It was only after His Grace became the administrator that we got the free meal rule. Now everyone gets a square meal every day, even no-good slackers who've never picked up a wrench in their whole lives. Nobody starves to death here.
In the Fortress of Meripede, credit coupons are the only currency, and everything must be purchased. In some sense, you could say using the coupons is a form of trade. But trade is always conducted by people. So if we want trade here to prosper, we need everyone to work hard and live their lives. If nobody could even afford a meal, then the whole fortress would be up in arms. That would only make things more difficult for me. So...
Your Grace's reasoning is correct. Whatever the case, hard work is reward.
Right! Paimon sees your point. Oh, wait, no. We shouldn't drop our guard so quickly.
Let's continue this way.
Yeah! Skyward! Scatter! Yeah! Skyward! Scatter!
This place is known as the Pancration Ring. Sometimes we have criminals who have more energy than they know what to do with. Their daily... So, instead of leaving them to their own device.
Pancration matches? And you can earn
But I must warn you that your sentence will be extended.
So, did...
No, actually. I just grant... Of course, the fees are...
Oh. Do you mind if we ask what they're used...
Sure. Ensuring personal safety, maintaining the...
Oh, no, no.
A reasonable guess.
Oh, you hear that? Paimon...
That is something you can discuss between yourselves later. Let's move on for now.
Yeah! Scatter! Yeah! Scatter!
Your Grace. Good morning. I mean...
What time indeed? Time waits...
Jeez. That guy's so nervous he almost forgot to breathe.
Sorry.
The guards in the fortress of Maripede, criminals usually...
The productions?
Not necessarily.
Wow.
The fact that the... As for what... Therefore, there's no need for me to get into specifics about the product. Let's move on. The tour continues over this way.
You really scared me there.
The only thing you should be seeing is the work in front of you. Is...
It's not...
Yeah! Skyward!
Your Grace? What are you doing in the infirmary at a time like this? Oh no, you didn't injure yourself, did you?
Not yet, unfortunately for you. But thank you for your concerns. Allow me to introduce you. This is the infirmary, and Sigewinne here is the Fortress of Maripede's head nurse.
Hello, new faces. They call me the head nurse, but I actually handle all the nurses.
Since you seem to have some rare downtime with
Oh.
Thank you.
Oh, so the tour part?
I believe I've already covered the primary aspects of... I seldom can... Then let's head back.
You should at least try to be excited.
Kids these days, they just can't...
Yeah! Skyward! Yeah! Skyward! Scatter!
What do you think of the Wow! It looks so... Oh, isn't that the...
It actually
Oh, yes. What Paimon knew it! Excuse me. He seems help...
Sounds like he isn't...
Oh, that's good.
No news. Maybe next time I've got... Well, we provide all... Monsieur Neuvillette's character is unimpeachable. In light of that, in fact, after this, you two will just be inmates here. You're very welcome. Well, your new...
Yeah! Skyward!
The Traveler and Paimon, right? Your bunks are right over there. Follow me.
So this is where we'll be sleeping from now on. Oh, Paimon can't believe this! By the way, Traveler, even though the Duke didn't... We are criminals, and Paimon did eat... Yeah, Paimon thinks so too. He probably knew why we came here for maybe something like... So, we at least need to try... You mean... Yeah, that's what Paimon was thinking too! Fortunately, based on his attitude, it looks like the Duke sees Linny as... We worked so hard to help clear Linny and Lynette's names, and yet we turn around and Oh, right! Linny and Lynette are from the House of the Hearth. They work for the Knave, so they could be here to investigate too! Huh? Oh, it's a card! Paimon didn't notice it earlier. It looks like a magician's prop. Lenny must have left it here. He's in prison and still doing his little tricks, huh? Let Paimon have a look. It was nice to bump it. What in the world? It's written like he's... If you say so. We can ask him what's going on. Hey, you're finally awake! Well, it's Paimon's first day as a Hey, come on!
Hey, lazy bones! What are you still...
Sorry! We're going right away!
Yeah! Skyward! Skyward! Yeah! Scatter!
Peace prevails throughout the land, and all things are made new, as buds in the spring. This is an auspicious era for humanity.
Yeah! Skyward! Yeah! Skyward! Scatter!
Ah, you must be the catch of the day. Looks like you've got some luck getting assigned this space.
Yep, we just arrived yesterday and...
Don't interrupt me when I'm speaking!
Yes, sir.
Listen carefully to my working around the... Anyway,
Got it!
Your job is to use the machine over there to process... Watch carefully, and make sure you step on the pedal at the right time. If the machine gets... Here, take the... Bring me the process widgets, and I'll...
So if the machine gets jammed, you just need to attack it to fix the problem. Once the widget is hot enough to blow, jump to step on the pedal and hit the widget with the hammer.
Alright, I'll pass you for now.
He probably...
Look alive! Skyward! Scatter!
Lenny? Mr. Magician? Where are you? Oh, this had better not be some disappearing act. He doesn't seem to be around here. Let's try looking somewhere else. Where could he be? Did he decide to slack off and sleep the day away?
Hey, over here.
Oh, you scared Paimon! How did you appear out of nowhere like that?
Oh, you scare so easily now? Is there something worrying you these days?
You little... The only thing we're worried about was trying to find you.
Sorry. Come over here and keep it down.
Oh, Lynette! You're here too! You two really are inseparable.
That's right. My brother simply can't stand to be away from me.
It's not just Lynette. Fremine is also here. Do you still remember him?
Oh, you mean that diver from the House of the Hearth, right? Pyro remembers seeing him. Now hurry up and tell us, how did you end up as criminals this time? We fought so hard at court to prove you were innocent, but now it looks like our incredible court battle was for nothing!
Sadly, even the teeniest of things can land you in prison these days. I put together a street performance and used the popularity we gained from the Opera House incident to attract a big crowd.
And then?
Next, I invited several audience members to participate in the show. And then, with the entire audience watching, their wallet suddenly disappeared.
My brother was charged with theft.
It really isn't that bad. The missing wallets are all in the leftmost drawer of the Maison Gardiennage's big filing cabinet. We just need to see how long it takes to discover them.
Yep, we should be released then.
In terms of the magic trick itself, I think the performance went perfectly.
Leave it to Lenny to magic himself into prison.
Indeed. Last time I hid my identity from you, I promised that I'd tell you absolutely everything if you were angry about it. No more secrets. So I don't plan on keeping anything from you this time either. At the moment, the House of the Hearth's interests don't conflict with yours at all. We were instructed by the father of our house, the Knave, to come here and conduct an investigation.
Told you so! See? Paimon guessed right!
As for what we're investigating, perhaps you haven't heard, but the Fortress of Meropide hides a secret. Some even say that the entire fortress exists just to protect it. The House of the Hearth has been investigating this for a very long time, trying to uncover its mysteries. But recently, all of our informants, including the ones that have infiltrated the guards, suddenly vanished and have not been heard from since. We believe that this is a direct provocation, and it's the reason why we came here. Father has somehow managed to confirm that Focalors does not have Fontaine's Gnosis.
Huh? How did she manage to learn information that important?
Father has her ways. Many of them are beyond our imagination, and we've never had the chance to see her at work. But we trust her conclusions.
It was this information that led us to suspect that Fontaine's Gnosis might be in the Fortress of Meropide and is related to that secret.
So it's all about the Gnosis again.
Well, that's about it from our side. How about you two? Did Monsieur Nervulette send you here?
Bingo! The Knave has been applying a lot of pressure. She wants to know what happened to Child, so we came here to investigate. Traveler, are we allowed to tell them?
You don't need to worry too much about that. She's just asking for a report on Master Child's predicament as a means of pressuring you. Father used this situation as a pretext to negotiate with two high-ranking officials in the court of Fontaine. She actually just wants to be able to make concessions on this matter for gains elsewhere, almost like a bargaining chip.
Sometimes you need an excuse to do things you otherwise couldn't. And a harbinger is more valuable than you might imagine.
Of course, it's not a complete farce. If we do manage to find out what happened to Master Child too, then diplomatic relations with Fontaine could improve, and Snezhnaya might even be able to adjust its stance a bit.
Is it just Paimon, or does it feel like we're the only ones who actually care about Child's situation? The relationship between the Harbingers must be as bad as ever.
I wouldn't go that far. Father just has different standards than we do when it comes to what can be sacrificed for an advantage. By the way, I have a suggestion. Why don't we team up? Even though we have different objectives, we're both here to investigate the Fortress of Meropide. It would be more efficient for us to work together. As you know, the House of the Hearth has many reasons to seek the Gnosis, but our highest priority remains resolving the prophesized crisis. You can trust us on that.
See, I told you.
Is that so? Sure enough, it won't be easy to convince them to cooperate with us.
Lenny seems to be thinking...
Of course he is. Lenny has been looking forward to it, or...
Lynette, just tell them everything, why don't you?
It's okay to open up a little.
Very prudent of you, and consistent with your behavior since we first met. I was prepared for the worst. Since Lynette and I arrived here, most people just clam. You should be aware of that while you're...
A forbidden zone?
Good. That's the most Oh, look at the time. You two must be hungry. You should go to the...
Oh, that's just what Paimon wanted to hear! Paimon's starving after all that work today. We can talk more about the investigation later. Let's go get some grub! confusing. Forget, but...
You think so, mate? If I had a coupon for every fish who said that. Seems you fishies still haven't learned your lessons from your life up on the surface. If you take things at face value, then by the time you reach a dead end, you won't even know how you ended up on that road in the first place. I like your attitude. I can, let you in on a little something. Everyone's been telling you to just follow the rules and not cause any trouble for yourself. Am I right? But what they don't tell you is that the rules aren't exactly what the truth is.
Huh?
Not everyone knows about those rules, but whether you know them or not, once...
Really?
Of course.
Oh, you mean that if there really are hidden rules, then Child's disappearance might have something to do with that? In that case, would you tell us some hidden rules?
Come on, mate.
Paimon understands.
Yeah. Moreover, you're new fish. Freshly cut. I'm usually around the rag and bone shop. Just call me V-Doc. Bye-bye now.
He left. Just good place, but, like, we were so busy talking we almost forgot to eat. Even if it's not the best, it's probably better while it's warm. Come on, dig in before it gets cold.
Yeah! Skyward! Scatter! Yeah! Skyward! Scatter!
So Paimon just it seemed— oh, and they weren't kidding. What's wrong? You seem to have something on your mind. Did you dream about something last night? Is that even possible? Oh, maybe the vision connected Child's consciousness to yours. And our investigation has its first major break. So what did you see in the dream? Do you know where Child went? Huh. What's more important now is that it's the start of another new day as prisoners. Let's do our best to earn more credit coupons. What's the plan for today? Let's go! It's time to...
Look who decided to show up! Get your butts in gear and get to work. Time's a-wasting. Good, here you go.
once be...
Hey there, fellow shiftmates. I saw you finished your work.
Oh, hey there! We've seen you before. Your assigned workspace is really close, isn't it?
That's right. The name's Rowan. This past few days, I couldn't help but notice the new faces working nearby. I guess we were destined to meet. I've been working here for almost 15 years. Even the foreman, Grainville, always calls me Chief.
Whoa, you've been working here a long time, Chief.
If there's anything you'd like to know, just ask me. I know the work here in the production zone better than the back of my hand.
Alright, Chief. We'll be sure to come to you first.
Did you just ask about... Pretty sharp for newcomers. You've already heard about the rules, huh? Who'd you hear it from? Alright. Seeing as I'm the what truth is, you two keep...
Huh?
Well, it's usually not that easy. If you work continuously, then something bad will happen. Huh? If I knew that, then I wouldn't be standing here talking to you, now would I?
You mean, even you have never tried working 3 days like that before?
There's actually a legend about this rule. They say that there was a worker who worked way harder than me. He was both efficient and eager on the job, and most other workers couldn't hold a candle to him. One time, he tried to test his limits and worked as long as he could. Then during lunch on the 3rd day, he disappeared into thin air, as if...
What the... How could that happen?
Unfortunately, we were assigned different production zones. I never saw for myself what he looked like.
Wait, are you thinking that it was... Huh?
Oh? You... Listen, kid.
Yeah, I agree with Chief here. Do you Whoa! Isn't this the Super Lucky Meal? Looks like hard work really does get rewarded. Hyman's gonna take her time and savor every bite. What would you like to do this afternoon? Let's go! Credit coupons, here we come!
Look who decided to show up. Get your butts in gear and get to work. Time's a-wasting. Good, here you go. Why aren't you allowed to working? And don't go walking... Why aren't you allowed to working? And don't... Let me have a look.
Seems we had a product. Oh, Paimon doesn't want to get up. Paimon still feels complete. What do you have? Let's go!
Look who decided to show up. Get your butts in gear and get to work. Time's a-wasting. Oh? What's with suddenly wanting to work so hard? You need coupons that badly?
Sure. Let's just... Nice! We did well today. Let's keep it up! Ooh, Paimon's had it. That's it. Paimon doesn't even have the energy to talk anymore. Oh, Paimon's exhausted. It's just work, work, and more work. Paimon's little body can't handle this much longer. Wait a sec. Now that Paimon thinks about it, haven't we been working non-stop for 3 days now? And, oh, Paimon, but it doesn't seem like anything's changed at all. And we made it to the coupon. Are the so-called hidden rules only a rumor after all? Well, there's no use to just guessing all day. Paimon's stomach has been grumbling the whole time. Let's just eat already! Paimon wonders what we'll get today! Maybe we'll get the super lucky meal! Wait! What? What in the world is this? Is this stuff meat? But what do you think is going on? No, stop right there. Paimon gets what you mean, just don't say it. Hey, isn't that Woolsey over there? He must have made the food, right? So let's just ask him about the food and be done with it. Hey, Woolsey, have a moment?
What is it? I'm about to go report the numbers for today's free meal, so you'd better make it quick.
It's about the meat in our meals. Look, does it seem normal to you?
The meat? Oh, that. Looks perfectly fine to me. Totally normal. You better hurry up and chow down.
How could this be fun? Hey, don't leave! You barely even looked at it! Hey! What should we do now? Woolsey wouldn't even give us the time of day. Is he trying to hide something? Yeah, looks like we have no... What would you like to do? Okay, let's see if we can...
Yeah! Got him!
Oh, hello.
No need...
Sorry. I couldn't help but... Oh, it's hard to say.
Wait.
Oh, I'm always indecisive. What? Please, don't...
Yeah! Skyward! Scatter!
Huh? Rowan?
Oh,
Huh.
I just knew you.
Oh, you mean she wasn't in the...
Yeah. The rumors say that there's never anybody in the infirmary in the half hour before lunch, and nobody...
Huh.
Oh, wonderful.
Paimon likes having more... Have you also been in...
No, I was just slacking off. And my brother is still obsessed with anything Oh, before I forget.
Huh? Credit...
I've been here longer than you.
Aw, that's so nice of you, Lynette.
Get through it together.
Yeah! Skyward!
Hey, look! There's something here! That suspicious guy peeking into the infirmary just now. Is he a fan of Seedream? He must have dropped this. Let Paimon read it. The Melusine perceive the world. As a result, they're set... Ooh. This all sounds... And as for the note...
Yeah! Skyward! Yeah! Skyward! Scatter!
Yeah.
Yeah! Scatter! Yeah!
Hey! It's the Traveler and... No need to... Just like His Grace said.
Siege Wing? Hello, Travel. Everyone's usual. Enjoy? It's really worth watching. Are you talking about pets or people? Oh, I can see why you think that, but you shouldn't jump to... See, we Melazines are a different speed. Wait. Yes, take care of your body. Make sure you eat well. We'll definitely take care of ourselves.
Skyward! Scatter!
Oh, you want to stop investigating and go rest? Okay, you should rest up. So after working has our... Really? Well... What do you have... After working here so... But doing the same thing all... Yeah, it's good. Whoa! Isn't this the super lucky meal? Looks Paimon's gonna take her time and savor every bite. What would you like to do this afternoon? Knowing Child, he must have been there all...
Grab yourself a welfare meal.
Skyward! Scatter! Skyward! Scatter!
Oh, you must be the Traveler, huh? Sorry, mate, but competitors as strong as you are, even convicts value their lives. But we have...
And if we...
Of course. That's the cruel Okay, great. The targets in front of you will pop up one after another. You'll need to hit the targets in the same order that they pop. But the second you mess up the order, you lose. The game costs 300 credit coupons to have it go. So, thanks for your patronage, man.
Okay, do your best to hit the targets, just like Colin said!
Your strength, nobody who values their life would be willing to get in the ring with. However, you two haven't tried betting on the outcome of a pancration match yet, have you? Just go talk to Rusimov. Buy a ticket for whichever fighter you think will win.
But we don't know anything about the fighters. How can...
That's normal. Just...
He's got a point. Why don't we give it a try?
Bet at random, huh? Well, how should I put it?
Huh? We shouldn't get tipped...
What? I never even picked a boxer before, and you're... might as well tell you about it. Besides, Okay. Something bad will happen the next morning.
So and what do you mean by something bad?
How would I know? Not like I'm stupid enough to do that. But I've heard a story about them. According to the rumor, however, and after that, in his eyes...
So you mean, it's like...
No, he was always wearing a mask.
Traveler, do you think that boxer was... Huh?
You're not serious. Look, here I was just trying to be nice and warn you, yet here you are...
Yeah, it sounds pretty scary to Paimon. Seems you...
Betting on both fighters will set you back about 3,000 credit coupons.
The dawn of a new day. Paimon feels like we're getting used to life as convicts. Is that a good thing or a bad thing? What do you have planned for us? after working here so long, but doing the same thing all... Yeah, Whoa! Isn't this the Paimon's gonna take her time and savor every bite? What would you like to do this afternoon? Maybe we'll be able to find some leads there.
Are you two here to buy tickets? Better be quick about it. Another match is about to start.
Who are the boxers in the next round?
We have the reigning champ, Le Grappler, versus a contender from the Eastern Prison Block, Demon Horde.
Are those their nicknames, or did they choose them?
Since you're new around here, Anyway, for this match, I recommend that you pick... Huh? Maybe you don't quite understand the rule.
Oh, no need. We're aware that we're going to lose.
Alright then, if you're...
Yeah, we got it! Just shut up and take our coupon! Aw, looks like we won't get a chance to sleep in as long...
Hey, traveler. Paimon. Package here for... The next time you buy something, go pick it up yourself.
Huh? A package? For us? Did you buy something, traveler? Paimon's not quite awake yet, so why don't you go take a look? All right! Yesterday we broke the hidden rule and bought tickets for both boxers. Oh, maybe this package is the... Paimon suddenly feels wide awake. Wait, maybe let Paimon go hide somewhere first. Just call Paimon after you opened it. Hey, wait! Paimon's still here! Don't open it! Huh? What is... Oh, it's just a small bottle. But the color of the liquid inside looks so... wrong. Alright, that's enough of that. No need to say it out loud. Paimon already knows what you're trying to say. Ugh! No way! Get that stuff away from Paimon! Paimon thinks we should... What do you have planned? Though it feels nice to slack off a little...
I'm not very good.
Who are you? We've never seen you.
I'm not. Of course I'm not. Please, don't.
Then what are you doing?
I'm a promoter for Fontico.
Oh, a promoter from Font?
After discussing, however, in light of our long... let me take a moment and recall his exact words.
I'm just gonna... It seems you don't fully... But as for the lad...
Anyway, that's how he rejected my proposal and asked me to come up with another solution with the condition that it doesn't cause any trouble for him. Can you believe that guy?
Well, he is the head honcho.
Fine. I know I should...
Yeah! Skyward! Yeah! Skyward! Scatter!
Hey, maybe not. Every page has the font. Okay. Oh, you're right. Guess there's nothing to worry about then. Let Paimon have a look here. Without assistance from the Fontaine researchers, we have no choice but to. We have decided to. Sure doesn't seem like anything unusual. But, let's put these papers back where we found them.
Hey, I heard you crazy fools really did it.
Well, then.
So it is real.
Paimon's not sure. Oh, okay.
Yeah, you... Still, I did...
Even if we bought, when it comes to things like...
Hey, just what do you... You make so little that...
Oh, so it's the company that...
Let's just say it's a mutually beneficial... Anyway, you...
We ended up here without even thinking about it. Wanna... Alright, but remember that we bought this time with Coop... What is this garbage? What would you like to do this afternoon? After working here so long, we're real... But doing the same thing all the time can get... Yeah, a mysterious box, a bottle... Do you have any ideas, Traveler? Really? Well... Okay, so we've investigated 2 of the hidden... We'd better pick up the pace with our investigation, otherwise we'll never get any... Yeah, let's...
Yeah! Skyward! Scatter!
Hey, isn't that Vidok over there?
Impressive.
So, now can you tell...
If that...
Huh?
Leonid and those other pesky broke urchins.
We get it! Just tell us already!
So, you know those pipes that make strange sounds? Don't ever, ever go near them at night. Even if you manage to avoid the guards, you might find something even more terrible there.
Something even more terrible? Like what?
A group of cannibals.
Cannibals? In the Fortress of Masquerade?
Every month, they meet a few times in the dead of night. Rumor has it they might be connected to the people that have disappeared here. But what's even scarier is that they have a special proclivity. Since they have no way to dispose of the leftover remains, they...
Paimon might already know what you mean by other forms. So that's what's going on here. Oh, Paimon's stomach doesn't feel so good.
I've got things to do too.
Traveler, can we just trust him on... Oh, so that's how you... Oh, when will all the secrets end? Vita isn't here, but the guys who went to work...
What are you talking about? Listen, you should keep your nose out of other people's business. What? What? Just stay.
Their attitude sure is suspicious. Like they're trying to avoid us. But if they're being so obvious about acting weirdly, do you think... Oh, this is all getting way too creepy. So you mean we still...
Skyward! Scatter!
Hello, Fielding.
What do you want? Criminals like you ought to be working right now. Catch my drift.
We just want to ask you a simple question. Have you ever discovered anything odd?
Why are you asking about something like that? Whatever happens at night isn't your concern.
Well... right. We've heard...
Really? I see. But it's not like I'm on duty every night. And now that you mention it, I recall my colleagues talking about something like that before. They say that strange things tend to happen at night on pipe cleaning days. Lots of us don't willingly take those shifts.
So, what happens at night on pipe cleaning days?
They just conduct regular cleaning of the fortress's drainage facilities. There are 3 pipe cleaning days per month, and it just so happens that today is one of the scheduled days. You can try to confirm the sounds tonight if you want, and if they're real, then I can report the issue to my superiors for you.
Oh, okay. Then we'll keep both ears out tonight.
If that's all, then I'll be leaving now. I advise you not to try anything funny, though. Even if I'm not on duty tonight, someone will still be watching you.
Don't worry, we don't want any time added to our sentences. Oh, he left. So what do you think about the pipe cleaning days he mentioned? Right, both are... Paimon knew you would say that. Alright, sounds like we'll be up all night tonight then. Paimon just hopes the guards don't catch us.
Yeah! Scatter!
I'm so tired. But we can't sleep yet. They'll be cleaning the pipes tonight, so it's the perfect chance for us to investigate. Whatever. Just be sure to wake Paimon if she dozes off. Paimon's worried something might happen if you go alone. Huh? Traveler? Did you fall asleep already? Traveler, come on, wake up! Oh, it looks like you were just peacefully sleeping, the Paimon. Well, what did you see this time? Really? So we're finally starting to figure... Okay, well, it's about time for us to get moving. Just be careful to avoid the patrolling guards.
Yeah! Skyward!
Uh-oh!
Yeah! Skyward!
This should be the place.
Yeah! Yeah!
What? I know you. You were the ones we saw.
Huh. You've got guts showing up here. You know who we are, right?
You'd better leave now. Ain't nobody coming here to save you.
What'd you say? Yeah, so what if they were? If you push us, we can make those rumors a reality at any time.
Hey, what's the point of all those rumors anyway? What exactly are you trying to do?
I don't have to tell you anything. If you turn around, go back to the dormitories and act like you never saw anything, then I'll pretend that you never showed up here.
Yeah, scram. Nothing worth seeing here. Huh? What did you say?
Isn't that exactly what Boss said when he left?
Hey, do you know our boss? Whoa. We had no idea. So, did he have you come here?
Oh, so you're Child's crew here?
We're the only...
Wow, those dreams of yours...
We gave him the business for a while, but here in the fortress, he was working the long... You could always see how amazing he was. So eventually...
But one day, he suddenly... And as his crew... So, we just wanted to give...
Oh, thanks to your room, but...
Because as far as we know, it leads to an abandoned boss, so we told him, and that if he wanted to...
So you come and...
Yeah.
Nothing could ever defeat Boss or...
Okay, okay.
Alright. Keep quiet and follow up.
The way up from here has been sealed off. Its boss left by going down from here. It wasn't full of water at the time. Later, we came back hoping to have a look. That's when we found out it had been completely flooded. It's impossible to navigate unless you're an extremely skilled diver.
Do you think Child got trapped by the water?
Not likely. We all know that Boss was an incredible swimmer.
Really? Then have him come investigate.
It's getting late. We should leave before the guards come this way.
Yeah, we learned a lot about what happened to Child here. Let's get going! When you said you knew a diver, you were talking about Fremenade, right? Ugh. Why is Child like this? Fortunately, though, now that we can finally relax, Paimon's... It's morning already? Oh, Paimon still needs more sleep. Huh? Wait, look over there. It's one of Linny's cards. Let Paimon see. Maybe you haven't heard. It's been a while since we last. Ooh, today's our lucky day. We have the dip. From the sound of it, we still have some.
Wait! My mechanical master.
Look! There are some people talking over there!
If you ask me, those pompous parasites on the surface act like they're all a bunch of aristocrats. Do any of them give half a hoot about a bunch of dogs like us?
Hey, speak for yourself, mate. I'm no dog.
Oh, you think you're
I don't buy that.
Hey, how cool would it be if the whole world was destroyed by a giant flood and everyone had to start over from nothing?
What kind of filthy bilgewater you Listen, things ain't... Who wants to live in the...
And what makes you...
Whoa. Sounds like they're really unhappy about the Speaking of which, Paimon never heard anyone use the words overworld or underworld when we were living up there. That's true.
I'll protect us.
Grab yourself a welfare meal.
Skyward!
There's a group of people over there. Let's go listen in.
So I said, that's not a faucet. Hey, who are you two? Why'd you come over all of a sudden?
Oh, sorry for eavesdropping. Sounds like you were talking about something private.
What's the matter? They're just...
Hey, don't pretend like it's okay for them to just interrupt us like that.
You hear that, Quisto? What?
Your expressions tell me you're looking to hear some juicy info, am I right?
Really? Are we that famous?
You're kidding. How often does anyone get a personal tour led by His Grace himself? Practically everyone was talking about it. Word has it that you also caused quite the kerfuffle.
A little mistake, huh?
Your group?
I'm Quisto, and this is Lavaroon. People usually call us the Bombshell Bros, but don't worry. We're not playing with bombs or anything. It's just that our information is always so explosive, and we blow minds on the regular.
So, you two really like to gossip? Whew, you sure know how to embellish.
No. You don't get it. Knowing intelligence will make things better for you here. For example, knowing who's working with whom, who has the latest rumors, who's not getting along. Wouldn't you like to know all that? Whoa, all this info's...
I don't mind him. Quisto's always the welfare meals. Talk about the welfare.
Right.
Is that so? To tell you the truth, I've been helping out with making those welfare meals. I've been working as a kitchen assistant for about a month and a half now.
Oh, so you're the one who made those delicious sticks.
You are correct. I am a true professional. Since you like my cooking, I guess that means we share similar tastes. Listen. Listen, kids. You've already met
those who have the Dukes at...
I know who you...
But did you know?
I don't care if he was a researcher that could turn dirt into Mora. Once you're in the fortress of Meripede, you're just another inmate like everybody else. Speaking of which...
You mean he hit a whoop?
But that Lorvine's...
Wait a second.
Do you think Could it be that they're secretly meeting there to go on dates? But it's really hard to imagine.
After all...
Yeah! Got him!
Hey, you over there. Yeah, you. Say, do you like playing card games? You know, like Genius Invocation TCG?
You TCG players are like mint in the wild.
Hey, come on now. What's wrong with... all right. No pressure.
But why would you be looking for people to play Genius Invocation and...
Whether you're throwing down cards or throwing punches, it's all a competition, isn't it? It's all the same in my eyes. There are lots of card players here in the fortress. When I saw you, I immediately thought, hey, even outsiders from other nations play cards. So I came over to say hi. Sure.
Great! Since you've been here longer than us, you need to flex your seniority a little bit, right? Maybe you could start by telling us newcomers some...
I thought you would have already heard everything by now. All right, then. Did you have anything specific in mind?
Why don't you pick?
All right. Have you heard any spin? Did you know that there are some people who are always gossiping? Yeah, so you've already met those two. I heard that there used to be a chef and a...
Good to know. Do you have anything else to tell us?
Let me think. Oh, did you know that the Duke was also a convict in the fortress of Meripede?
Huh?
That's right. The Duke to go from an ordinary inmate to becoming the manager of the whole place. I'm not gonna lie, I kinda respect that. A forbidden zone?
It's just a rumor we've been hearing, but no worries if you've never...
Anything else? Not that I can think of, but I'll be sure to tell you anything interesting I hear next time. You'll have to play a game of Genius Invocation with me first, though.
Okay, we've talked to just about everyone, and it's about time for us to go meet Linny. According to the card he left us, we should go meet him in the production zone.
If you are presently unoccupied, perhaps we could stop a while at one's abode for some repose and conversation.
Yeah! Skyward! Yeah! Skyward! Scatter! Yeah! Skyward!
Huh? That look in your eyes. You found something?
Hey, this is no time to be
Oh. Huh. I'd have never guessed that much. He is a heart. Unfortunately, this isn't enough for our final report to Father told me that even though
His escape route is already flooded, so we'll have to task someone with professional diving skills to chase.
Well, when you put it that way, it's obvious that only Fremine would be up to the task.
Bingo!
He's working today. Coming here, it's the least I can do. Honestly, I'm far more impressed by you guys managing to collect all this information right under Risley's watchful eyes.
Collecting information has always been our strong point.
Now, let me think. And if he's to do that, he'll have to set out...
You can even estimate how long it'll take for...
We've been working together for a long time. We know each other's capabilities like the backs of our hands. Traveler, what say you to meeting... Oh, and there's... Though we can just... Fremine's no master of disguise.
What do you want us to do?
Well, I won't... Listen carefully. You've mentioned several... Investigate the but also, there's no... my apology...
But that's not a bad thing, right? Oh, right. Then we'll...
Let's go our separate ways for now, then. Don't forget, we meet here again in...
Hey, stay here for now. Paimon will take a peek. There seem to be several people inside.
Right. I feel like it's not impossible.
It's a bit hard to understand them from here. Someone! Please help! He's sick!
Whoa, are you okay?
Oh my! What's wrong, little one? There's no need to panic. Take a deep breath. The traveler started complaining of a stomachache, and then nausea, and then collapse. Freezing limbs, twitching fingers, and pale complexion. Let me take a look. Please. Don't worry, I'll get you to the bed safely. Here, hold on to my shoulder and walk slowly. You can do it, traveler! Don't apologize. You're sick after all. Now, please relax. I'm just going to do a preliminary checkup on you. My checkup has confirmed that he's not in any mortal danger. Eh? Oh, that's good. But I'll continue my diagnosis of the patient now. Don't sense serious damage to your organs either. Does it hurt when I press here? And here? Huh? But based on my... what about here? Does this... Oh, I think you just ate something that disagreed with you. That's all. Nothing too... Congratulations. The health risk is... Miss Levine, I'll have...
Very well.
And she hopped away, just like that.
Hello. So how are you feeling now?
His stomach ache's really bad.
If Miss Sijuin says it's not a serious problem, then there's...
But it also looks like she's the only medic you've got down here.
Well... What do you mean that's true? That's really misrepresenting the situation. Of course I can't speak for the whole fortress, but it's not like everyone imprisoned here is useless, you know? Though they may have committed crime...
Yeah.
That's correct.
Are you two...
We've been sick a while. I come back every once in a while for checkups, and to pick up the medicines Miss Sijuin prescribes for us. That's just the nature of chronic illnesses. As for her... You could say she fancies herself as Miss Sijuin's capable helper because she...
Please watch your mouth, Mr. Jurier. Don't...
Hey, don't start arguing now! Please, keep it zip...
Please allow me to end this boring...
And same to you, Miss Lorvine. Anyway, that was more than enough rest for me, so I'm going to get out of this excessively noisy place. See you later, everyone.
He just slowly walked off? Like that?
That's just what he's like. I'm sorry you had to see all of that. I'm Lorvine, and that...
You?
I'll accompany you two for a walk. No.
I'm back! Did you rest like you promised?
Thank you for getting our medicine, Miss Siege.
Did you all cooperate with your bed rest? I trust that nobody got up to walk around. Good. Here, this should be... Miss Levine, I left in a bit of a hurry just now. Do you still remember if we just... Yellow, huh?
All right, then I'll also be on my way now. I hope you feel better soon, too.
See ya! I'm going to fill out your medical record now. You're widely known as the Traveler, right? I just want to double-check a few... Those two made quite the commotion just now, so why don't we let the Traveler rest? So his primary symptoms are abdominal pain, with secondary symptoms of nausea. Alright then. Is there anything we should know besides... No, his base constitution is quite good, so I'm sure he'll recover quite quickly after taking the medicine. Please, make sure to stick to bland or less stimulating foods, and don't stay up too late at night. Got it! Paimon will hold the Traveler to that for sure. Oh, you're going to take a nap already? We've been to lots of places together. He may look a bit under the weather now, but he's actually super strong. So you're the best of companions. Well, don't worry. He'll recover soon. You're awake. How do you feel? You slept for a really long time, but we never left. go back without a worry in the world. Remember to take the meds regularly, and don't forget, bland foods. Thank you, Miss Sijuin!
Skyward! Scatter!
You really are something. To be able to fall asleep like that and even sleep talk the entire time, you scared Paimon half. No, but you kept mumbling things along the lines of, Pyron, don't take my grilled fish, and put down the Adeptus Temptation now. Paimon talked with Sijuin the entire time you were asleep. She seems like she's just a sincere nurse, and Paimon didn't notice anything unusual in the room. Whoa, you really are super thorough. All those tiny little suspicious things that Paimon... Today's the day! Let's go meet up with Linny!
Yeah! Skyward!
Hmm? Did you two run into any trouble over the past few days?
No, we just worked our...
That's good. That means you didn't raise any suspicions when you infiltrated the infirmary. We've taken a look at the slip you've sent. Fremine successfully left the grounds via the pipes 2 days ago.
Wait, why is...
You already went above infiltrating a guard. Lynette also felt like you have already...
So that's what Lynette thinks.
Then, let's go check on Lynette before Fremine return.
Is now really a good...
According to my observations. Also, I'm her brother, remember? It's only natural for an older brother to care about his younger sister's well-being.
Okay, then let's head over right away!
Yeah! Skyward! Scatter!
Lynette should be here, right? Huh. Strange.
As expected, Sijuin isn't here, but why isn't Lynette here?
No, Lynette rarely deviates from the plan. We agreed that if she were to make changes on the fly, she'd find a way to let me know. Unless...
Let's see if there are any...
Okay.
There are some books here. Advanced. These sure are some interesting books. She even has books...
None of the beds have any signs of having been slept in. except that one over there.
That's the one Lynette must have used, right?
Mm-hmm. She would have said her migraine was having a particularly bad... which means either...
This is it! We saw it before!
Wait, this thing? It doesn't look... The space behind it is empty. From its size, I don't think it's an entrance that is meant to be taken. Could Lynette have tried to get inside? Let's look around here for some more clues.
Hey, you guys, there's a slip of paper!
A slip of paper?
It's right over here, and there's a bunch written on it too. It reads, "Out of respect for your usual practices."
This is...
Is that all? The back. This...
Show me! Now!
That look on your face. Would you care to guess where Miss Lynette of the Fatui could be right now?
Wriothesley. Did he deliberately leave the infirmary?
Wait, you mean he was aware of our goals from the
Yes. That is... You're not from the same camp as us. You were sent down here by Nervulet, so you have no conflict of interest with Wriothesley. We're a completely different story, though. I'd like to know that, too. Don't panic. Just think everything over. I have to stay calm. Wait, you're right. The fact that Fremine was able to leave the grounds...
But what does he gain by letting...
So he's We never should have sent out Fremine. We had to go through all that trouble to find an If Wriothesley let him leave on purpose, then he's probably...
Lenny's getting more and more panicked. We have to... Don't be like this,
No. I'm the leader of this...
Hey, don't be reckless! Traveler, please, talk some sense into him!
I simply cannot allow Lynette to be abducted. I have to go.
He's rushed out the door! After him!
Right. I feel like
It's not impossible.
Is that so?
Is someone?
Pack everything up. Whoever's outside is eavesdropping. Someone! Please help! He's sick!
Whoa, are you okay?
These two. As expected, they've already found this place. What a delightful turn of events. I like smart people, but I also like playing dumb. I like... Oh my! What's wrong, little one? Being able to read human expression... Lenny! Wait! It's no use. We have to catch up to him.
Skyward!
He's already out of sight. How is he so fast? Let's go head him off at Wriothesley's office.
Come out and face me, Wriothesley!
Aren't we at an administrative office space?
What did you do to my sister?
I ran into the young miss at the infirmary.
Stop joking around! Where did you take my siblings?
I have also heard that you're performing. Maybe she'll appear behind you right now.
Is he trying to trick me into turning my head? You knew we were investigating the infirmary. As for Fremine...
There was no need to do so.
You removed our original members and spread the news of Child's escape so Father would assign our team to come down and investigate.
One correction. Lynette is in my hands right now, but Fremine is not.
He's not. What?
Lenny!
Oh, wonderful. Everyone is here, so I'll only need to say this. Eager and to the point, I see. Alas, only Miss Lynette is currently having a cup of the fortresses. Although, as per your original plan,
Wait, you locked him outside in the sea?
I closed the fortress's gate to the outside world.
Fremene's a star diver.
No, we're still here, so we...
But why would I do this, you may be asking? To have an audience with you? Besides, I do recall you mentioning to Miss Lynette that you've always wanted to have a face-to-face meet.
So, you've been keeping tabs on us, but...
Some of my folks just happened to hear a thing or two, that's all. In any case, I was willing to play dumb and turn a blind eye, so we had a pleasant few days playing games together here. But Mr. Linney, the cards are stacked against you right now. You need do but one thing.
You want to see Father? But why should she bother giving you an...
Well, if she cares... I've heard that the bond...
Why did you think Father sent us to handle the Fortress of Merope?
Oh.
Was this the extent of your master plan to get to
You people really are difficult to... Mr. Linney, you have one last chance to invite your father here. If you refuse...
Linney!
Instead of asking why I'm doing this, why don't you try to... I gave you a warning by cutting off the first... Mr. Fremene left the...
I shouldn't ask...
6.
Wait,
2. Time's up.
Risley!
Negotiations have broken down. Please...
Yeah, listen to...
You do realize that I'm only letting you go because of Neuvillette, yes? You're here helping him out, and I've already done my best to stay up, but that doesn't mean you can just do whatever you want. The fortress may be small and remote, but it still has its own... Then how about this? Those who are capable deserve... I'll ask you 3 questions. Question 1. Regarding the hidden rules of the...
I've been told that the infirmary is always empty. The Fonta promoter has been... We often see Miss Sigewin observing the... Fonta's internal reports suggest... The research notes said that the Melusine... According to Collins, the... We often see Miss Sigewin... I've been told that the infirmary is always empty for the half hour just before lunch. The research notes said that the Melusine race According to Collins, the Pancration tournament... Fonta's internal reports... The research notes said that the According to Collins, the Pancration tournament only took... I've been told that the infirmary is always empty. We often see Miss... The research notes said that the According to Collins... The research notes said that the Melusine race perceives the world very differently from...
So that's what's going on. The hidden rule of the production zone. People are not supposed... At first we thought this... She often visits the production zone out of her sense of duty as the head nurse, as well as her genuine concern for the workers' health. Sigewin visits the cafeteria. Sigewin has only the... Unfortunately, the recipients of her... Are we on the right...
Not bad. All right, now for mine... There are also some hidden...
I've been told that the infirmary is always empty. Fonta's internal reports suggest... We often see Miss Siege... The Fonta promoter has been struck... The research notes said that the According to Collins, the... The research notes said that the Fanta promoter has been struck. According to Collins, the Pancration tournament only took place because the Fanta company sponsored it. The company must want a return on their investment as well. Fanta's internal reports suggest that the Fanta promoter has been struggling.
Paimon gets this rule too, Nick. That hidden rule of the Pancration ring? People get scared when, but really, a blood... The company, they came to the Duke knowing, and so...
I acknowledge the effort you've put in, although based on your description, that Fanta promoter is a bit too careless with his words. I may just reconsider. All right, and here's the final question. What's the secret behind our head nurse and all of her patients in the infirmary?
Stop your cruel and pointless games, Risley! You know that we haven't finished our investigation, so there's no way we can answer the last question. The thought you'll pay for this! Ah!
Lenny, are you alright?
Oh, close one.
There was nothing, Your Grace. Sigewinne, though this gun may look like a toy, it's actually fully functional, as I just demonstrated.
Sigewinne...
Not at all. I am merely a resident of the... When Monsieur Nervulette asked me to come here. But if you mean what you just said, then isn't Linny someone you should be looking after as well? Isn't he a resident here just like the rest of us? But I really am just doing what Monsieur Nervulette told me to do. Everything I did, I've done to protect them. Had I not, they would be in far more dire... His Grace knows it too, right? Your Grace?
My dear Sigewinne, whatever shall I do with you? Would it have killed you to just wait another minute or...
Well, it's nearly time after all. What are you talking about?
Take me if you want.
How touching. Can you just give me one more minute?
Don't be like that, Your Grace.
All right, everyone, calm down. I'll go get a cup of tea.
I believe I hear...
Some space, please.
Ah, Miss Clorinde.
Freminet...
What's going on? What is Clorinde doing here?
Work.
I'm sorry about shooting you, Mr. Linney. The tranquilizing effect will begin to wear off soon.
What happened to Freminet? Wasn't he diving just outside of the fortress? Why is he looking like...
A flushed face, an accelerated pulse. Please, make some space. I'll need to give Mr. Freminet a more thorough...
I'll talk to Clorinde while you get Freminet to where he needs to be.
How is he?
These symptoms are probably caused by an acute ingestion. Of course, it would be best if he stayed for further up. Sorry.
Why would he ingest a large amount of primordial seawater?
Please, look after Mr. Freminet for the moment. I'll go fetch some medicine and a respirator. Oh,
Where is she?
Oh, she just took a nap in an empty room after I tranquilized her.
What's that look on your face? I thought I made good time on the way.
Oh, I'm just admiring your punctuality. How's the situation out?
The water has changed. It's pretty much as expected. I was only out there a short time, so it wasn't too bad.
Where was he when you found him?
The abandoned zone at the end of the pipes. A good distance.
Closer than I thought. He must have recognized it early on and...
Locking the door was necessary. I don't think we could have saved two.
Well, I did try to convince him that I had my reasons.
It would probably work on Neuvillette. He has a...
That's a bad... Want some tea?
Not particularly. If you want to drink some that badly, just say so.
Fine, I'd like to get some tea. Want me to get you a cup too, since I've already made it?
Might as well then, I suppose.
Lenny, are you okay?
Oh.
Are you sure?
My hands and
I'm back, everyone.
Lenny! Fermine?
He'll be fine. But for now, please help me
His breathing's beginning to slow down.
Give me a hand and help me get him to—
Yeah, I'll take him from this—
On it. Traveler, you seem pretty worried about him. The Duke and Clarande are gone. They probably went to get some—
Yeah! Skyward! Yeah! Skyward! Scatter!
He's awake!
Lenny... Lynette...
We're all here. The infirmary. How do you feel?
The sea. There's something wrong with the sea.
Shh, it's okay.
No, listen to me. This is really serious. There's primordial seawater mixed into the regular seawater. I don't know why it's there, but no one should— Pipes. Right, the pipes. It's all coming back to me now. Where could Master Child be? This mechanism looks like it's been tampered with. Could he have done it? It's getting stuck on something. Seems like I'll have to avoid those obstacles while I turn it. Frost is coming! Hey! Frost is coming! Get in gear! This is where the water starts. Master Ch... Frost is coming! Get in gear! The vegetation here is a bit more sparse. These traces aren't natural. A person must have left them, and recently. I should be going in... Oh, there are traces here too. I need to keep going. Huh? The traces are gone. But I don't see where he could have gone from here. Wait. What the... My heart is racing, and it's getting harder and harder to breathe. What's... No good. I have to get back. They still don't know anything about what's going on. If I turn back right now, I should still be able to make it. I can't die here. I have to push on.
So in other...
That's right.
Miss Clarande brought you back, but we...
Miss Clarande, you say? I must go...
You're still too weak for Monet. Miss Lynette is right. I believe Miss Clarande will...
A guest? Then I can...
You should ask His Grace about that. Yeah, it's about time he actually told us what's going on.
No. Please go on without me. I don't want to leave just...
Lemmy.
The logical part of my brain is aware that we're safe right now, but I still can't bring...
In that case, I'll leave the infirmary to you. The Traveler and I are going to head out for now.
Thank you.
Excuse me?
I take it Mr. Fremonet's condition has...
Of course. I wouldn't have left the infirmary.
I've been expecting those
I wanted to check up on Miss Clarande. How are you feeling?
Mostly fine.
If you don't mind, I'd like...
All right. Thank you for looking out for me. I'll take my leave for now, then.
Well, want to explain yourself, Risley?
Of course, but I'm not partial to the word choice of explain. How about enlighten? Where should I begin? How about... no.
You managed to...
They came here with ulterior motives. I'm quite adept at discerning what that kind of behavior signals. Initially, I thought that Linny suggested that I had deliberately let him escape, but in truth, I didn't really do anything. Of course, it's inevitable. I'm also quite curious about where that Harbinger went. So I figured I might as well let the Fatui do their own investigative work. All I care about is the answer.
So you were hoping Linny's group...
You make it sound like that's... The Forbidden Zone has always been Linny's target, and...
Are the rumors true?
Why would you put it like that?
Oh, right.
Me, of course. As a champion duel...
And saving...
You can think of it like that, yes. Credit where credit is due, that boy is quite adept at diving. Had conditions not been as hostile as they were, he probably would have found the missing Harbinger already. That's not something you should be... All I need to prove to you...
But we've already uncovered that there's something wrong with the infirmary, and we've answered a bunch of questions that you threw at us. Isn't it about time that you answer our last question in return?
You make a compelling case.
Yeah, Paimon...
Even if the truth may not be pleasant, follow me.
Door here? And a whole basement behind it? Huh. You're pretty good at hiding stuff, Risley.
It seems you've forgotten just what kind of place the fort... Stand on the...
Wait, is there a secret mechanism or... Whoa! So, this is the Forbidden Zone? Honestly, for a place so well hidden, what a huge door!
There are 3 such isolation gates in total. Am I correct to assume you're going to run on back and tell your little Fatui friends everything?
Well, Paimon wasn't thinking of keeping anything from them.
Well, I'd advise you wait until you've seen the whole truth of this place for yourself before deciding whether or not to tell them.
So there's a switch...
Stand back.
Whoa! They all just went up one by one!
Go on, have a look. I've been interested in what lies beyond that gate ever since I assumed leadership of the Fortress of Masquerade. Of course, it would be unwise to recklessly open it, but it'd also be risky and negligent to simply ignore any... The readings on that dashboard have not budged since the day when I first laid eyes on this place. But over the past year, the needle has crept upwards from its original position, likely because Normally, I would have ignored it, but I happened to have some free time when I noticed it, so I investigated. Very reasonable guesses. The temperature should vary with weather and climate changes, so for something that... Later on, a few more possibilities occurred to me, such as a potential... Over the past few days...
The concentration of... primordial seawater? But we're already under the sea!
And that is precisely the problem. Yes.
But forget about the two of us! Not even Novelette knows where the primordial
Seems like you've figured it out. I believe the primordial sea lies directly beneath this sluice gate. For some reason, the primordial the indicators are now red. Although the gate still stands, some primordial seawater has If this continues... Yeah, you know what the legends say. If this place falls, then everyone in Fontaine will be turned into puddles in the span of a night.
But that's just too weird!
Your expression tells me you think this might be part of a vast, complicated conspiracy. To be honest, you might find the actual answer may be exceedingly boring. It's just that the secret of the Forbidden Zone had been long forgotten by the nation before I rediscovered it with There's no single founder of the Fortress of Meripede in any traditional sense. When the previous Hydro Archon, Egeria, ruled the land, all convicted criminals from Fontaine were exiled. The criminals received no sympathy of any kind from the people. They were exiled. Some of them began to repent and prayed to the Hydro Archon, asking if there was still anything they could do. The Hydro Archon took pity on them and said, "You may go guard my secret, deep underneath the waves." And so, leaning on the power of the Hydro Archon, they gathered underneath the sea and began to build a fortress. They became a community down there in the deep. As the number of exiles increased, more and more people joined the community. The Hydro Archon continued to lend her support. And with that, the people here stopped referring to the fortress as a prison. They saw themselves as repenting sinners who would regain their freedom once they had sufficiently redeemed themselves. But as time went on, people also realized that the fortress was a lonely place. Once they had gotten used to life here, they could no longer feel comfortable. Once they had finished serving their sentences, some people left and some others chose to stay. They'd find some idle position and let their withered souls fade away with the ancients. After many, many centuries, few people still remember the reason for the fortress's founding. Now and again, research...
But now you know every part of that...
Indeed. To be frank, not really. Prophecies are troublesome things. Let's go somewhere else. Oh. This is it.
Your Grace, perfect timing. The results from our last round of experiments have...
Wait, Jurier, he's not...
Huh? Lure V...
No need to panic, you...
What? After you warned us not to
I'm skeptical as well. Are you sure they are trustworthy?
The results speak for themselves, don't they? These two may already know...
All right then, if Your Grace insists.
They seem harmless enough, so I'll trust them for now.
How about some reintroductions? This is Jurier, one of the highest-ranked researchers from the Fontaine Research Institute. He used to work under Edwin. I trust that you've heard of Edwin? Good. Saves me a bit of time explaining. Edwin's main areas of research were archaeum and gravimeters. As his assistant, Jurier is quite familiar with them as well. I hired him to be my technical consultant.
You want to blow up the Fortress of Meripede?
Ah, what a lovely idea. I'm already imagining it in my head.
Gotta admit, I'm tempted as well.
Guys, focus! Focus!
That taskmaster over there is Miss Lorvine, and is also one of my technical consultants. Well...
Ooh, are they together?
See, everyone keeps asking this question. Are you too sure you're not a couple?
Your Grace, I am not in a relationship with this man.
If I dated her, I'd officially be madder than Edwin.
Jeez, forget I said anything then. Follow me.
Whoa, there's another door that goes right up.
Your constant amazement makes it seem like the fortress can do anything.
But Paimon really thinks everything's super cool.
Well, let's spice it up a bit. And here you go.
What a huge ship! This is also a production zone that Paimon's never seen before. What's going on?
How much do you know about Fontainian history?
Not much at all.
Well, then maybe you haven't heard the story of ancient Lemuria. To give you a quick rundown, Fontaine used to be ruled by the Lemurian dynasty. According to legend, the Lemurian king Remus came to this land after being inspired by divine revelation and found the Sierra Sibila. He called his nation Lemuria and used the Fortuna.
There's a ship in this story too?
Where there's water, there'll be ships. People believe that.
Do you believe that too?
To a point, I think. As you've already seen, I have a whole factory's worth of labor and material, so the moment I began to speculate that the Primordial Sea might lie underneath the gate, I also began this project.
Were you inspired by the legendary—
Maybe. Fontanians need some. Were the workers to find out the truth behind this ship, riots would destroy the fortress faster than any catastrophe. As the fortress's administrator, alright, that's enough talking for now. I'll need another 3 cups of tea to soothe my throat. Do you have any other questions? Seems like you're good. Come on, I'll take you back. I'll leave you here for now.
Oh, thank you so much.
No worries. But don't forget, it's up to you whether or not you want to share what you just saw. What you do from here on out will likely affect those 3 as well.
Yeah, we'll put a lot of thought into it for sure.
Great. I look forward to what happens next.
Welcome back.
How can you be so much like Risley, always drinking tea?
Huh. Actually, now that you mention it, I just remembered something now. While I was sedated, I could still barely hear 2 people talking next to me. They were discussing everything, from the leaves, to the water, and even the teacups themselves.
Must have been Risley and Sejuin.
Yeah, I heard 1 male voice and 1 female, so it should have been the 2 of them. They really were just talking about brewing tea.
I really can't make sense of this place.
So, Traveler, Paimon, were you able to learn anything from Risley?
Yeah, he explained everything.
Very well. Then, would you mind checking your answers against my speculations? Yeah.
Nobody else is around.
All right. Then I'll posit my theories. I asked myself 3 questions. Firstly, why was Fremine affected by the primordial seawater? It was because he dove into the sea. My theory is...
Whoa, he's good.
That's our Lenny.
Secondly, Risley's added... I spent quite a long time thinking about this. What's more, as long as the fort... If I had to guess, he probably has something that he's working on himself.
You're
If Risley does... that can't be... I don't have an...
I can't...
The sea will engulf...
Could Risley have wanted... If you remember...
Or perhaps he didn't know.
Yeah, that makes... The 2 of you have... If you ever need anything... Though you may not share the sentiment, after all that we've gone through together, the 3 of us basically see you as family now.
You have my gratitude.
Thank you for protecting Lenny when it really mattered. And thank you for sharing the secrets of the fortress with us.
why are you being so formal all of a sudden? Paimon's hungry.
Oh, you've done so much already. Go get some food.
Alright, then we'll catch you guys another... on! Over here! Are you here for dinner too, Miss Sijween? Mm-hmm. And I'm taking the opportunity to prepare Miss Cloran's dinner as well. Huh. What would you like to eat? Yep, you can. I've already talked to our chef, Mr. Wolsey. It's all on me today, so you can get whatever you'd like. Me too! Don't forget! No problem. Just leave it to me. So delicious. Paimon's so happy. Paimon wants to feast like this every day. Feeling full yet? How's the food? Delicious. I'm so glad to see you all so happy. Oh, see, the expression on your face just now. Sijween, do you do this to help your... a bit of both, I suppose. I'm a Melazine, which means I'm very different from human beings. I must know what you're thinking if I want to take good care of you. You're really good at taking... Really? Oh, and what did you... Oh, that. Thankfully, although the path was blocked, we still stationed some guards there to stop anyone from approaching. They were instructed to only open the door once Miss Cloran had returned. Oh, and I was keeping an eye on Mr. Linney as well. We had to press him, but we couldn't allow him to be in any real danger. You were all super considerate and really thought everything through. It's just what we do down here at the fortress. At least this has been His Grace's style for as long as he's been the leader. Oh. Get a good night's rest, you two. You both were...
Skyward! Scatter! Yeah! Skyward! Scatter!
Paimon's super sleep. Delicious. Paimon wants seconds for free.
Out of my way! Get out of my way! What happened? Why is everyone running?
No idea, but something must have happened. Stop asking!
Who's yelling? Paimon...
no time to explain, mate. Goodbye!
Hey, wait! What's wrong with these people?
They're here! There you are!
Oh, thank goodness!
Quisto and Laveroon, do you know what happened here?
We came here especially to inform you. Something seems to have... Laveroon was saying you two are new here and you don't have many friends, so you might slip through the cracks. Haven't you heard all this?
Wait, weren't you the one who brought that up?
Hey, shut up!
Okay, whatever. The point is, you should come with us. Yeah, he said to get as far away as possible, upwards and outward.
Oh no, it can't be that thing!
Whoa, wait, what? What? Hey, where...
We have to go find the Duke! You two just go and get out! Go on without us!
Hey! Be careful!
Attention! Please evacuate upwards and outwards, upwards and outwards. If you're already at the topmost layer, then try to move as far outwards as possible. Attention! Please evacuate upwards and outwards, upwards and outwards. If you're already at the topmost layer, then try to move as far outwards as possible. Attention! Please evacuate upwards and outwards, upwards and outwards. If you...
They're here.
Just like I said.
What happened?
You're just in time. But be ready to run. Three, two, one.
This won't hold it for long. Find Neuvillette. Tell him the defenses are about to collapse.
Then what will happen to you?
Until he arrives, we're the last line of defense. The gate. How long do you think it'll hold?
That depends on us.
Neuvillette? Why are you here?
Traveler, I need you to head to the... Farina will soon be meeting with the knave there. You will do. You have...
the Traveler in Paimon? Monsieur Nerva, though I'm sure he's already explained, there should be a
Oh, so you two are the honored guests Miss Farina mentioned.
Of course, of course!
It is my pleasure to make your acquaintance, traveler.
I've already prepared seats for you.
Perhaps you two are unaware of how Miss Farina and I do things. You see, we actually recently agreed to get to see this. This is a limited type of confectionery that Miss Farina simply adores.
Traveler, what do you think of this cake?
That's good to hear. So what Child said was on the mark after all. I wonder how he's doing nowadays.
Since...
Oh, so you're also against ordinary people my colleague would never, Come...
but I thought you would be happier to hear the news.
Of course, but it's...
well, in any case...
Oh. And just...
Because...
And where did he go after leaving?
What?
The fortress of Meripede lies deep beneath the waves. Ah, that is good news at least. His sister Tonya sent a letter to Fontaine not too long ago. Since he was unfortunately unavailable, I picked it up on his behalf. Do you have any idea how he usually writes back to his family? Dear Tonya, your...
All letters tend to follow the same few formats anyway, right? As long as the contents are accurate, it doesn't matter so much how it's written or how it's worded.
Hold on.
I suppose this is also a sign of the...
Huh?
Have we entered into the next stage of the prophecy?
My thanks to you both. I will take it from here.
Sure you don't need a hand?
Quite sure.
Wow. So, what's your secret, huh? Let me guess. Nah, who knows? Maybe it's just your sense of responsibility.
Sounds about right.
Day may come when the prophecy is fulfilled, and the waters burst forth. But it is not this day! This ancient power could easily obliterate an entire race. A tsunami of fury would unleash endless catastrophe. This sentence is too severe. Forgive me for overruling it.
All right. Seems like the problem inside has been suppressed.
Let me guess. We're safe for now.
Indeed. But only for now.
I win this bet. You owe me a present.
Very well. It was indeed just as you said.
You made a bet?
We made a bet on the size of your entourage. Cloran thought you wouldn't come down by yourself.
I figured you would have at least brought a few people along for appearance's sake.
Shouldn't you have gotten used to
So what gift must...
He already has tons of tea and...
That wouldn't happen to be a dig at my lack of...
Well, I'm sure his grace doesn't...
I was under the impression the residents of a place like this...
That was... Anyway, you've still got some...
No need to stay here if you have a pressing matter. We all know you can't...
Thank you. I hope everything went smoothly with the...
I must say, Miss Farina, as the Hydro Archon, I am sure you understand the exact meaning of the phenomenon we just witnessed. Or should I say, that's what I originally thought. But looking at you...
What are you trying...
At this point, I don't think there's any more need to speak as diplomatic representatives. Allow me to speak to you now as just a Fontanian. You know the prophecy, but yet... Here you are, relaxing, drinking tea, and eating desserts as if it's all nothing more than a few stray bugs in your garden. Do you really think that's the prophecies hanging above our... But you? It beggars belief just how nonchalant and carefree you have been. From the very beginning, you, the god Focalor, you have utterly failed to take action.
You're wrong. I've never ignored the prophecy, nor have I just been passing the time in self-indulgence. Retract your accusation and stop doubting the wisdom of the gods with such absurd conjecture.
I am not alone in my doubts, you know. All the children of Oh, great Hydro Archon.
I have my ways, and I've been working on them for all this time. Even if you look down upon me, you have no right to judge me. Fontaine will be saved. Even if I still cannot see the true future right now, as long as I continue.
Then I ask you, Miss Farina, just what have you been working on? Where...
My machinations are just like the...
I see. Allow me to be so bold as to ask...
and...
Oh, that look in...
The emergency response...
Then allow me to jog your memory. Miss Farina, and what do you plan to do with the massive amount...
The oratories?
So you also have no... I first caught wind of this when Linny tried to investigate the Oratrice in the Opera House. But even if that had nothing to do with you, then what could you possibly be working on? Oh, right. I almost forgot. Udex Nouvillette is not at the tea party with us today. Miss Farina, I suppose you...
Yeah, yes.
Of course I will. Although, I must... Oh, very well. Let's stop that conversation here. There are still a few slices of cake left, so please, help yourselves. Traveler, I heard that you were recently commissioned to handle a few matters on behalf of the Udex. Why don't you take an... You too, Paimon.
Thank you, Paimon. Oh, If it's on my tea table, it must...
You're welcome. It is getting late.
Very well. Will...
Mind seeing me off, Traveler?
Paimon's coming... The tea party turned... Why are you looking at me like that?
Water jet!
I'm glad that you were willing to come with me. Of course.
That's what Paimon thought.
You lent your aid to the children of the House of the Hearth. As their father, I would like to express my gratitude. Do I look like an irresponsible father? That was all. Formal topics should be discussed in formal settings, and informal topics in informal settings. I know you just returned from the fortress of Masquerade. Relax. I have no one.
They've all been working very hard and have always done all they can to fight back against.
You mean Wriothesley. He's a tricky one to deal. By the way, and you can just consider this a bit of... You are outside of our disputes, and the freest person in all of Fontaine, able to...
And that's everything that happened during the trial. Master Child was declared guilty and immediately transported to the Fortress of Masquerade.
Didn't he say he was coming here on vacation? Does he not? Forget it. He did give us an opportunity. I will be meeting someone.
Do you require help with any preparation?
No need. I will take care. I need to meet with Farina, the Hydro Archon. She is at the heart of Fontaine.
Oh, come over here, you little critter, you! You dare to run from me? Stop right this instant!
My goal is just to discover the location of the Gnosis. But I didn't expect the chance to approach Farina to be handed to me on a silver platter. This is so easy, it's anything left unguarded is usually just bait. But no one will blame someone for taking the bait. After all, from the moment it was attached to the hook, the bait is meant to be sacrificed. It's just as I guessed in the second before I struck. The Hydronosis is not currently held by the Archon. In fact, this Archon doesn't seem like a god at all. And I sense that she's under some kind of...
Who are you? And what are you trying to do? Please don't kill me! I'm begging you, please!
The fear in her pupils is genuine, so perhaps she's not bait after all. Either way, targeting... I left the scene with ease. Nobody came looking for me, and nobody... Not long after, there's no doubt that there's some... I have to find...
Yes, Father.
My dear children.
News from the Fortress of
Probably the...
I'm afraid...
This is a good... set up a meeting for him. Oh, and...
Yes, Father.
Tartaglia's disappearance. The initiative belong... You should know the rest. Lenny's group is quite close to you.
You attacked...
It wouldn't mean anything, even if you shouted it from the rooftops. After all, even Farina herself is still pretending that nothing of that sort ever... I've now had 2 chances to enjoy tea with Farina. I have to say, I am a servant of Her Majesty the Tsari. Of course, that is all just how I feel. Gut feelings often do not require just... It is, however... Don't you think Fontaine is quite intriguing? A catastrophe. Ultimately, though, one must survive in order to do anything else. You don't need to commit to anything right now, of course. I have a feeling that the situation will continue to evolve, and as your name is often connected with noble deeds, I'm sure we will work together someday. He certainly returned quickly. You must want to catch up with each other, so I'll leave you to him.
Neverlet, is it over?
For now, yes. But this issue will prove quite thorny in the long term. I'm concerned that sooner or later the prophesized events will occur. Thank you for protecting Farina. To put it simply, I used my power to force back the Primordial Sea and reseal the sluice gate. So as expected, the Knave has turned up the pressure on Farina. She's trying to feel her out, though I'm still unsure as to her motives. Permission granted.
Whoa. You can't tell us? something else, we won't try to force you.
If by the phrase, you guys, you are... I believe so. And now, another catastrophe will soon be upon us. I mourn.
Huh? What?
You may be closer to the truth than...
Oh? And what are you thinking? The dragon of... Huh?
Please do not be... Farina?
Neverland, are you listening? We were just guessing randomly. We didn't get...
You guessed correctly.
Right. There's...
Please, go...
Well, if you are the dragon sovereign of water, and you were able to... Then since Fontaine's prophecy is all about...
None of the currently living dragon sovereigns in the world. Myself, they say that when the first usurper arrived on Tivat, they seized a part...
There are 7 elemental archons and 7 matching dragons.
The dragon sovereign of water who lived through that era perished. In any case, I believe given the status quo...
Oh, so even...
I still have some urgent matters to attend.
Please go right ahead. There's a place that Paimon wants to go too. Travel, we'll see you another time.
Take care.
Yeah! Skyward!
You guys are back?
You guys didn't get caught.
And here I thought you'd managed to...
We're sorry.
All right, there's no need to get caught up.
Hey, it wasn't just me.
Something. I was also transferred to work whenever he'd say that.
Hey, there's not...
These two. They sure are a lot warmer and friendlier than when Paimon...
Oh, well, if you say so. I'll be...
Skyward!
Jurier,
Yeah, I was
that's no excuse for...
Jurier, Lurvine, we're back!
Hello there. It's been quite the mess here.
And you? Are you still taking the secret?
Yep.
It can be a...
I mean, the
Oh, yeah?
You two really are just...
Not at all!
either of you... We're fine, but what about you guys? A few people sustained superficial injury. Oh, of course. We must... How did Nervalet know that he was... I'm sure Nervalet has strong resonance with the hydro element. When the water... I ran into the bombshell. If you're not too... Just let me know if you could... I'd like to take the...
Yeah! Yeah! Got him! Yeah! Skyward! Got him!
Now guess, what suit...
A bear t-
Well, well, look who it is.
Traveler, Paimon.
Looks like you're recovering nicely from...
Thanks to oh, right.
Whoa, how did you...
She told me that it was nothing. It was as if saving a life wasn't a big deal.
She didn't want to stress you out, that's all.
Yeah.
Okay, but check this out. We went back to the
You meant father?
She said a few things that were, a bit hard to understand.
Her attitude towards you is even better than what we'd imagined. You should believe her. She has her own way of doing things, and she'll do everything in her power to help those she considers...
Father...
Oh, Paimon just remembered that she thought...
That does sound like something that father...
Hey!
Are you going to stay here for the...
Looks like it.
Excellent.
For real?
Another implies that you were already served some delicious cake while you were up there. Well, next time.
Do my eyes deceive me, or did I just see two inmates come back after making it to the surface?
We wanted to see how the fortress is doing.
We're fine, for the most part. Nervalet came down and took care of the worst of it.
If that's the case, why don't you just ask him...
Oh, yeah, what a brilliant plan. Let's go convince the Udex himself to exchange the Courts of Fontaine for a puddle of water in the middle of nowhere. He came here in a hurry and left without even stopping for a cup of tea. He did remember...
He sure sounds...
Miss Cloran has left as well.
Were the gifts...
Nervalet got the milkshake.
Those aren't even remotely...
Well, it's Nervalet's own fault for making Sigewinne worried about his health. Oh, and I have some...
Are these from...
Nope. They're from yours. You've already wrapped up your work at the fortress, so you can return to the surface at any time.
For real? Then we could stay here for a really long time?
You may access the... Just remember to come complete your paperwork once it's time for your...
Yeah! Skyward! Scatter!
We're back in our cell again. We're no longer prisoners. Sure feels that way. But the truth is, we never did anything bad to begin with, so... Huh? How did you know? Hey, that's not... It's like, we've now gone to so many places together and become friends with so many people. We've never stopped traveling or stopped meeting new friends. There are so many bad things in the world, and we're just two people, but we've still been solving problems no matter where we go. Isn't that pretty cool? You're counting Paimon today? Then let's ask Catherine to give Paimon an adventurer handbook as well. Paimon will also be an adventurer from today forward. Just our thoughts making Paimon giddy. Paimon's gonna crash, so you sleep soon too. The last time we fell asleep here, we woke up to a whole mess outside our cell. The primordial seawater nearly rose up. That was so scary. We should be safe now, right? All right then. Good night to you, traveler. Wait a sec. Is it something Oh, today's our big day!
Please, sign here. This job.
It's been so long since we've been to the surface. Let's hurry up and... Huh?
What's happening? I'm fine, thanks.
Let's go ask the Duke.
Ah, good to see you two. Is there...
Yeah, what was with that earthquake?
Ah, that. The tremor didn't originate from the seafloor. Over the years of serving as the warden here, I have developed a sense for distinguishing between what occurs on the surface and what occurs...
So the fortress...
If you recall our last incident, if there really were a problem, there would be crowds of inmates in a panic right now.
Huh, you've got a point. Okay, seems we need to get back up to the... by the way...
I believe today is this...
Wait, seriously?
Ah, yes. Have you completed your
Yep. It's you two. Are you leaving now? That's right! Today is our last day in prison! But now that Paimon says that, it doesn't feel like we were confined here. It's oh yeah, Paimon feels fond of this place now! Then be sure to come back.
If you've signed the release papers, then you're free to go.
You're not going to see us up.
I knew you'd ask.
Well, you actually agreed.
Ah, so you do...
After being down here for so long, I imagine you must feel like you're lacking companionship. Shall I come along?
Yeah, don't worry, we'll come back to see you. Paimon really likes the cafeteria here. The chefs sure do know how to make good grub.
I hope you won't be here as convicts the next time I see you.
We'll do our best to... Well, it seems our work in the Fortress of Masquerade is finished. That's the... We should probably go report to...
You're going to see Monsieur Nervillette?
I'm sure just your...
I believe...
You're right.
Skyward!
The Palais Mermonia sure is buzzing with activity today.
Halt! Huh? Oh, it's you.
Excuse me.
I'll be right there. Sorry, I've got...
Everyone's so busy. Seems a lot has been happening.
Hello. You've come at the right time, but you'll have to wait. In the meantime, please, have a seat.
That's all right. We just...
Very well.
Let's take a break over there while we wait for him to...
All right. That should wrap things...
Are you done with your work?
Yes, sorry to keep you waiting. Today should be the day you were released from the Fortress of Masquerade.
That's right, and we can... Do you have any idea what that might...
Judging from your description, that a whale of that size and shape
Immersed in primordial seawater? But how?
Most people wouldn't be capable of entering in the first place. Yes? What is it?
Ah, right! Paimon felt... We asked the Duke and he said it was...
It turns out that I have just received a report about this particular matter. In fact, that's exactly what I was busy with a moment ago. The source of the tremor was here on the surface near Poisson. After the shaking stopped, the water levels in the Poisson area rose at an alarming rate.
The water levels rose? Oh no! What about all the people there?
Fortunately, the water levels only rose for a short period of time. If the change in water levels is connected with the leaking primordial seawater, then the situation in Poisson may be much worse than it appears.
Navia should be in Poisson, right? We need to go check on her!
I would also like to go there as soon as possible, but I'm afraid I can't leave just yet. We must immediately formulate disaster prevention plans for the surrounding coastal areas to avoid potential catastrophes. I'll have to ask you two to go to Poisson first. I'll meet you there to check on the situation once I finish things here.
There's no time to lose! Let's get going! Oh no! What happened here? Navia should be around here.
Skyward! Scatter!
We haven't seen a single soul all the way here.
What will I ever do now?
Look, there's someone up.
Just stay put. We're coming up. Watch your balance.
I'm not...
Oh, he looks pretty sad.
My leg! How could this have happened?
Just hang in.
Yeah!
Oh, it's Navia. She's over there. Hey, Navia, are you okay?
You're here.
We heard there was a
Yes. As...
Demoiselle! There was a wounded resident next to a building southeast of here. We've already transported him to safety. But
He's wounded?
he fell, so it's
He jumped down then. Find the leader of Squad 1 and tell him...
Understood. I'll take...
All right. You'll be... I'm sorry.
This...
Right. A little earlier, we suddenly heard a loud noise. The rushing water seemed a little odd, almost like the unique color of primordial seawater. Some people didn't realize the danger and thought it was just ordinary water, leaking from somewhere. Everyone on the street who happened to be close to the water didn't have a chance to escape. Those who realized what was the Spina di Rosula initiated rescue operations as quickly as possible, but there have been a lot. The water that flooded the area contained primordial seawater, so the lower levels of Poisson. No one knows if this could happen again.
How awful. And all of this just came out of nowhere.
It was quite frightening indeed. I only wish that everything that just happened was a bad dream.
Is there any way we can help, Navia?
Thank you for being so willing to help in a moment of crisis like this.
Don't say that, Navia. That's what friends are for.
Demoiselle! We've got a situation here!
Sorry. I need to go for now.
And out she goes. Seems it might be a while before she can take a break.
Okay, the wounded are being of course, Traveler, Paimon.
Huh? Right now?
Thank you.
Yeah! Got her! Yeah! Skyward! Scatter!
Not a lot of people here, huh?
Well, given the time of day and the whole situation in Poisson...
Right. That's how things are now.
Navia? Navia, what's...
Sorry. I just... Malus and Silver... They won't...
Huh? What happened to them?
Everyone agreed on the rescue plan, but still... I was the one who initiated it. They were helping evacuate the residents, but they couldn't leave in time. And... I've known them for so long. And I could at least hold a funeral for my father. And I know where he rests. But as for Malus and Silver, they're...
Everything looks so clean after it rains. Even the gravestones. I didn't expect...
I can understand.
See, it's not just me.
How could... Yet the cemetery is...
Buying yourself a...
No need yet. But when I do, I hope you'll let me be buried beside Master...
Hey!
I'm quite serious. That way, it'll save us both.
That makes sense.
After all, besides you, demoiselle, the two of us...
Personally, I believe we fill those shoes just fine.
Why are you bringing this up all of a sudden? Seriously. But I'd really prefer not to talk about this stuff. And what do you mean by saving me a trip? I'd make the...
I've promised to let them rest in peace here. I'm sorry for letting you see me in a mess.
Paimon doesn't...
I had always thought I could make Malus and Silver. I'm so...
You can spend as much time as you need here, Navia. We'll stay with you.
Thank you. By the way, you can have a look at this. It's a list of victims.
Oh, Benna. So...
It's okay. The overall outcome indicates that the cost was worth it.
Right. Don't think that Malus and...
You're right. What you said just now...
Oh!
Seems you've become more eloquent in the time since we last met.
The knave? What are you...
Yes, my people. As for these supplies, we have...
Thank you.
Wait.
We just met recently.
Thanks to the knave, Spina di Rosula received generous support from the Fatui, which allowed us to complete the rescue and evacuation work so quickly.
Mutual aid is essential to fostering positive developments. We were already in the area, in any case, so it was nothing. That said, I must say that you're a lot sharper than you let on. I'm sure you understand what I mean.
I apologize for all the ways in which I tested you previously.
My subordinates have reported that Fatui soldiers have been observing water levels and taking head counts in various locations.
This is nothing to brag about, nor, as I've told this traveler, lending your organized...
Without your help, there would have been many more casualties. I won't forget your kindness.
Furthermore, I sincerely regret what happened to Malus and Silver.
Don't say that. As Paimon's... I've never liked hearing people put it that way. It's like trying to relieve pain by saying some noble-sounding words. But right now, there's nothing more suitable. They really did become heroes.
You're right. I'm sorry for your loss, Miss Navia. Water is life to Fontaine.
So, you're one who will try to change fate, then?
Of course. That is what... By the way, Traveler, Paimon, one more thing.
Alright, then we'll just...
That is a clever Traveler. I'm sure you and I both know that there may be issues with the Primordial Sea. Indeed. During some recent judging by the date, my people initially came.
So that's what
I wanted to take the Linny told me that, which is why I want to give you this task. The House of the Hearth's members see each other as family, but Linny, Lynette, and Fremine said that they also see you as such, even though you are not from the house. I'm sure you already understand how earnest they consider their friendship with you to be.
Oh!
The intel I just shared.
Got it! So
Excuse me, but may I tag along?
You wish to join, Miss Snuff?
But are you sure you're up to exploring some ruins? You need to rest.
Well, I'm sad, yes, but I can't just go back and plop myself into a chair by the roadside and do nothing. There's no point in being depressed while we still have a disaster on our hands. As my father... Besides, I'm also doing this for myself. I need something...
Since you put it that way, all right. The ruins are to the south of Poisson.
Okay, the three of us will handle it.
Skyward!
Fry!
Skyward! Skyward! Scatter!
So, are these the ruins the knave was...
They seem to be pretty ancient, all right.
Let's go in and have a look.
Just be careful.
Everyone hold hands. Let the show begin.
Let's get it on! Ha! Here! Skyward! Scatter! Here! Skyward! Yeah! Skyward! Scatter! Yeah! Look alive!
Committed to memory.
Here! Skyward! Scatter!
Nada Kundala.
Watch it. The floor here isn't safe. This place has also been contaminated by...
Yeah. And a lot of it, too. A Fontanian would most likely dissolve the moment...
Right! You can't go down if there's primordial seawater. It's too dangerous and it won't be... Don't get Paimon wrong.
No, you're right. I can't do anything in this situation. I'll leave this to you. That complicates things.
In that case, do you...
The water levels here, I'll go together with you. Perhaps we'll find the exit just up ahead.
All right.
Yeah.
Oh no, it's a dead end! Let's try climbing over from the side.
Skyward! There's something wrong with
Demoiselle?
Huh?
Demoiselle, what are you doing here by yourself? Would you be standing here till dark if I hadn't come to get you?
Maybe she just wants some time.
Hmm?
Yes, it would appear so.
That's quite possible.
Oh, right. This is a...
Is something the matter, Demoiselle?
Oh, I was just trying to recall...
Do you remember, Mr...
We were headed to see how things were going with him at the moment.
Ah, right.
Oh? Miss Navia. Ah, Mr. Malus. And Mr. Silver, too.
How...
I've been great. They were knocking at my door.
Sometimes, for...
Oh, yes. Miss Navia, these are some flower seeds that I prepared. Please take them. I don't know what we...
did you...
Why, we can have as many pots as you'd like, Demoiselle.
Perfect. In that case, we'll swap out some of the decorative plants.
Very well.
Wait. Excuse me, madam. If I... That's right. No, it's nothing. I've heard this name before. And why are there so few people around here?
We must mind the time, Demoiselle.
Huh? We do...
Well, now...
Miss Navia, here you are. I've been looking for you.
My trial? Wait.
Yes, she's right, Demoiselle. It's just about time now.
Oh?
Look, it's Navia!
And her two attendants are with her. Goodness, everyone's finally here.
There sure are a lot of people here to see the trial. And they all seem to be Karina, Desiree, Joyville, Julien, Essen. Where? And as for the judge... huh?
Please sit in the defendant's seat. Don't worry, Silver and I...
All right.
Typically, it...
Hey, what kind of place do they think this is?
Come on, do they have any idea?
Enough with the whispering!
My dear Miss Navia, have you not yet realized? As all here know, you are Master Callus. After you took over, not only you, but your butler...
Wait a moment. Aren't...
Yes, correct. We are one big family. Therefore, this fair and honorable court...
Huh?
Ah, well, if that's what you think, then I have no further comments.
How... I know all these people. Why are they laughing?
I seem to...
Wait just a moment. This isn't right!
Malus?
What was that, Mr. Malus? Our conclusion is very clear and unanimous. Let the court judge her now. She's guilty!
Stay here, Navia! You're one of us!
Demoiselle, don't admit guilt. This trial means to keep...
I wish to exercise my right to defend Our Lady.
She was born a freak.
Her actions cannot serve as proof that she identifies herself. Please do not mistake her act...
Really? As an individual, you say? Don't forget, we are all Fontanians here. Even if, Miss Navia, everything is measured here in the nation of... Now, I speak for everyone. Our opinion is consistent. Navia should stay.
And you would call this justice? Have you forgotten how much you all...
Do you mean... If your justice is flawed...
As you said, we can also have our own justice. And that...
My head... It hurts.
Demoiselle.
Silver, I remember now. Everything that seemed Karina, Desiree, Joyville, Jolien, Essen, and Mr. Giverny and Mrs. Burnett, who we met earlier. Even Malus and Silver. I don't want to admit it, but they're all dead.
Don't be afraid, and don't admit...
Absurd! Who are you to say that she cannot be judged? Don't let them escape!
Mr. Malus and Mr. Silver, must you be so stuck? How could the two of you possibly hope to stand against the collective? Do not resist. This judgment is fair and just. Navia belongs to us. After all that happened, she should not be left alone in Poisson.
What are you saying?
No more excuses!
He says we're jealous. Jealous? How could she possibly be an in...
What's with these people?
Who's jealous of her?
She belongs to us!
Miss Nav...
Silence!
That's...
Monsieur Neuvillette!
Such commotion is prohibited in the court. The court will adjourn for the rest...
Our thanks, Monsieur Neuvillette.
Please leave with me, Miss Navia, while there is still time.
But...
Go on now, demoiselle. This is your only chance to leave this place. What, can't bear to leave us behind or something?
Malus.
My apologies. I couldn't resist making one little joke once I realized that...
Malus. Silver.
Quickly, you must come.
Goodbye, demoiselle.
Farewell.
No, wait! Just a second!
Navia?
You're awake. Good.
I must have been dreaming. Malus and Silver were still alive.
It looks like you're all right.
Did all the sad feelings cause you to...
The ruins you were exploring suffered a cave-in. When I arrived, I found you falling toward the wall. You were just about to be dissolved within. I think I saw 2 Oceanids protecting you. It was only for a moment. Perhaps were it not for their intervention.
Wait, did you say
Perhaps those 2 Oceanids were the people you...
I always told them that they didn't have to protect me.
Please come with me.
Neverlet, are you okay?
Oh, I am quite all right.
Why do you look so Oh, Paimon knows. Here,
I merely thought that we should give Navia some time.
Huh? Why didn't you just say so that...
Ah, Sigewinne. I hope all is well with her these days.
No way!
I see.
Oh, and the Duke also says hi. Even though Sigewinne made him do that. He hopes that you haven't been overwhelmed by all that's happened lately.
Thank you. I have indeed been busy lately, and I also hope that everything is going well in the Fortress of Meripede.
He still doesn't know what to talk about. Let's chat about something else then. So, never...
Yes, of course.
This isn't going anywhere. Let's try something else. How did you find these ruins? Did the knave tell you?
Yes, in fact. Amid my astonishment...
Yeah, we originally planned to meet up with you, but we thought you might still be busy with all those official documents. We didn't think exploring the ruins would take very long, and who would have thought you'd wrap things up so quickly?
I'm sorry to have kept you all waiting like that. I'm feeling much better now. I guess we should get going again. Will you come with us, Monsieur Neuvillette?
Yes, if you wouldn't mind my company.
All right! Another one joins the party! Let's get going then!
Yeah! Scatter! Make way for the Adeptus! Yeah! Scatter! Skyward!
This way's hurting a little. Everyone hold here.
Yeah! Scatter! Scatter!
Dada Kundala.
Scatter!
Oh no, another unstable path. Watch your step.
Skyward! Scatter!
Hey! Watch out! There are rocks falling over here!
I done messed up. Yeah! Skyward! Yeah! Scatter! Skyward! Yeah! Skyward! Yeah! Scatter! Skyward!
Hit!
Yeah! Scatter!
We're almost at the top. Keep it up!
for the Adeptus! Got him! Skyward! Skyward!
Looks like we've reached the end.
This is the place. There should not be any other hidden
The path sure had some twists and turns, but it turns out that this place isn't actually that big.
Stone slates? It seems like they were...
Perhaps we should just leave them be for...
There are 4 locations in total, but only 3 stone slates.
The surrounding walls also...
There's something written below. Let Paimon see.
It feels like someone left these slates and these words...
That would fit the circumstances dictated by...
There's a person kneeling here. She seems so...
And is that Lady Farina in the 3rd image?
And is that a ring of people around her?
The 4th image. I know this one.
The people will all be dissolved. More information should be hidden in these slates, but I fear I cannot easily uncover...
Don't blame yourself, Monsieur Neuvillette.
Ooh, Paimon's getting the chills just looking at these slates. This says that it's the history of the future, right? That means the prophecy's sure to come true.
I really hope it doesn't mean that.
Still, Paimon feels like these images are kind of weird when you look at the...
That's right! If the images are in chronological order, shouldn't the 4th, the waters drowning Fontaine, come before the 3rd, where the Hydro Archon herself falls into the water?
And yet the order is reversed here.
If we go by timing, Lady Farina only emerges...
Egeria, then. I had never met her, but her appearance here does match the previous Archon kneeling before the floating island in the skies, as if confessed...
Did she herself commit that sin? And if not, why would she be in such a posture? Also, I'm still wondering why these ancient stone slates are here at all. Judging from their contents, could this place be the origin of the prophecy?
But who would have...
It seems that any further clues will have to come from Farina.
In that case, there's no...
Yeah, we better get somewhere safe for now.
Let's split up here. I'm going to check on what...
You still have...
Just head back...
I'll depart as well. Thanks for your hard work, Traveler. I will go to... I'm sure that you're concerned about this matter as well. If you have time, drop by my...
Are you really gonna talk to her about...
She has long been harbor...
Alright,
I will be carefully considering my words tonight.
Traveler, Paimon, our safe house at the Fluvsand. All right.
We're finally back!
Welcome back. We've got a special menu prepared for you two tonight.
Yay! And there's good food too! Navi, no, the boss is the... Hyman's already starting to forget...
Oh, that voice. Is that who I think it is?
Huh?
It's you two. What are you doing in Fontaine? Seriously, nobody just uses a scry glass whenever they've got time to just see who they'll meet on the road.
Still, we didn't expect to see you here. Wait, you're not a Fontanian, are you, Mona?
Well, I have some business to attend to here, so I booked a hotel in the city. I was just out for a stroll when I bumped into you. Quite unexpectedly, if I might add. Why did you think I was from Fontaine, though? Is that because Magistus doesn't sound much like a Mondstatter surname? Well, I used to have my own surname, which was, well, some other thing. Either way, the old hag told me when she took me as her disciple that the first step to being a great astrologist's pupil was to change that name. There was nothing for it, really. She really is amazing at astrology, so I changed my name to what it is now according to her wishes. Nope. Although it is used by us in place of surnames, it generally just means great.
Wow! Imagine including a boast in your name. Wait, are you gonna have to put that into your genealogy as well?
I reckon so. In any case, I'd give my disciple a name like this as well, if I were to take one. Astromancer Barbeloth Trismegistus.
Whoa, that's a long one. Does it also mean great or something?
My name means Mona the Great Astrologist. As for the old hag, hers is in...
Thrice as great?
I know, right?
Talk about excessive.
Magistus is thus the calling card of our school, so to speak, which makes it about the same as a surname. It's all right.
That sounds terrible! But anyway, you're not Fontanian, are you, Mona? You're from Mondstadt, right?
Well, I was born in Mondstadt.
Oh, that's a good thing then. At least we know you won't be...
Speaking of that, I'm sure you're aware that a bunch of things have happened here in Fontaine, right? I know you're not a local, but I'd avoid getting too close to any water that looks strange all the same. There's something ominous about it. Well, the water, I mean. That was the main reason, yes. Just a while back, the Steambird invited me. The invitation was sent quite early on. I don't think anyone expected Fontaine to be in this much trouble.
What do you make of that prophecy, Mona? Just tell us what you think as an astrologist. Your word would go a long way to make things more...
What I can tell you is that I'm an astrologist, and that this prophecy concerns the fate of Fontaine, even that of all Tevat. Ascertaining this is akin to reading the fortune of the whole world. I'm afraid that this is not something that just anyone can do. If I could do it, you would no longer call me an astrologist. But on the flip side, the prophecy is so huge and powerful that it must surely come from a powerful vision.
A visionary? Sounds really powerful and all, but does such...
Of course. The old hag could do it. Are you sure? All right.
Thanks, Mona. You're a...
Oh, well,
That's the greatest of astrologists for you! Of all the people we know, you know the star's the best!
Indeed. That's the spirit.
Oh, sorry. I came to see what all the commotion was about. If there's anything you need, do not hesitate to inform the Spina di Rosula.
Oh, whoops. Guess we were getting a little too carried away there. Well, I'll go tend to my own business now. If I receive...
And there she goes, quick as rushing water. And here we... Right, but we were able to recruit Mona's help, didn't we? Good morning. To be honest, I'm still feeling kind of sleepy. But it's time to get up, Traveler. We agreed to go see Novelette, so let's pack it up and get going.
You're here! Finally!
Is
Monsieur Neuvillette and Lady Farina, they...
Like I said, I've already explained everything!
And yet the problem has not been properly solved. There is little space for excuses between us. It is not my intention to offend you, but please, tell me where you stand. Look at this. This is a list of the victims from the...
You mean... they're all...
We did not arrive in time to avert this disaster, and I will not have it happen again. I will say this once more. You must tell me everything you know. Yesterday, I found 3 stone slates in some ancient ruins near Poisson. Do you know anything about those?
Seriously? You're questioning me like this is a court case now. I don't know anything about that. But you...
That's correct. The second of these...
I don't. I've never seen such slates.
I'll ask you again. Do you really have no information regarding the previous Archon? My deciphering of the slates indicates that the Hydro Archon Egeria once had to confess to, or apologize for, a certain sin. If anyone would know about it, it should be you.
All gods don't have the same secrets, you know. She was herself and I'm me. Is it really... I understand your concerns.
Forgive me for saying this now, Lady Farina, but I have long... There are several indications that you have been investigating the prophecy. This is not strange in itself, considering that you are the Hydro Archon. But it is strange that you should also claim to not know any of Egeria's secrets, as well as do nothing following... You have never been as...
So you've been watching me all this time, have... Well, since you know, there's no point questioning or suspecting me. You're the Eudix, but you're still my subordinate. You just trust in me, your Archon, and that's all I have to say. We do not discuss this matter again. Oh, the opera's about to start. Toodles!
Did Farina not notice us standing by the door?
I assume you've been outside for a while now?
Oh! You noticed! Seems...
She was in a great panic, though I cannot discern the reason. How did... Still, I do not understand. Dialogue is the basis for understanding, so why did she keep refusing to engage? Everyone in her inner circle has noticed that she is hiding some secret. The issue is her act. We may have to create a situation in which she will have no choice but to speak.
Oh?
Normally, people will only reveal the...
But Farina's seen so many trials, and she's really good at dodging questions.
We will need to consider this thoroughly. If at all possible, I would prefer to recuse myself from this affair, but this may be cruel to her. But all Fontaine is in crisis. But who will let...
Well, that's Speaking of which, it was pretty smart of you to think of hiding here.
Poisson was just involved in a disaster.
And here you are drinking tea.
That's what family should do.
It's nice to enjoy tea here, you know? Care for a cup?
Lend me your ears, everyone. Or perhaps one of you might like to start us off. How about you?
Me?
Then, how about you?
I fear that I will cause the mood on this boat to become as somber as it is in court.
Well then, I guess we're lucky we've got a local like me to organize things. Wonderful, the spotlight at last. I guess I'll be facilitating things from here.
That was a little long-winded, don't you think?
Oh, you might be right. Anyway, to cut to the chase, our friend here, the Traveler, has brought us together to discuss something. As for what that is, well, let's start by saying that we'll be pooling our efforts together to create a series of traps.
Oh, how intriguing.
Well, it's just an expression, really. One that I just learned from Clorand, and used on the spot. So, let's invite her to explain in detail. A round of applause, please.
Huh? Didn't you say that you would be
Oh, come now. Your work doesn't involve much public speaking, right? This is a good chance to practice. You might even—
I see. And what does my boss say?
He is glad that you consider...
In that case, do any of you have experience hunting?
Not that I recall.
Fremine and I once used a wooden stick in a basket to catch wild rabbits when we were younger. As for Lynette, Oh, right. You were sick that day, weren't you?
I've also gone...
I'm afraid not. You may or may not have heard, but though that was their name, they did not hunt animals, but rather various monsters. Today, Fontaine's monster population has already thinned greatly, so the hunters have blended back into society, taking up arms in other lines of work. They even left a unique methodology of hunting in their wake. A trap comprises of the following components: bait, a trigger, and a containment device. Sometimes a lethal implement will also be necessary to deal with the prey. So, if we were to build a trap together, right now, what would you choose to build it with?
For me, I would prefer something basket-shaped. Pigeons and rabbits will see the bait and naturally enter the snare. Our line of work requires a deft hand.
You used some of those techniques while moving the people of Poisson, didn't you?
Yes, and I even managed to gather some...
I'm afraid I can't claim that as my strong suit. I prefer more stable methods.
Calm and steady. Exactly the kind of person who would catch loads of fish.
And I can be their assistant.
With discretion,
I remember that you liked those...
I did. And that would be a good way to...
What about you, Monsieur Neuvillette?
I fear I do not have any related experience.
That makes sense. You usually solve problems directly, without the use of any such tricks. But I do have one more question for you, Monsieur. If we were to create a trap now...
I would like for it to be effective, but...
Kind, as always. However, our intention doesn't necessarily change the containment device and the type of implement we need. If we wanted to kill the prey in one strike, we would need a powerful implement. However, that also goes...
Wait, why's that?
Only a hunter who's a true expert at subduing their prey can snare it without harming it. The line that divides life and death is often exceedingly thin.
So are we going hunting together?
Huh. We hadn't thought of seeing ourselves as hunters. It kinda works, but maybe it's still not the best metaphor.
If our means of capturing and dealing with our prey is to put them on trial, then the hunting metaphor is actually quite accurate. But we shall require much more courage than any hunter to judge a god, a being whose seat is an exalted throne.
Oh, so...
It's been a tough few days, hasn't it? Paimon thought they'd be at least a little frightened. Well, Fremine was, now that Paimon thinks about it, but everyone else just looked a little surprised. It's hard to say. After all, you're the most reliable person in the... did you just pour some tea? Paimon didn't... then what's that? Paimon's never seen that cup before.
Don't be frightened. I'm just joining you two for Aw, have you...
Wait, you are familiar...
The voice from the sky, Huh. You're feeling lost now. Just as... Consider me a passerby. Just accepting a commission from my friend... The prophecy. Yes, what has been prophesied...
What?
I believe you have witnessed a failed attempt with your own eyes. Can just as prophecies are the things that you shall see different from the fate that the gods perceive.
What is she talking about? It all sounds really impressive and important and stuff, but...
I believe that you understand, right? Ultimately, fate shall This was good tea.
The voice. It's gone. Hey, it's you who's getting lazy, okay?
Well, I see I've walked in on some lively band.
Luna!
Fine, just fine. I went to take part in that Steambird panel. Not all Fontanians...
did she have
Why, yes, it was Charlotte. I assume you've heard of her, no? That daredevil journal... I'm in full support of her view. Prophecies are very important, but...
That's right! Paimon's glad to hear something sensible for...
yes. About what we had discussed, huh? Goodness gracious. Are you serious?
She said that even
the Hexen Circle members are certainly anything but ordinary. But I've never met her.
Whoa.
Their abilities alone are...
Well, it's not like Paimon could understand...
Yes, she was quite cryptic, but I suspect she means that there is still a way to turn things around. She didn't say when or what that would be, though, so... Perhaps it is something that you cannot know right now.
Traveler?
Oh, we're...
I see. I guess you could consider me someone who has all, but even so, I still hope for and believe in miracles. Astrology is eternal and rational, but fate may not be. It is cruel, but it can also be beautiful. Perhaps that's what En was trying to tell you. Not to lose heart, and to I did originally think of steering clear of all this, but I couldn't. Even if this is all futile, I still wish to help everyone. If we don't struggle to the last, then how can we face the end when it comes?
Huh. You do have a point.
There I go, talking about astrological... It was worth trying, I suppose, that...
Paimon feels kind of moved by what Mona said. Hey, Traveler. Let's walk around the city, shall we? There's a few spots we always like to walk by.
Yeah! Skyward! Scatter!
Huh? Let Paimon see! The underwater stronghold, the Fortress of Merope. My recent attempts to enter the fortress. Thus, did an Outlander friend become the focus of this? So while the journalist Charlotte's biggest... Charlotte took so many awesome photos of us and we never even noticed. She hasn't been able to get a hold of anything at the fortress, so since we're easier to find... Ugh, seriously? Well, fine. Those...
Skyward! Scatter!
We're here! Hey, quick! Look! That's the limited edition only 16 slices a day cake! It was so delicious the last time we tried it! Despite the tense situation we were in, let's give it a...
One slice of cake, please.
Someone showed up after all. Oh, wait, you're the one from the Palais Mermonia.
Oh, are you here to buy cake too?
Wait, did he really...
That's right. Even he has his own preferences when it comes to food. As for me, I love the cake and coffee here.
Do you come here often?
Usually every day.
Every day?
It's part of my daily schedule, apart from work. I shall have my cake and coffee.
Then what if someone told you one day that this place would be closing soon, and you wouldn't get to eat cake here anymore?
But why would it...
Well,
Oh, the prof is... No, it's the same...
Huh.
Don't be sad. Excuse me, could I have 2 more slices of cake to go? These 2 slices are for you. Sijuin said that this...
Oh, you know Sijuin?
I sure do. She was born before me, and she sometimes comes to the surface to teach us things about humans. She said that humans are creatures that are saddened easily, yes, and you can only lift their spirits by feeding them delicious food. I've got something else to do, so I'll be going now. You two try to stay in a good mood after eating, all right?
And there she goes. All right, let's dig in. Paimon should... It's more delicious than last time! And the flavor gets even... Sure would be nice if we could always eat delicious food here.
Forget about me. This is about so annoying.
Oh! We're near the Seabird office! Let's go look for Charlotte and have a chat.
Wow! If it isn't the Traveler and Paimon!
Ha! You've got something there!
Oh, you needn't worry about that. I heard that you were in Poisson some time back, so I sent you a letter to discuss just that. It appears you didn't receive it, though. It's all right, though.
Really?
You're...
Oh, Paimon!
Still, what bring...
A friend of ours met you a while back.
Ah, so you know Miss... So she mentioned me?
She said that you're
No.
Huh?
Oh, of course it doesn't. That was more...
Yeah, are we even qualified enough?
Why not? If I say you're worth an interview, then you're worth it. But not right now, of course. I'll need a few days to prepare.
Oh.
Oh, so that's a yes? Ooh, splendid! Whew, so much to get...
Wait, Charlotte. Paimon's still got a question for you.
And what's that?
If, just for example, Fontaine were to be...
Huh. That's the prophecy you're talking about, isn't it? If you're seriously asked, from what I've seen, most people don't know what they'd do should the worst come to pass. In truth, it might be... So in all likelihood, I'd probably still be prepping at the office for that interview of ours. I know what you're thinking. That sounds a bit sad, but I've always believed that it's best to do what you enjoy. Just think about it. If this nation really were to be suddenly destroyed tomorrow, but I still successfully finished, and then do you know what I'd do? Well, I'd write that story, send it for printing, and use messenger pigeons to get copies out to the various nations as soon as possible. I'm not a dreamer, but anyway,
That's so nice. Anyway, let's go and take a look at the sea, shall we? The sea breeze and scenery can be a pretty... Paimon's been thinking. If it wasn't Fontaine, but all of Tevat that would be destroyed tomorrow... No, Paimon should ask, if you could choose, what would... We've always been moving to the next destination, so we haven't spent much time thinking about these kinds of things. You mean, still traveling? Huh. like you'll grow mold if you stay here long enough. But it's still better than the Fortress of Mirapede, that's for sure. It's not only damp there, but salty too.
Ah, so the two of you are still here. Wonderful.
Oh, you're from the Palais Mermonia, aren't you?
Yes, I'm Isadora. Monsieur Nervillet sent me to look for you two before. I heard that afterward you went to the Fortress of Meropide. Not at all. Yes, and so—
A riot?
Well, that said, I don't personally think— Lady Farina was watching a performance at the Opera House, and while she was resting during an intermission, loudly accusing her of doing nothing. And before she could respond, the crowd continued to grow and protest against the Hydro—
So people have started to put the blame on Farina.
I agree.
So what happened after that?
Seeing that the situation was spiraling out of— the Marechaussee Phantom had—
So, you mean—
That's right. The Marechaussee has dispatched— That said, I don't think there's good.
Don't worry, this is more—
Is that so?
Well, sounds like we should hurry over to Poisson then. If we know Farina, she won't try to fix things in this situation. Instead, she'll— And, as we also know, when Nervillet was talking to her, it would be hard for her to— Paimon thinks Farina— Huh! Well, what— In that case, there's not a moment to lose! This place looks deserted. Guess all the survivors must have evacuated already. All that's left here are signs of devastation. Could Farina really be— Huh! That's Farina, right over there! She really is here all—
What was meant to happen did happen after all. I'm sorry. I'm so— Give up for— I'm sorry, but what can I even do? Who's that?
Don't worry, Farina, it's— Farina, you were—
What do you mean, tear stains? Who did that uncivilized rabble think they even dare to tout their Archon? Oh, and I'm sure Neuvillette and those people from the Marechaussee Phantom are freaking out right next to them, too.
Hey, there she is! The Hydro Archon's over there! Quick, after her!
Farina, those people seem to be after you.
They are? They're just— That's against the rules.
Farina just ran off! Quick, we have to catch up with— This should be the place, right? Hey, Farina! There's a good hiding spot over here.
What is this place?
Hurry, they're almost here!
Fine. I suppose haste is warranted. I merely gave in to the sheer enthusiasm they displayed.
Yep, that's
What's happening?
Yeah, a quake of this kind preceded the flooding in Poisson, didn't it?
It can't be.
Well, there's no need to worry too much about that. Neverlette's made some emergency plans, so the evacuation should go along.
Yeah, but the people of Poisson... It's true. I've been investigating the prophecy for... I once had informants all over Tevat, searching for clues and feeding information. I've tried all kinds of ways, too, to hold back the sea. Anything to keep the coast, but all my efforts proved to be futile in the end. Really, the truth has been clear to me we cannot make an enemy of the divine. No matter what we do, the will of... give up. Indeed, fate. But just now, it all be as long as the final. Don't worry, Well, that's enough for now. I got the impulse to play the stricken maiden, but don't take any of what I just said seriously. How could I possibly let Fontaine fall to the whims of...
Come on! Paimon could have sworn you were actually...
Cher, that's impossible. It was fated right from the start that this would be my duty alone. A witness. And if Tevat is in its...
Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes my... Now, without further ado...
So, this. Do not forget, however, that I am both...
May I interpret these words? As your... In that case, you will have the opportunity to defend your honor through a duel.
You would draw your blade against a... I see. It seems like you have made up...
Paimon can't believe it.
What the heck is going on?
Wow, how
Lady Farina.
It would seem that there has been...
Looking for excuse...
I raise my hands I'm sorry, everyone. You are not the only... But now, I, Farina, will use this trial to show the world the true meaning of justice! This time... Applaud and mark my words. This shall be one of the most exhilarating and brilliant shows ever to grace the stage of Fontaine.
Woohoo!
Oh, now we're
Why does it feel like Farina just took over the whole thing? Like, come on! Also, even though she's still acting super dramatic, she is taking this
All right, then.
The court asks the prosecutor to please take the stand.
Is that... Also, please allow me to ask, just how much work did you do to force me onto this stage?
Well, we did do a lot of prep after the meeting that day.
I can go over the tasks assigned to the Spina di Rosula. Since it—
Navia, the president—
Most of the people who participated in the disturbance this morning were my subordinates. They changed into plain clothes and came to the Opera House as regular audience members. The people's resentment against their Archon has been building as more and more of the Moreover, according to our understanding, so we arranged for a
So, you mean...
And their goal was to force...
That's right.
As the super ultimate version, the volume of the box was increased by a whole order of magnitude, and the distance it traversed was the entire gap between Poisson and Aranias. It was an Archon. My thanks, Farina. Without your help, Of course, this performance was only made possible with Father's support. The House of the Hearth spent a massive amount of labor in Mora to pull this off. We had to select a location.
So, in other words...
That's right. It wasn't a sign of another disaster to come.
Then, I can guess Nervilette and Cloran's parts. You gathered a crowd. Prepare to stay also that as...
Yes, that is...
Well, Cloran, I must commend you for your courage.
Thank you.
As for you, Traveler, I suppose your role was to keep me distracted with conversation once you found you'd make sure that I didn't notice anything amiss before revealing yourself as my prosecutor once we'd arrived onto the stage.
Oh?
Is that so? Then I suppose I must have missed my final chance. It's fine. It matters not. What's done is done. The stage is already set, so there's no reason to disappoint the audience. Let's see this trial through to the very...
Sir Prosecutor, please allow me to pass this along. This is a document that Miss Charlotte applied for and received permission to share with you during the trial. According to her, it should speed up the proceedings.
Huh? Charlotte wanted to give us something? Oh, so she's here too! Hey, Charlotte! Oh, let Paimon see. Wait, so in other words, we can refer to this anthology of evidence every time we want to use... Let's quickly confirm the information in it. Just think of it as a refresher, alright?
You defeated the Hydro Archon in the very first duels you took part in at the Opera House. That's one for the history books, all right.
The prosecution and the defense are both in position. The trial shall now begin.
Just fast forward, of course. It is only natural.
That's true. But my charge here is unrelated to your Instead, I would like to charge you as a fraud who's never been the Archon in the first place. Wait, what was that? Lady Farina's a fraud?
Hey, I came here thinking that we were going to try the Hydro Archon for forsaking our duty, but...
Charge accepted. Lady Farina. Lady Farina.
I plead not. There is no way that I, Focalor, otherwise known as Farina de Fontaine, a member of the Seven and the Regina of all waters, kindreds, peoples, and laws of Fontaine, could be anything
Yeah, even though Lady Farina...
Yeah, I've never questioned her identity either. Sure,
I have cause to believe that common sense will prevail in this case. Many of the members of the audience have known me as the Hydro Archon ever since they were born. There would be no fooling their memory. See? Even the Oratrice has decided to show me its favor. Are you sure you want to commit to a charge that will never be upheld? If you wish to drop the case, I can promise you...
An argument with...
Well, I tried to give you the chance to surrender. If you must persist, then let me ask. If you believe I'm not the Archon, then what man... And if I was not the Archon, then how did I manage to live for over 500 years?
That sound right. First of all, you may be a member of another long-lived race, which would allow you to naturally possess an extended lifespan. And second of all, even if that wasn't the case, there could be other ways to extend your life.
Who gave you that idea? Was it the knave? You'd sink so low as to use a harbinger.
A curse? I once thought it possible that the aura... But in light of this claim, perhaps what...
Neville had sensed it too, huh?
Lady Farina...
Well...
Well, don't start celebrating too early now. Besides, everyone, for centuries, one need only to turn their eyes towards...
You tried to reference the Oratrice, but weren't you...
Didn't I make myself clear at the time? The decisions of the god...
Lady Farina, I believe a reminder... While the court is in session, the principles of justice and the law must come before all else. While you are an Archon, you are also first and foremost the defendant in this trial. You will prove yourself unable to defend against the prosecution's charges if you continue to withhold vital information against the rules of the court.
I never thought you'd use that kind of rhetoric against me.
That was no trick of rhetoric, Lady Farina. I've merely reiterated the rules.
So, you neither knew why Child was declared guilty instead of having been created by you.
The real Hydro Archon. It is true that I did not know why the Oratrice gave out a guilty verdict that day. But the Oratrice handed out that verdict unilaterally. And it has been operating independently ever... You can't argue that just because a divine creation is flawed, that the god...
She's still throwing out all kinds of excuses. Seems like she's confident that we won't be able to produce proof that she...
My power at...
If that poses a concern...
You don't need to go that far.
Aren't you the Hydro Archon? Or is it that you can't...
Indemnitium! Yes! It's all because of Indemnitium! All Archons thus did I give up...
Isn't that...
Yeah, no matter how generous an Archon can be...
It seems like nobody's buying Farina's
Hey, come now, everyone! I'm still the same Farina you knew, right? Please?
If what the prosecutor said is true...
Did she deceive all of us? Enough! That's enough! Tell me then, if you have no evidence...
Wow, she came up with yet another argument! Ugh. That doesn't sound... It has been established that all...
Since you insist on claiming to be a god and not a human, then there's a method that you can use right here and...
Miss Navia, please apply to serve as a temporary attorney for the prosecution.
Super sorry, Monsieur Chief Justice. I swear this really will be the last now. I've brought some seawater from Poisson. As everyone knows, a massive flood struck the area not long ago, including those of some of my... So, Miss Farina, if we are to believe that you are indeed the real Hydro Archon, touching Bud, if you don't dare to touch it, then we would have basically proved the reverse. Oh, and I must remind you that after the disaster at Poisson, nobody wants to see any more people dissolve. I do hope you'll act prudently and choose this
Navia from the Spina di Rosula. The Spina has—
If Lady Farina is indeed just a human, she's probably Fontanian like...
Lady Farina, this test has been unilaterally
Well, of course he had to tell.
She's just staring at the water without saying a single word.
What's going on? Is she really planning to...
Due to the inherent risk.
Hey!
I'm fine! Look at me, will you believe me now?
Miss Siegewing, if you're present, Miss
Siege? Well, don't be nervous. It'll just take... That's...
Please announce the results of your evaluation.
As everyone doubtlessly saw, Miss Farina was displaying... She was experiencing the adverse effects of exposure to primordial seawater. The extent to which she was affected...
Thank you, Miss Siegewing. Lady Farina.
Oh, wait. What did she just say? I didn't get dissolved. Shouldn't that...
Well, considering your tendency to run from your problems, we did However, after extensive discussion, we exchanged it for a sample that is not concentrated enough to dissolve an actual human. After all, we don't want anyone else to lose
Yeah, so out of regard for Farina's life, you secured a low-concentration sample and asked the head nurse to serve as an expert witness. It's a great thing that the direct sample wasn't actually used. Farina...
I can't believe... Listen to me, everyone! Please don't give me such cold... Think about it! How can you conclusively prove that an Archon can't also be affected by the Prime... Also, if I was really just a human, what... Please, everyone, anyone, just listen to me! I swear, I really am your Archon!
I don't think anything she says at this point will sway anyone.
With all the things that have been said, Paimon doesn't think there's...
I believe the time for arguments and presentation of evidence has come to an end. If there are no objections, we will move on to the final judgment.
I don't think anything she says at this point will sway anyone who's two-stepped against her now.
In my capacity as Chief Justice, I shall now render judgment on Farina's misrepresentation of herself as the Archon of Fontaine. As a human who knowingly deceived her fellow citizens, Farina is... guilty. We shall now turn to the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale to render the final verdict on the charges. According to the judgment of the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale, Farina is...
Well, what's wrong? What's the Oratrice's verdict?
No, the Oratrice also displays a guilty verdict.
Isn't that correct?
However, the exact wording of the verdict is thus. The Hydro Archon, guilty to be punished via the death sentence.
That's actually one of the available sentences?
The one and only time the death sentence has been handed out at the court.
Farina's been sentenced to death by the Oratrice? We just wanted to use the trial to show her the seriousness of things so she'd tell us the truth.
This outcome is indeed quite Is this sentence really appropriate?
Yeah! Even Masquerade wasn't sentenced to death by the Oratrice. You know, the real evil mastermind behind the serial disappearances case.
Indeed. Not only is Farina, but now, the Oratrice seems to have deliberately invoked the title of the Hydro Archon.
Excuse me, if I may interrupt. Is the trial still—
Fremine! Huh, you finally made it.
Mm-hmm. Any mission Father assigns to—
Is that the... Huh. So the name...
I looked everywhere, but has the trial already concluded? Then... doesn't that mean—
Thank you for your hard work, Mr. Fremine. Please allow me— Traveler, I believe that you have already seen the other existing slates, and would like you to come here and—
Huh? So what do you see? What?
I believe I've now made sense of the Hydro Archon.
Huh? So when you say...
In truth, everything that you've— However, I'm uncertain that—
Okay, let's... The first stone slate describes what you just said. Does that mean that the second stone slate shows Celestia floating in the sky, and the Hydro Archon in her... This must be the point when the Hydro Archon... The third slate shows the Hydro Archon Huh. That reminds Paimon, didn't we also... Well, the fourth slate is the prophecy. We didn't believe that such a crazy... That doesn't sound quite... That doesn't sound...
We know from the case of the serial and the first this... Perhaps what is about to take place has all happened before. The truth and the original... It's not as simple as falling into the sea. When Navia, the stone...
That doesn't sound quite...
The prophecy, the fort... If...
They'll dissolve into the primordial sea, but won't cease to exist. Their essence will flow in the seawater, converge, and take the form of an oceanic... The Hydro Archon was sentenced to death in court, shocking everyone present. Perhaps this means that her sin was actually Fontaine's original sin. Navia fell into the water inside those ruins, and she nearly dissolved. She was surrounded by the people of Poisson in a court within her consciousness, and was forced to... The eruption of the primordial sea at the fortress of... The stone slate's contents can all be... Huh? Oh, Paimon gets it now! So that's how you can make sense, but... Then it feels like... We're going to have to share some truly shocking revelations.
Let's hear them.
Incredible.
All Fontanians were originally created by the late previous Hydro Archon, with Oceanids as their basis. The evidence for that can be found in how... Oh, and according to Navia...
Indeed.
Yeah, and it follows from the content of the first that could also you explain why the
Hydro Archon's true sin?
And yet, after many hundreds of years,
Yeah! Isn't the image here just like when Navia fell in? So wouldn't it be trying to show in the end? The people... Did Paimon get all that right?
you've made some keen deductions. I must, however, while you were able to decode all the information when we were at the ruins, now that the slate collection is complete, I shall... I believe I should share this truth not only with you, your hypotheses regarding the origin of Fontaine. In the Fontaine of old, the previous Hydro Archon sensed the yearning of her Oceanid familiars for life on land. The Oceanids were enamored with the beauty and romanticism of human beings, and wishing to have those experiences for themselves, expressed to the Hydro Archon their desire. However, even not one to give in, she eventually found a way to create permanent humanoid bodies for her familiars by appropriating the power of this planet's... She poured primordial seawater into the Oceanid's blood vessel. But if Fontainians were to... Of course, the Hydro Archon never received permission from the heavenly principles to create a new human race. And thus, the Hydro Archon and all of her creations came to shoulder the original sin of appropriating the power of the primordial sea. That is the true history of how the...
So we were all Oceanids before...
That's way too much information for me. I think I'm just... Wait, but if that's the truth, we can't let the Hydro Archon be sentenced to death. After all, her only sin...
This really might be too much information.
Alas, your hypothesis regarding the third and fourth stones, a key point of the vision, they have not been The nation of Fontaine is the nation of Hydro. You may also recall not... Therefore, the meaning that the people of Fontaine shall try the Hydro Archon at the court of justice. Yes,
I think I'm following now. So, what you're saying is, in truth, everything...
What should we do?
Huh. No matter what,
If that's the case, does that mean the scene in the fourth slate...
Traveler, I would like to point out another about the fourth slate. However, I believe as for the root cause of the catastrophe... This eruption was just a small warning of the...
It was both dream.
If we're talking about a true culprit, that could only be that thing inside the primordial sea, right?
The truth, the original sin, the trial, and the root cause of the disaster.
That was way too close! How did that thing just burst into the Opera House? Wait, was that the huge whale you saw in your dream?
So we've met it at last. I understand very well why it is true. That whale does not belong to Tevat. It has been greedily consuming the energy from the... And once it has finished consuming all...
You said that when the Hydro Archon first created Fontanians out of Oceanids, she filled their...
Precisely. That whale finds the... Therefore, when it left the Primordial Sea, it decided to make its next stop a packed opera house full of food. Food in the form of...
We just barely managed to push it back, right?
That is correct. Indeed, it is... From the way he looked, he must have been fighting the creature for...
That battle maniac. We've all... Anyway.
It is too late. It had already absorbed too much of the even if the entire...
That's... We've already done everything we can, and we've come so far. You can't just...
Indeed. That's not how a grand performance should end.
I'll fight it to the end. No matter what.
So the prophecy will be fulfilled no matter what, huh?
The prophecy. Yes, what has been prophesied will be fulfilled. Just as prophecies are usually... Ultimately, fate shall serve as...
What's happening with the Oratrice?
I believe it is preparing to carry out the death sentence.
Farina! No, I still need answers.
You...
Sorry. That shocked expression on your face is...
You are not Farina.
Ah, the sweet sound of bewilderment. Marvelous.
Fusolo.
Oh, that wasn't my goal, of course. Goodness, no. The heavenly principle.
Deceiving the heavenly...
It's all because of that pernicious prophecy. Dreadful, wasn't it? Everyone doomed to dissolve. One was not amused. She knew full well that the prophecy... And as one of the seven, she also knew full well that one defies the heavenly principles at one's peril. So yes, as you have no doubt surmised, it was a rather impossible... I spent a terribly long time mulling it over, alone on the ocean. I had to outwit. I'm a genius, I know. I can only assume, although, looking back now, it was hardly the inheritance one dreamed. But one can only play the hand one is dealt. I did not choose this, any more than I chose to be one of her Oceanid familiars.
So you were also once one of the Oceanids, transformed into a human by Egeria.
Yes, I was. I always dreamed of becoming human. And I still do, even now. In my eyes, to be human is to be part of the greatest opera ever known. After becoming a god, I separated my divinity from my body and spirit, leaving behind only a self that was as naive and bewildered as my past self on her first day as a human being. The me you see before you now is that divinity. And the human counterpart I left behind, I named Farina. She could feel joy, sorrow, and everything in between. She could be as vain and conceited, or as meek and vulnerable as she wished. Her strengths were of a kind only a human could possess, as were her shortcomings. But in my eyes, Farina's humanity was what made her perfect. She was perfectly human in every way. The person I always wanted to be. Anyway, so then I cursed her. All part of the plan, of course. Do you still remember the final scene of the prophecy? In order that under the curse I placed on her, so long as I, Focalor's divinity, continued to exist, she could not die. But nor was she instead, she was forced. I suppose now you probably understand why your court is called the Opera Epiclese.
But Farina is only human, isn't she? Even though she has had a long life, her mind is no stronger than that of any other ordinary human being. I cannot begin to fathom what she has had to endure. It must have been torture for her.
It has indeed. And although she is, in a sense, me in human form, I most definitely owe her an apology for it. It's been 500 years, and all along, she's been playing her part in the most unimaginably long, unbearably lonely, and agonizingly painful opera of all time.
Yeah! Scatter! Skyward!
The secrets of the mechanical arts are too profound to convey in a few
Oh? Who permitted you to come onto this? All right. It is not my intent to reprimand you. There is no need to state your name. Just be off with you. Do not distract me. I am Fossil.
Peace prevails throughout the land, and all things are made new, as buds in the spring. This is an auspicious era for humanity. Yeah!
Dear audience, the performance is experiencing a technical difficulty, but worry not. The guards shall resolve it soon.
Skyward! Scatter!
Everyone hold hands!
Look alive! Yeah!
Hey, what gives? The audience is still watching me, you know. Guards? Wait, where are the guards? Guards!
Hi! Skyward! Scatter! Seize the skies! Hit! Yeah! Scatter! Skyward!
Has everyone stopped singing?
Skyward! Yeah!
Farina. Farina.
Huh? Who's that? Who's calling me? Where?
Be not nervous. Be not
Wait a moment. You're... mirror me?
Mirror you, huh?
Mirror me.
The prophecy.
What prophecy? The people will all be...
Oh.
What's going on? But doesn't that mean everyone...
Oh, I will tell you.
But if the prophecy will come true, I'll also die anyway, right? If there were scales.
You truly are the perfect human. I suppose this would all...
Huh?
Don't worry, it's nothing. Listen well. Fontaine has just lost its Hydro Archon. I need you to play a role. That of the new Archon.
Play as... a god?
That's right. You must begin a never-ending masquerade. You must never let anyone suspect your identity. If you can keep it up, then I shall have my way of defying this prophecy. But should your identity be revealed, then all hope...
But...
Don't worry. What, being a human yourself, I'm sure you already know what such an entity would be like. Remember, your true challenge will not be pursuing divinity.
So...
To a combat.
A trial. The Maison Cardinalise has announced my accession. But this... what should I say? I'm sure you've all heard. In truth, I know little about becoming... As the god Focalor, once again. This... I thought I might...
That's the new Hydro Archon. Is this some kind of joke by the Maison? I would have thought that a being that surpasses hum...
Hey, did you hear that? She even told us to send her suggestions.
Shouldn't gods be all-powerful? She's being so modest. What's the difference between her and an ordinary person, then?
If you ask me, perhaps the succession didn't actually happen. She might just be a Maison-backed puppet.
Wait, what's going on? Why? Right. Calm down, Farina. Think. What do the people want? How would they assertive with us? Oh, very. Now, I was wondering if some. You may Now then.
So that was just a performance. How could I have forgotten that we were inside an opera house?
Her personality. It's quite shocking, to be honest, but I suppose it's a better look than before.
Such a fascinating and bold deity. How wonderful. Our future may yet be bright after all. It seems I've turned them around. My dear people, whether you acknowledge me or not, whether you trust me or nay, I say to you, keep faith in your ardor for justice. We have heard it said that this nation's sins can no longer be washed away. Well, I
I say that just know this won't work. They'll suspect me again. I must play the role that they want me to play. The scales of May law be the prayer on our lips. May judgment be our worship. There is no, so long as I...
Yes! Oh, yeah!
Lady Farina, here are today's case reports, as well as...
Besides, none...
if I'm...
That's
true, I fear I lack the ability to grasp your divine thought, Lady Archon.
No need for fright, and do not take what I said before too seriously. Go now, do your duties. The trial I await. It will come one day.
Lady Farina, I don't know what to say. Thank you for agreeing to see me.
No need to... All right.
You remember? He is doing much better now. In fact, he is far more of an ardent believer.
Oh, good.
You're such a gentle and...
Lady Farina, here are the latest hydrological reports. As for the specific parameters you asked to take note of, I'm afraid things still don't look good.
I see. It's as I thought then. As your god, I did already expect this, but I wanted to see how all manner of signs indicate that the prophecy will still come to pass. Forget it. Really? Oh, is that so? Well, no wonder. This issue has reached the realm... The day is finally over, but it's good to... Maybe this is fine.
Lady Farina, here are the new trial reports for the latest cases, as well as a summary of the follow-up.
There'll be no need for that. I've seen them already. There's no need to go back over scenes I've witnessed in person before.
Lady Farina, I've...
Indeed, my dear...
Lady Farina, we're detecting significant...
Understood. I feel utter...
Lady Farina, it's... I've heard that the first...
And what a fun...
Sure... Are you crying?
This must be the overflow of hydro from my person. Well, can't quite help being the... So, in hundreds of years, I never met, have I? I want to tell someone, and I have conducted so many investigations across the centuries. All I can do is keep heart.
Farina, you don't... Although I don't know what you might be keeping from everyone.
Share, that's impossible. It was fated right from the start that this would be my duty alone.
But even if your burden doesn't need to be shared, you can still choose to confide in someone. Just share it with me. I'm what you'd call a witness.
A witness? And if to that it... He's right. But if things... No, Farina. You should... But what if... Farina, is it such an outrageous thing to do anyway? To find someone in whom you can confide your frustrations and sorrows? Surely, it could not hurt. If you let this opportunity slip through your fingers, it might never come by again. Think about it, long and hard. No. I have all you need to do, dear spectator, is to witness my performance until the curtains fall.
Fine.
So even Farina doesn't know the truth?
Yes, it had to be done. To deceive the heavenly principles, you must first deceive yourself. She did very well. If she had let her resolve falter even once in these 5 centuries, Fontaine would have been doomed to the most tragic fate. It seems that trusting humanity was the right decision after all.
I believe that I understand how your deception works, but that is only half the truth, is it not? How would you build on this foundation to save the people of Fontaine?
Ah, good, good. Of course the Iudex of Fontaine has been... I'm sure you've long...
I've always suspected that it had its own consciousness. And Lenny did mention that he heard a human... It now seems that that person was...
And then I became one with the Ortrees, taking Fontaine's gnosis with me. Yes. Alas, you're under... In truth, it is no... Oh, you... My work, oh, but really, the vast majority has been... had to be...
It was all part of...
Indeed. This power accrued over 5 centuries, but only power...
So the Oratrices call for... the destruction of that divine throne.
Returning what's rightfully... In other words, this was all done to return the authority of the... Oh, what? Getting sad. The authority of the ancient dragon.
All you've done throughout the years is just so you can...
I've never quite seen it that... Hydro Dragon, Hydro... I must say, had it been within my rights, I would have loved to judge the heaven. Egeria stole the power of the primordial sea. And that I, speaking of justice, I have always believed that just so, if the theft of the primordial seas, then leaving Mav. In other words, defying the at this point, Iudex Neuvillette.
So when I was at last, I now understand the true purpose behind. In the beginning, I was uninterested in human existence. But these 5 centuries of living alongside them have gradually brought about mutual You are a devious one, things being as they are. Surely you know that I could never declare them to be.
The hour of my execution is almost here. For the sinner, the curtain call has come. I know I may not sound it, but faced with death, I find myself a little afraid. Perhaps this is one thing both gods and humans have in common. Farewell, Neuvillette. I hope you've enjoyed the part you played these 500 years.
I, Iudex Neuvillette, hereby declare, people of Fontaine, your sins are forgiven.
What just happened? Has the death sentence been carried out?
Was that bright light some sort of misdirection? I have a feeling that something huge just happened.
But since we're all still alive and haven't been dissolved...
It's time to end... I have gained the strengths of... We should seize the opportunity to pursue our traveler. Now that the oratories can no longer function, the root of the calamities befalling... Come with me, traveler. To attack it from within. I shall share a part of the ancient dragon's power. look for an opening together.
Skyward! Scatter!
I can feel its sorrow turning into hostility.
Wakula! Yeah! Skyward!
The all-devouring narwhal cannot resist its instinct to devour. Continue to trigger its hostility. Chance will present itself. Granted you my protection. Do not fear. Seize the moment and use my power to suppress its roots from within.
Look alive! Let's dance! Make way for the Adeptus! Skyward! Scatter! Wakula!
The authority of the ancient dragons. Witness the might of the primordial sea.
Skyward! Scatter! Yeah! Skyward!
Thanks for helping with the cleanup. It was just supposed to be a well, actually, I have—
That power.
It's just that he is—
I simply didn't. So you may speak to me as equals. I have to agree. That kind of power is waste. All in all. The point—
Well, being that— So what sort of person—
Oh, right. So his name is Sertologi.
I am unfamiliar.
Huh. So Master is insufficiently famous.
The foul.
Still nothing?
Ooh, that we've heard.
Oh, but I suppose you want.
Wait!
Actually, never mind that the all-devouring such roiling hydro energies will prove difficult as such. In other words, the prophet.
What?
Not to worry.
In the end, the people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only Farina will remain, weeping on her throne. Only then will the sins of the people of Fontaine be washed away.
Hey! Help! Over here!
All hands, initiate emergency rescue! Hurry!
Hey! Lend a hand!
Look! The water's receding!
It's a miracle!
Water's receding.
We didn't dissolve. The prophecy was wrong. The prophecy was wrong.
Are you right?
We're saved. The prophecy was wrong.
The soil renewed. The Suite Rasula talks post-disaster rebuilding. Old soil, skyship, the various dispute people always call. Wow, Paimon barely recognizes the people in the reports.
What do you think? Pretty enthralling, huh? The Steambird's idea was pretty simple. The value for these big scoop. Edwin's assistant, Jurier, created.
Paimon's curious.
And that's exactly what.
Are you sure?
Oh, this time will be different.
Oh, it's you. What brings you all here?
Hey, we're just having a look around.
I'm here to update myself on how things are going here. Oh, the Fatui are here too!
Let me introduce you. This is Mr. Garunt Snežević. He represented the Knave in sending us a large amount of supplies, and is helping with our work. Our residents are hard at work as well. Thanks to everyone, work is progressing nicely. We've lost a lot of people, but we're moving—
Hello, Miss Charlotte. I'm a big fan of yours, but if you don't—
I get where you're coming from.
That would be fine.
Oh, you're back too. How are things?
We finished laying down the construction.
Huh?
Well, her reputation's greatly risen after that whole duel business with Miss Farina. So she's here in Poisson to wait out the heat. All right. She really came here to help me out.
There's too much to consider in the reconstruction of Poisson. The Spina has need of—
Oh, wait, just a moment. Do you mind me asking a few questions?
Forget it.
I see you're—
Well, if we're talking about doing things for my sake—
Of course I will. I'm not gonna let him off that easy. All right, then everyone who wants—
How did it go? Was it a good shot? Did Paimon look cute in it?
Not bad. Your addition really helped the composition of the picture. All right, hang on a moment. Let me snap a few more shots. All right, that should do it. I'll be back here later anyway, so let's call it a day.
You're very quick.
Speed is up. Also, not to brag, but I'm pretty good at building connections. Who knows? I might eventually get that interview with you after all, Miss Clarand.
Wow, you...
I'll hazard a guess that this is how you got that
Whoa, you're well—
That's a...
In truth, I told him that it was—
You're right. I've got a treasure—
Stay safe now. And tell me if you hear anything—
Yeah! Got her!
Wow, guess we're here again, huh? There's a real nostalgic feeling to this place.
Looks like you've been missing us.
Duke! Did you come all the way to the entrance to greet us?
Of course. I'm here to welcome you and our dear Miss Charlotte, whom our good head nurse recommended to me.
It's an honor to finally meet the much-rumored Duke. Thank you for consenting to my visit to the fortress, sir.
No need to thank me. But that said, I shouldn't be the focus of your interview. I trust you—
Of course.
All right then, this way.
Hey,
It would seem that Miss Lorvine doesn't want—
Sir, please don't.
But it looks—
No, I just—
Now, I might not look it, but I actually— The boat that brought about him— Still, if I might add— Looks like—
I have to apologize, but that ship is presently in the bowels of our—
Really? Well, then it—
You already know my answer, I'm afraid. Best you interview our head nurse instead. Or perhaps—
Did you really have to use the word— Well, then, 2 solo photos will do.
Is my hair messed up? Please, someone—
Things sure are getting pretty lively here. Oh, seems like everyone's here. Would any of you like to try this new—
Ah, siege—
Hey, Miss Sure. Sure.
Huh? Sure. Do I have to smile? So, how have things been—
Same old same.
Other than that flying ship.
That's why I decided to—
You're too kind.
I see. Lots of things happened that day, huh? Anyway,
He sure did with—
I'll tell them that there's—
Oh, actually, what about you?
what change can there be? The fortress will keep chugging along, and so will my duties. As to what Miss Farina's departure will mean for the nation, and if our laws and governance will be transformed, we'll leave those to the folks in the overworld.
Hey everyone, the photo shoot's done.
Good. In that case, let's call it a day here.
Thanks for your cooperation. Come on, Traveler, let's go. Till next time, everyone.
There'll be a next time?
Maybe. Who knows? I might write a story about the underwater factory next time. Until then. All right, last stop, the docks.
If you are presently unoccupied, perhaps we could stop a while at one's abode for some repose. Conversation. On this fine day, the skyward, scatter!
Navia mentioned that she stayed in
Traveler, Paimon. Ah, and Miss Charlotte.
Would you like a magic pocket?
What sort of gadget is it?
It's a wondrous bag that can be used to carry many things. The water level has returned to normal, but if you see any of your things floating around, you can use this to carry them. Or you could trick a friend into doing it for you.
Trick a friend? I wonder which of my friends would fall for that.
You could just make a friend like Fremine here. Isn't that right, Fremine?
To be honest, that sounds pretty sweet. Could I...
Lynette sure is working hard to help Fremine social.
He was the one who proposed doing this. He even wants to...
Yes, I was planning to first introduce Pear.
That said, would anyone want to see a diver escape underwater?
Oh, it'll work out.
Lynette, could you come over? Miss...
Got it.
My, that Charlotte is rather perceptive. She got rid of everyone the moment she realized... Father says that you did a great deal during the latest events. She's very grateful for your contributions to Fontaine.
That's all right. We were more than happy to help. So, what's she doing now?
Oh, I guess you haven't heard. Well, after Lady Farina left, Father and Monsieur Neuvillette opened negotiations, during which he gave Fontaine's gnosis to her as a
diplomatic...
Yes, I was quite surprised. It could have been done as an... Furthermore, Father did also...
Well, that's true, but this isn't...
I would agree.
So there's...
I suspect you'll have to ask him about that yourself. Yet.
But back to the topic. The gnosis...
They say that he's returned to Snezh...
That's true. When you think about it, we've had loads of run-ins with...
So shocked by such a simple switching of sides?
Father!
Well, what do you know? Come to the docks to see how my children are doing and meet the Traveler by chance. Please do not pay my accomplishments in Fontaine too much mind. I would have done them regardless.
Are you going to take the gnosis?
That is our Don't be too switching my masks. Yes, well, that depends on many things. No one truly knows what the future holds. What good is honesty if you can't rely on it forever? As for you, I very much look forward to our next collaboration. Good things cannot be achieved alone, and you've proved yourselves to be great partners. A vision?
And that's a wrap for me. Huh?
Greetings, Miss Journalist. That is correct. So forgive me, but I will not be able to serve as a subject in your article. However, feel free to write as much as you'd like about our dear magicians and our upcoming rookie talent.
I will.
The sea breeze is quite pleasant.
Farewell, Father.
Oh, she has such an intimidating presence. I didn't even dare to take a picture. Thankfully, I've already wrapped up all my pre-scheduled
Don't be too nervous. Why don't you take a magic pocket before you go? Here, Traveler, Paimon, you take one too.
To move things about?
That's right. Funny. I was giving out magic pockets when we first met too. And what do you know? I'm doing the exact same thing right now. So many things have happened, but the pockets are I guess this must... Alright then.
Well, guess we said Charlotte, huh? Shall we go see how Neverlette's doing? As long as he's not so busy that he doesn't have time to chat.
Yeah! Skyward! Scatter! Yeah! Skyward! Scatter!
The entrance to the fortress! Ooh, he really is there! So, you really are here, Neverlette! I didn't think you were going to have...
Really? Oh, in any case, you came at a good...
Aw, Paimon's... Alright, let's have it. Whoa. So that's what happened? Fossilor destroyed the Divine, but Paimon still doesn't quite get what you did to save the Fontanians from dissolving.
For me, the authority of the ancient dragons refers to absolute control over the hydro element. Fontanians were incomplete humans born of Egeria's use of the power of the primordial sea, with constitutions similar to that of mimics. But so long as those primordial energies remain within them, I could use the ancient dragon's authority to grant them true blood, after the fashion. In other words, when I...
Fossilor must have counted on you. Yeah! And in a manner of speaking, Fossilor finally managed to fulfill the original Hydro Archon's wish.
It seems from your expressions that you still have more things you wish to ask. Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it. You will soon be heading to Natlan. I'm afraid that I have little talent as a travel guide, so all I can do is, as far as I'm aware...
A nation of dragons?
No, I suspect that I would not find... Unlike ancient dragons, such as myself, the dragons of Natlan have... Natlan is also the nation of... There is one other piece of information I got in... The harbinger known as the Captain has thrown his...
The Captain?
I suggest that you fully prepare yourself. Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
Hang on a sec. Paimon, when we spoke, we guessed that there might...
No wonder the House of the Hearth is the Fatui's intelligence division. They are certainly sharp. So regarding this specific issue, I was just getting ready to share something with you. In truth, I exchanged some further words with that lady named Skirk after sending you two back to the surface. It went something like this.
Well, we're going to head topside to see what's going on. You hurry over soon as well, all right, Neverlet?
What next?
The all-devouring narwhal.
I can finally... It is the authority of the planet's primordial dragons. But with something very... I'm sure I've encountered something like this before.
I do not know what you speak of.
Ah, of course. You should have the remains of the third...
Remains? I've never heard of any such thing.
Huh. According to your parlance, I believe it may be called a gnosis.
Well, that much is true. After Focalor's divinity faded, she handed her gnosis to me. But I fear I have never heard of it described in the manner that you...
I've been training with my... It is only natural for those. Regardless, you should probably get rid of... To live in itself is a blessing.
What do you mean?
No need...
This third descendant...
Master, if you're interested though, I could...
Next time, you believe...
I do. Wait. I have a disciple of my own, don't I? He can be the messenger then.
That's what she...
The remains of... So that's what the nose...
All the same, assuming that there was no misunderstanding or special metaphor at play...
And she said that it would...
If she speaks the truth, then I would simply be putting Fontaine at unnecessary risk by keeping it here. I guess that you might already be familiar with his That means that the Gnosis... I wonder...
No, comparing the Traveler to the dead third descender, that's what you say, but this
I too believe it unwise to make too many blind guesses when information is lacking. The same is true of being at court.
Alright.
Yes. All of...
But... She said...
I suppose that would be the mystery. I suspect not. But once in a while, I too would guess that if life flows like water, and what, ultimately, is the difference between the rains that fall upon all of us.
Strike clouds converge!